Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the July 2025 meeting of the Coastal Commission. We're very happy to be here in Pismo Beach. So we will begin with a roll call. Oh, hello.
That'll
Thank
be
you.
me today. We don't have Vanessa this hearing.
Thank you, Chris.
Commissioner Bochco, Commissioner Dumlau, Commissioner Eckerly,
Here.
Commissioner Escalante, Commissioner Hart, Commissioner Jackson,
Here.
Commissioner Kelly, Commissioner Lopez, Commissioner Lowenberg, Commissioner Nothoff,
Here.
Commissioner Preciado,
Here.
Commissioner Turnbull Sanders,
Here.
Commissioner Williams, here, Commissioner Wilson, and Chair Harmon.
Here. Thank you very much. Now we will move to the virtual meeting procedures, please.
And good morning, Chair Harmon and Commissioners. I will now go over the changes to the agenda today. Item 10.1A is moved to consent. That's the
Steve,
Ventura.
1 second, Steve. Give us a second. We need to go through virtual hearing procedures first. So hang tight for 1 sec.
Will do.
Mom?
Good morning. Good morning. This Coastal Commission meeting is occurring both in person and through Zoom. This meeting is also being webcast and can be viewed online at cal-span.org. If you have internet access and wish to watch or listen to the meeting only and not speak on an item, we recommend you use the CalSpan website. Those who wish to address the Commission today can do so in person through the Zoom platform or by phone. The speaker request forms may be found on the Commission's webpage. Paper forms and a scannable QR code for paperless submittals are available on the Commission staff table just outside the meeting room. For those on Zoom, we have posted virtual hearing procedures on the Commission agenda webpage, which is a guide on providing comments via Zoom or by phone. Members of the public speaking during general public comments may be given up to 2 minutes to speak at the discretion of the chair. Requests to speak during the general public comments period will not be accepted after 9 a.m. on each day of the meeting. In order to provide the opportunity for the broadest range of public participation, you may speak on a specific topic one time only each month. Those speaking on an agenda item that is not general public comments are typically allowed 2 to 3 minutes to speak at the discretion of the chair. We will accept a request to speak on a regular agenda item up until the chair opens the hearing on that particular item. If you have internet access, please go to the Commission's webpage and click on the link to fill out a speaker request. If you do not have internet access or prefer to testify by phone, please call the Commission staff at 562-477-9089. Again, that number is 562-477-9089. Staff will provide you with a telephone call-in number and instructions for you to participate and provide testimony by phone. We will manage speakers coming in and out of the meeting through a meeting organizer. When it is your time to address a commission, the organizer will invite you to turn on your video and microphone or provide instructions on how to unmute the phone. Madam Chair, that concludes the virtual hearing procedures.
Madam Chair?
Yes?
Quasi-desperate.
We'll get it. We'll get it to you.
Ms. Warren will get it.
Thank you
you.
so much. No longer quasi-desperate.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. With that, we will move to general public comment. And
Actually, we'll do agenda changes if that's okay.
Yes, it's certainly okay. Thank you.
All right, and good morning, Chair Harmon and Commissioners. I will now go over the changes to the agenda. We have 3 items. First, item 10.1A, move to consent. That's the Ventura County Harbor Department Channel Island Harbor Public Works Plan Amendment time extension. And that's for the Karls Village project, the time extension only. Item 11B is moved to consent. That's the Carpinteria winter berm application by the city of Carpinteria. And finally, item 13B, that's the application by Caltrans for the San Gabriel River Highway 1 bridge. It's moved to consent. That concludes our changes to today's agenda, so that does bring us to item 4, general public comment. And with that, I'll turn the mic back over to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Hudson. Okay. Indeed, now we are turning to general public comment, and if we could please begin with the speakers in the room, and I think we have an elected official here. We could start with her as well. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. Nice to see everyone. Honorable Madam Chair Harmon and Commissioners, my name is Dawn Ortiz-Legg. I am the 3rd District Supervisor for San Luis Obispo County. I'm here to warmly welcome you on behalf of the entire Board of Supervisors. This year I'm the chair and I get to go see all different people and things like that, and it's really great to have you. And particularly I want to note that what an honor it is to have 2 of our own Central Coast electeds on this commission right now. And for you, Madam Chair, to become the chair, I know you've been serving and we're really proud of your work and continuing on now in this leadership role. And then adding Commissioner Chris Lopez, who is not only a fellow supervisor of a 3rd district in the next county up, but also my brother and the Latino Caucus of California counties. And together we really look for that equity lens, and together we look for ways to improve the quality of life for our constituents. On behalf of the county, I just want to say that, you know, you're right here in the heart of our county in the sense of the coast. And while you were in Morro Bay last time, the fact is that this coast, we're only 280,000 people, but we host over 7.5 million visitors a year. And so much of it is because of the coastline. And we value the beauty, the continual pristine nature of our coastline. And we think that we all together have been doing a good job. I just want to note that also in the 3rd district, this is home to Diablo Canyon right around the corner. And as the county, we are the lead CEQA agency. And we look forward to working with you for continued operations. And, you know, so far we've had 40 years of really excellent outcomes. And together, working hand in hand, we can see a future of clean energy. And more than ever in today's world, we know how important that 2.2 gigawatts of clean energy is. So I just want to say on behalf of the county, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Legg.
Okay, general public comment procedures. For members of the public, I will be announcing the names of the upcoming speakers and invite you to speak when it is your turn. Each speaker will be allowed 2 minutes during general public comments at the discretion of the chair. In order to allow for live video testimony on Zoom, we will be bringing you in as a panelist. As we bring you in, your Zoom will reload. This may take a moment to speed up this process. We will bring several people in at a time, but please remain muted and keep your video off until we ask you to speak. After your time is up, you will be moved back to attendee mode. For members of the public present in the room, I will call your names in the order that they appear on our sign-up list. We will hear your name. Speak. Please line up behind the podium and introduce yourself when you approach to speak. There is a raise hand function that will help us find you in the attendee list. If you are using a phone for audio, you can use your hand by dialing *9. If you are participating by Zoom, you should see a button on your Zoom screen. If you have signed up to speak for this item and are able to do so, please raise your hand now. When it is your time to speak, we will invite you to unmute and turn on your camera. You can unmute yourself on a phone by dialing *6. First up, we have Heidi Harmon, Marie Ellenberger, followed by Bonnie Ernst. Heidi Harmon. Okay.
Hi. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Maureen Ellenberger. As chair of the Sierra Club Santa Barbara Ventura chapter, I'm here today representing over 5,000 members of the Sierra Club chapter, as well as I'm a member of the Society for Fearless Grandmothers of Santa Barbara. Our members are residents of California's Central Coast who are deeply committed to protecting our precious coastal resources. I want to begin today by welcoming the 3 new commissioners, Commissioner Jackson, Commissioner Lopez, and Commissioner Preciado. And I also want to give a big shout out to Santa Barbara's own Megan Harmon for her new position as chair of the commission. All of us so appreciate your willingness to serve, and we look forward to working with you all on protecting California's coast. In May, we marked 10 years since the Refugio oil spill on May 19, 2015. On that very same day, Sable Offshore announced that oil production and pumping had restarted. It was a difficult day for so many of us who have been working hard to stop the restart and the use of the old corroded pipeline. But since that day, there have been some judgments and investigations which all bring us a small glimmer of optimism to our efforts. However, we can't relax nor let down our vigilance. With that, we'd like to strongly urge you to require all activities in the coastal zone to be subject to a new coastal development permit, including any restart of the pipeline. This comprehensive approach is essential to ensure proper oversight and protection of our coastal resources. Thank you so much for your time today and for the important work that you do to safeguard California's coastline, as we always know that we stand here ready to support you in your efforts to protect this invaluable, precious resource. Thank you again.
Welcome, Chair Harmon and Commissioners. My name is Bonnie Ernst, and I'm a longtime resident of Oceano and an advocate for a vehicle-free beach. My message today is simple. You are so close. Please take the time to visit Oceano. It's just 6 miles away, and there should be a slideshow, but you're not watching that, so you will have to go. First, a little history. In 2019, the Commission's Environmental Justice team visited Oceano. Later, Executive Director Ainsworth followed up with another visit. Out of those visits, this Commission twice revised the CDP. The first was stalled for 2+ years by state parks. The second was tragically struck down by the courts on a narrow jurisdictional ruling. This ruling was truly a gut punch to those who had experienced Oceano Beach and dunes with no vehicle traffic during the 7th month COVID closure. From this hotel, you can see Oceano, but I assure you, it in no way looks like Pismo Beach or any other beach town on the coast. I ask again that you schedule a CDP review. There are many things that can be done to lessen the effects and the injustices to our community. You are charged with protecting the coast. You are charged with making it accessible to everyone. You have the power. Please stay strong. Please take action. And thank you so much for being here and giving us the time to speak.
Next is Izzy Sistak, followed by Lucia Castellanuevo, followed by Nikki Talabi, followed by Rachel Toti.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Izzy Sistek, and I'm a UCSB student representing the Environmental Affairs Board. Thank you so much for all your recent enforcement actions on Sable Offshore's unpermitted pipeline repairs. That said, I am absolutely astounded by Sable Offshore's blatant lies and disregard for both the law and public safety. Never could I have imagined a company would proceed with repairs after receiving 2 cease and desist orders and an $18 million fine, misleading the public on their press release, and restarting activities without necessary regulatory approvals. It won't be the Sable executives who bear the consequences of an inevitable spill. Our beautiful marine ecosystems will be devastated, and our community will be forced to deal with the fallout for generations. Haven't we learned our lesson enough times? We can't cede our home and futures to reckless corporations. I urge you to continue protecting our coast from outside threats like Sable Offshore. Please require all activities in the coastal zone, including the pipeline restart, to be subject to a new coastal development permit. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Lucia Casalenuovo, Oceano Beach Community Association. Good morning. The 2021 Coastal Commission, that is most of you, unanimously banned driving on Oceano Beach and dunes to protect our communities, the wildlife, and the ocean. Thank you. But the off-roaders sued, and you lost. You appealed, and you lost again. Your decision will then be revoked, and the injustice that you acknowledged and tried to stop will remain. But the ethical impact and the validity of that decision, the strength, courage, and sense of justice you exercised still stand and will stand forever. Thank you again. Nobody will take it away unless you yourself kill it by resigning to the court's rulings and don't keep up the fight for what is right. Keep fighting for what you decided was best for our communities and the planet. This is not the time to give in on any front. This is the time to resist, to press on, to stand with what is right. So what can you do next? Apparently, you do not have the authority to stop driving on the beach and dunes. Then appeal to those who do have that authority, our county and the legislation. You have a few options. One, the courts deliberated that you should submit recommendations to the county that our LCP be modified to conform with the Coastal Act, and if necessary, that you should appeal to the legislation, or simply require that the county enforces the existing LCP and impose an interim moratorium on driving on Oceano Beach and dunes while long-range planning is completed, because public health, safety, community values are jeopardized. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Nikki Telebi, followed by Rachel Toti, followed by Jeff Hiller, followed by Penny Delapelli.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Nikki Talaby, and I'm a member of UCSB's Environmental Affairs Board. I appreciate your dedication to the issue with Sable Offshore. I want to let you know, as you can see here today, that we have not given up on fighting for the protection of our coast against this dangerous pipeline. As a student of UC Santa Barbara, I have been lucky to experience this vital coastline. We know that it is standard for projects like this to be held to regulatory agency standards, and somehow the Sable Pipeline project has cruised past most of the necessary permitting with no environmental review. In order to protect this coastline, we ask you to please require all activities in the coastal zone to be subject to a new coastal development permit, including restart of the pipeline. You have all been solid protectors of our coast, and we appreciate your support. But now ask you to hold strong and follow through by requiring ample protection and review of this project. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Rochelle Toti. I'm a Nipomo Mesa resident and also co-founder of Concerned Citizens for Clean Air, which has sent you a letter last week thanking you for your protection of the dunes environment. Whoever said you can't go home again wasn't a western snowy plover. These threatened little birds return each year to the beach they were hatched on, look for a mate, and start a family. Some stay year-round in the dunes. They face many hurdles: predators, lack of food, rain, wind, and off-road vehicles. Since the Coastal Commission approved the nesting enclosure as a year-round and approved the 4 dune projects, they have more space. Numbers are going up. Thank you. Now, it is time to reiterate your commitment to protect these birds by reissuing the direction to keep the California least tern and western snowy plover enclosure in place year-round. There is talk of changing it back to seasonal instead to allow more OHV riding. Along the same lines, there is talk of reviving the Public Works Plan and pursuing a southern entrance. this would not be a good idea. Perhaps the Commission should reissue the CDP conditions pertaining to night riding, reducing vehicles, and protecting the nesting habitat. It is time to conduct the annual review also, which is 4 years past due. Determine if the intensity of use is protecting the natural habitat. The Commission has the ability to adjust the number of vehicles according to the carrying capacity of acres being used. Lastly, I urge the Commission to make recommendations to the County of San Luis Obispo to align the LCP with the Coastal Act. This beautiful area will not truly be protected until the Coastal Act is being followed. Environmentally sensitive habitat areas shall be protected. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jeff Healer, followed by Penny De La Pelle, followed by Charles Varney.
Good morning, commissioners and staff. For whatever reason, you have all chosen very hot seats, in my opinion, and I congratulate you for that. They've always been hot seats, and they probably will continue to be so over time. I am Jeff Heller. I am a third-generation San Diegan, currently living in Morro Bay. I served on the City Council from 2018 to 2022, which was an honor of my lifetime, to be frank, and I'm here to thank you for all the work that you've done. Growing up on the beaches of California my entire life, I can't imagine what it would have looked like now if it were not for this commission. The activities, the pressure you've been under from both sides, many sides, is remarkable. And again, I thank you for stepping up and serving the state in this way. In general, I'm against industrial projects on the coast, but there's one project that I fully support, and that's Diablo Canyon. Generating 17% of our renewable energy for this state. It's a remarkable industrial operation that's operated safely for many, many years, and I hope you support its extension of another 20 plus years as long as it continues to operate as it has in the past. Super important to the economy here as well. Thank you again for your time and your devotion to the coast of California.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm Penny De La Pelle, a lifelong Central Coast resident, and today I represent the Santa Lucia chapter of the Sierra Club and our over 4,000 members and supporters here in San Luis Obispo County. We thank you for requiring Sable Offshore to comply with the Coastal Act and cease unpermitted work on the pipeline that caused the Refugio oil spill. We now urge you to require a new coastal development permit for all coastal activities, including Sable's pipeline restart. We've previously expressed the frustration of San Luis Obispo County residents in having no say on the resurrection of lines 901 and 903. Their point of origin is within Santa Barbara County, but the impacts of their potential failure reach far beyond, threatening the ecological health and economic stability of SLO County, where tourism is the second largest economic driver. Our local Sierra Club members cherish our ocean for recreation, spirituality, fishing, local economies, and much more. There has been no environmental review of the proposed pipeline restart, and there won't be unless it comes from the Coastal Commission. As you've noted, Sable has violated the Coastal Act by ignoring repeated directives and cease and desist orders. A law firm is now conducting a shareholder investigation into potential violations of federal security laws and whether Sable misled its investors. Do we really want a company that is so consistently dishonest, stewarding a pipeline with an ever-increasing likelihood of catastrophic failure? Thank you, Chair Harmon, for stating that what we have seen on the ground is not repair, it's replacement. Their 40-year-old permit is not sufficient. Sable's activities need a new CDP. Thank you for all you do.
Charles Varney, followed by Gianna Patchen, followed by Paul Schneider, followed by David Wiseman. Thank you.
I have a graphic to go along with mine. This is a picture of Oceano in 2020, if it comes up. Good morning. I'm Charles Varney, Oceano resident for 25 years, past president of the Oceano Advisory Council and the Oceano Community Services District. More than 40 years ago, the Coastal Commission and San Luis Obispo County granted state parks a temporary permit to use Pier Avenue in Oceano and the Oceano Beach as an access road to the SVRA. An implicit promise was made that within a few short years, a southern entrance would be developed. That never happened, and today, for the first time in history, there's a real possibility that that promise is finally going to be kept. State Parks wants to buy the Phillips 66 refinery property in Nipomo Mesa, which contains an existing road, and offer to dedicate to the SVRA. State Parks is proposing to develop new campgrounds, basically centralize all of their operations there, SVR staging area, concession facilities, and additional possibilities. The new entrance would eliminate the need for an SVRA vehicle access to Oceano Beach on Pier Avenue. This would be transformative for my community of Oceano, which is 47% Latino. We gain a 2.2-mile stretch of vehicle-free beach and enjoy the recreational and economic benefits of our most valuable natural asset. Pier Avenue and Oceano become a revitalized tourist mecca with a climate change resilient beachfront plaza, restaurants, cafes, live music, tourist facilities, safe beach walking and sunset viewing, plus many new jobs for local citizens. The Oceano Dunes Preserve would now include the entire beachfront, returning it to a natural setting and enhance wildlife protection on shore and in the waters. Our community would qualify for multi-million-dollar coastal resilience and sea level rise protection grants from state and federal resources. This picture, this is what long overdue environmental and economic justice looks like for Oceano. Please be aware of our situation, and we invite you to come and see it firsthand. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Gianna Patchen, and I'm the coordinator for the Santa Lucia chapter of the Sierra Club, representing over 4,000 people and members and supporters in San Luis Obispo County. I'm here to reiterate the community concern regarding Diablo Canyon nuclear power plant's coastal impacts. Thank you for keeping asking questions and pursuing further information, particularly as Diablo may be on your agenda in the near future. Diablo's date of compliance with the state requirement to end the once-through cooling practice has been delayed time and time again. Now that PG&E is applying for a 20-year license renewal from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, we urge that any consistency determination stipulate a 2030 license termination. Per Coastal Commission staff, PG&E's payments into the state's once-through cooling mitigation fund does not necessarily constitute adequate mitigation. The payments do not address the need for biological resource mitigation for the proposed 20-year license extension period. PG&E has stated that Diablo's entrainment of marine life does not adversely affect coastal resources because it doesn't have population level effects. However, the standard for entrainment's effects on coastal resources is based on loss or reduction of marine life productivity. Entrainment entails 100% morbidity for all the larvae and plankton impacted, with even greater damage done to the marine environment by the heated outflow, earning the plant its Coastal Commission sobriquet as California's largest marine predator. It is becoming difficult to take the state at its word on Diablo Canyon's closure and cooling system. Requiring a 2030 license termination within a consistency determination may give the people of California some measure of certainty that the state won't change its mind again 5 years hence. Thank you for your attention on this matter.
Up next is Paul Schneider, followed by David Wiseman, followed by Harvey Packer, followed by Tricia Bowes. Okay, so let's go ahead and move forward. Rachel Whalen. Oh, here he is.
I was waiting for Paul Schneider. I was giving him some air. Reading room. Sorry about that. Good morning, Commissioners. David Weissman, Executive Director of the Alliance for Nuclear Responsibility. And at some point in this future, you will be considering whether to grant PG&E the Coastal Zone Management Act certificate for the 20-year license renewal for the Diablo Canyon plant. I say 20 years despite the current state law that limits operations till 2030, because the NRC license would allow it to run until 2045, and thus that is the time frame of the permit decision before you. The U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission has issued its final supplemental environmental impact statement on license renewal. And on page 146 of the document, the NRC concludes, quote, "The NRC staff finds that the impacts of impingement mortality and entrainment of aquatic organisms resulting from the proposed license renewal of Diablo Canyon would be small," in all caps, end quote. But as we've just recently heard here, I urge the Commission to contrast those words with the words of your Commission's now retired senior scientist Tom Luster, delivered to the State Water Resource Control Board in November of 2014. And he said, quote, "Your board and the Coastal Commission have similar responsibilities for protecting marine life, including a shared requirement to minimize entrainment to the extent feasible. You've heard comments today regarding the 1.5 billion larvae that are entrained every year at Diablo Canyon, and depending on how you measure it, this level of entrainment represents a loss of ocean productivity equal to several hundred or several thousand acres of rocky and nearshore reef habitat. It would be fair to categorize Diablo Canyon as California's largest marine predator," end quote, and those were the words of your senior scientist. I'd call that food for thought, if you'll excuse the euphemism, and thank you for placing this under your future consideration.
Okay, so Harvey Packard, followed by Trisha Boas, followed by Rachel Whalen, followed by Maureen Zawalek? Sorry.
Good morning, Commission. My name is Harvey Packard. I am a senior engineer at the Central Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board. Our office is in San Luis Obispo, and I'm taking advantage of your local meeting to let you and anyone else who's interested know about our upcoming regulatory actions regarding Diablo Canyon. Until 2022, the Central Coast Water Board was working with PG&E on decommissioning plans. However, now the plant will be operational through 2030 at least due to the state's energy needs. We are planning 2 regulatory actions to permit continued operation of the plant. The first is a federal Clean Water Act Section 401 certification of the new federal Nuclear Regulatory Commission license. The second is a reissuance of our existing discharge permit called a National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit. We've scheduled both actions for adoption in February 2026. The NPDS permit will be updated to reflect changes in regulations and water quality standards for protection of water quality and marine life. The Clean Water Act Water Quality Certification will reference the requirements of the updated NPDS permit to certify federal compliance with state water quality standards. We plan on having drafts available for public review in November 2025. We also are planning a public workshop in November 2025. We're committed to transparency in our permitting processes and want to make sure all interested people, agencies are aware of our process and know how to provide input. And we're looking forward to continued close coordination with your Coastal Commission staff as we move through this regulatory process. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Rachel Whalen, and I'm the Governmental Affairs Coordinator at the San Luis Obispo Chamber of Commerce, which is the largest and oldest business organization on the Central Coast. Thank you for coming to the Central Coast for this week's meetings. We appreciate your time and presence in our community. We are here today to express our support for the continued operation of Diablo Canyon. The Nuclear Regulatory Commission recently found the plant safe to operate and fully compliant with environmental standards for another 20 years. That confirmation reinforces what we already know, that Diablo Canyon is a vital part of our energy and economic future. As the voice of local business, we know that a stable electric grid is essential. Diablo Canyon provides nearly 10% of California's power and does so without emitting carbon. Losing that source would threaten grid reliability and hinder the state's ability to meet climate goals. The California Energy Commission has found no existing clean energy resources that can fully replace Diablo's output yet. While renewable energy is critical to our long-term strategy, it currently can't meet full demand due to its variability. Solar and wind fluctuate with the time of day and weather. Until large-scale battery storage is in place, something we're still years away from, we cannot depend on renewables alone to keep the grid stable. Nuclear energy, by contrast, is both carbon-free and consistent. Diablo Canyon also plays a critical role in our local economy. It supports over 1,300 highly skilled jobs and stands as the largest private employer in San Luis Obispo County. The plant and its workforce are central to the health and vibrancy of our regional economy. Thank you for your time and commitment to California's energy future.
Next is Maureen Zawalik, Irene Cook, Parker Kalin, Jenna McGovern.
Good morning. Hello, my name's Maureen Zawalik. That's okay, I get it all the time. I'm the Vice President of Diablo Canyon Power Plant for PG&E, with overall responsibility for our environmental and regulatory programs, including license renewal that you've heard about, and our land stewardship programs that includes our public trail system. I want to welcome you to our community and give you a brief update on our progress for the relicensing activities at Diablo Canyon. That was by the direction of the state of California. As you know, in 2022, the governor and legislature pushed to extend Diablo Canyon's operational time frame to meet the increasing electrical demands on behalf of all of Californians. What you may not know is that Senate Bill 846 also changed the mission of Diablo Canyon Power Plant, changed it to serve all of California. That means serving over 40 load-serving entities to make up for the shortfalls in the electrical generation in a carbon-free manner. Relicense the plant, you've heard about the Nuclear Regulatory Commission from some of the previous presenters. There's two-track process, and that two-track process has been completed. So that's a very extensive safety review to ensure the plant continues to safely operate for another 20 years, and a comprehensive environmental review. I'm pleased to share with you that in June last month that they did approve, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission did approve those reviews, and they are publicly available. The NRC concluded in its public process that the plant is indeed safe for future decades. On the environmental side of the process, the NRC concluded that there are no major impacts based on existing and continued operations and has approved that portion as well. The remaining two actions are on the state process. We just heard from the Regional Water Board on those actions that are coming forward and some of those opportunities to coordinate and participate. And also this Coastal Zone Management Act. But thank you very much. I welcome you out to visit. Some of you have already, and please come again. Thank you.
Good morning. Irene Cook on behalf of the Society of Fearless Grandmothers Santa Barbara. The grandmothers are back again. The gray-haired ladies in tennis shoes and purple vests have spoken to you in San Francisco, in Long Beach, and Santa Barbara, and we will keep coming back as long as it takes to stop Sable's zombie pipeline. Yet again, we are here to say thank you for your diligence in protecting our coast and upholding the rule of law in our increasingly lawless country. Your staff is doing what government in a civilized society is supposed to do: protect and serve the citizens of the state. Again, we won't give up. Our friends in SLO have been fighting at Diablo for 40 years and I wish I could come back on Friday to support our sisters at Mothers for Peace who have spent their entire adult lives fighting the dangerous Diablo facility. I can't promise that the grandmothers can fight this zombie pipeline for another 40 years. But until we turn into zombies ourselves, and we and the youthful allies from our broad coalition will keep coming back to remind you how important this is to our Central Coast communities. Thank you for your faithful service. Please keep up the good work in holding Sable accountable. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jenna McGovern, and I'm with the UCSB Environmental Affairs Board and Stop Sable Coalition. At the Coastal Commission hearing in April, we were beyond excited by the ambitious outcomes and to feel heard and supported by this powerful commission, and I thank you for your efforts then and now. I am here again today to discuss the devastating Sable offshore proposal. To put it lightly, the students' and community efforts against Sable has taken over many of our lives. On top of school, work, and our personal lives, we've devoted endless hours to the efforts to stop Sable from restarting this pipeline. As students, we're not getting paid or promoted. We're doing this because the health of our planet is vital to our long futures ahead, along with all of ours in this room. I am extremely worried by Sable's repeated violations and noncompliance, which was only further illuminated on May 18th with their deceptive inflation of their operations. I want to emphasize that this behavior is entirely inappropriate for a company attempting to work in an industry of this magnitude and complexity. I am urging the same requirements as the others in this room have said. All activities in the coastal zone need to be subject to a new coastal development permit, including the restart of the pipeline. I am extremely proud of the work the students and the Greater Santa Barbara Sable Coalition have done, but to be honest, I think many of us are shocked that we're continuing to have to work against this project and that it is even up for debate today. We are in full support of your power and efforts to stop this dangerous project that will irreparably damage our coastline. I appreciate your time and continued efforts. Thank you.
We have about 14 speakers in person and 21 on Zoom. So next is Parker Kalan, followed by Alan Villa, followed by Brand Snook, Cynthia,
Good morning, Commission. My name is Parker Callan. I got my master's degree from Cal Poly. I'm a Los Osos resident, and I have the unique privilege of working as a marine biologist out at Diablo Canyon for close to the past decade. That means lots of survey work, intertidal work, scuba diving, counting fish, over 893 dives as of yesterday. I firmly believe that Diablo Canyon is a great source of clean energy. I've seen it firsthand. But I do think that objectively we need to keep monitoring the impacts on the environment. I think that the robust environmental monitoring program PG&E has supported provides context for what the effects of Diablo Canyon are, and I believe that this data set can be leveraged to also provide context for what the ocean is in the public trust of Californians. I feel really proud of my job. I didn't become a marine biologist to destroy the ocean. I became a marine biologist because I care deeply about it, and I feel very privileged to have a job where I can work and explore the coastline around Diablo almost daily. So I implore that as relicensing comes into view, we continue the robust monitoring and we keep a track for the public good of what's happening out there. Thank you, Commission.
Alan Villa, followed by Brad Snook, followed by Cynthia Reed-Plogel, followed by Rachel Wilson.
Good morning, Commissioners. As stated, my name is Aline Villa, and I'm a lifelong resident and proud member of the Oceano Beach Community Association. I'm here today to speak out for the community of Oceano and its beautiful beach and dunes. As you all know, the California Court of Appeals ruled off-roading can continue at Oceano Beach and dunes. What this means is that the status quo continues. While this is an upsetting ruling, I want to thank you for your 2021 decision to phase out off-roading. It was the right decision based on facts, data, and the Coastal Act. I'm here to urge you not to give up on the fight for a safe and free vehicle beach. Oceano has endured decades of environmental injustice. We suffer the negative impacts of noise, air, and beach pollution as an unsafe beach, and also the negative consequences, economic consequences of not having a traditional beachfront. This is clear environmental injustice. 40 years ago, Oceano was promised that the entrance to Pier Avenue would be temporary And here we are with a temporary entrance still in existence 40 years later. This is justice delayed. In order to make this the reality of, in order to make vehicle-free beach, safe beach reality, we must fight to ensure that Pier Avenue closes. This won't be easy, but it can be done. But it can only be accomplished with each and every one of you advocating for a safe vehicle-free beach in Oceano. You must advocate at every level. The judge stated that the LCP needs to be amended. You must insist that this be done ASAP. But please don't stop there. Look for other avenues to make this a reality. Contact all government stakeholders and let them know the importance of bringing environmental justice to Oceano. Thank you.
Good morning. Brad Snook. I'm the vice chair of our county's chapter of Surfrider Foundation. Welcome. I come today to speak about undue risk to our county's ocean, waves, and beaches. Seawalls continue to steal away public beach access. The public shouldn't pay for bad choices made by private property owners. Don't privatize the profits and socialize the impacts. The public shouldn't lose their rights to beach access in Oceano. Amend the LCP, and the commission should work with state parks to better protect ESHA and the public's right to safe access to the beach per the Coastal Act. Energy. Only enormous government subsidies could save the Diablo monster. Why does it make sense to entrain and discharge over 1 billion gallons of ocean water a day? And that's only one of the costs. Some say the monster allows for better energy planning. Remember San Onofre? We look forward to cost-effective, safe energy solutions like good offshore wind projects can bring. We look forward to safe solutions to help address the world's scientifically proven climate crisis. Because drilling is killing. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Cynthia Replogle, a resident of Pismo Beach. John Oliver has a segment on Last Week Tonight called How Is This Still a Thing? Past topics include daylight savings time, the Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue, and Columbus Day. I couldn't help but think of that last Friday while watching professional fireworks explode over the ocean. How is this still a thing when it has so many adverse effects on the environment and wildlife? Conventional firework fallout carries perchlorates and heavy metals into our coastal waters, threatening fish health and bioaccumulating up the food chain. It appears the city of Pismo Beach has not chosen to procure more environmentally friendly fireworks that would discharge fewer toxins into the Pacific Ocean. Large bursts spike PM 2.5 and toxic gases, aggravating respiratory issues in seabirds, marine mammals, and humans. Explosions over 140 decibels can disorient nesting birds and stress marine mammals, driving wildlife from critical habitats. Species that breed or migrate along the Central Coast in July include western snowy plovers, California least terns, northern elephant seals, humpback, and blue whales. Bright flashes disrupt nocturnal feeding and mating behaviors in fish, invertebrates, and migrating species. Spent casings and plastics wash ashore or sink, posing entanglement and ingestion hazards for shoreline and seafloor wildlife. Please do more to protect our coast, for instance by requiring green fireworks, debris capture nets, and scheduling outside breeding and migration periods. Or better yet, push for replacing fireworks with modern drone or laser light shows, which can maintain celebration while eliminating chemical noise and debris impacts. Thank you.
Next is Rachel Wilson, followed by Steve Ray, followed by Barbara Harmon, followed by Michael Lynch, followed by Susanna Brown.
Good morning. My name is Rachel Wilson, and normally I come up here to talk about Bess. But the other day I was cleaning out the basement and I discovered my 8th grade graduation speech. Now, I graduated at least a couple of years ago, and it was on the role of nuclear power in our future. And I was reading it, and it talked about carbon buildup. It talked about climate change, and this is decades before we really thought about it. So I started thinking about there is not an energy source around that does not have negative effects. But over the past 40 years, Diablo Canyon has done a very nice job. So my proposal is that we continue Diablo Canyon until we can really vet out the effects of other power sources. There is not a clean energy unless I ride my bicycle, and that just doesn't power anything. But until we know the effects of battery energy storage systems, they catch on fire, they've had negative environmental impacts. Until we can do more research to protect, let's look at the one energy source that has not added carbon to our environment, the one energy source that has not caught on fire, the one energy source that has not spewed toxic chemicals in. And let's look at it and see how we can improve it, because nuclear energy has improved. And then we can come off nuclear energy when we actually have the backup power sources that have truly been proven to be safe. Because right now, we tend to jump to new things until they have a long safety. Thank you.
Sorry, back surgery 2 weeks ago. So lucky to be here. Well, good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, staff, the other staff, and members of the public. I'm Steve Ray. In the 43 years I've been coming to this commission and speaking, I've addressed many topics over the years, both Chica, Bayona Wetlands, Banning Ranch. Last 17 years, Banning Ranch. The Banning Ranch is 401 beautiful acres on Orange County, right between the cities of Newport Beach, Costa Mesa, and Huntington Beach. There was a long effort to stop development on the property. In September of 2016, this commission denied development on that property. 6 months later, the Supreme Court also stopped development on that property. We then set about to buy the property. It was going to be expensive, and we raised $97 million, negotiated with the owners, and on December 16, 2022, we acquired the property. It's now staved forever as public property. Its title is held by the Mountains Resource and Conservation Authority, which this MRCA, which this commission sees often on their projects. We have now renamed the property. It's called the Frank and Joanne Randall Park and Preserve at Banning Ranch. It's named after the couple that gave $50 million of the money. And when I talked Frank into giving the $50 million, I said, you give me $50 million and we'll name the whole damn place after you. Check. Okay. So it's now, you'll hear Banning Park and Preserve or Banning Ranch, one of those names for short, because the actual name is the Frank and Joanne Randall Park and Preserve at Banning Ranch. That's a lot. We are in the process now of remediating the property. That will be done in 2027. And I am vice chair of the group now under MRCA that's planning the future. We'll have more for you as the future proceeds. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Barbara Harmon, followed by Michael Lynch, Susanna Brown, followed by Dorothy Heiner.
Good morning. I'm Barbara Harmon, former Rio Grande City Council member. I've been a resident of San Luis Obispo County for over 35 years. I'm here to speak to you about Diablo Nuclear Power Plant. With respect, urge you to support the license renewal. A California Energy Commission study determined that it is prudent to extend energy production at Diablo Canyon to protect against energy supply shortfalls. Diablo Canyon provides an annual 18,000 gigawatt hours of electricity. This gigawatt hour supplies about 9% of California's in-state electricity generation and is enough electricity for enough electricity for 3 million homes. Electric bills continue to increase, and nuclear power is by far the cheapest source of electricity and operates 24/7, 365 days a year. There are huge benefits related to air quality and clean emissions. Diablo Canyon is the largest clean energy producer in California and reduces greenhouse gas emissions by 6 to 7 million tons per year. PG&E has an exemplary safety record and are proven environmental stewards. Relicensing Diablo Canyon and its continued operation would ensure clean air quality, provide a reliable, zero-emission, safe, and affordable energy source for not just Californians, but energy for the part of the Western electric grid. Respectfully, I urge you to consider these factors when the matter of relicensing comes before the Commission. Thank you for your time and enjoy your stay on the beautiful Central Coast. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Michael Lynch, followed by Susanna Brown, followed by Dorothy Heiner, Sylvia Dodd, and followed by Helen Finger.
Good morning, Commissioners. Congratulations, Commissioner Harmon, our own commissioner. I'm here from Santa Barbara, and mainly I want to thank you for everything you've done to try and work with us to stop the Sable pipeline from continuing. It's important because you're the only commission that will do it. The other state commissions, regardless of what they believe is important, just say someone else is going to do it. We saw this when a collection of commissioners came to Santa Barbara and did a presentation for us, and they all said, he's going to do it. He's going to do it. We'll make it happen. And they didn't. You did. And we really thank you for standing up. I also wanted to say, having sat here and listened to all of this, it's amazing to me all the issues you have to deal with and how difficult it must be to keep track of them, and the perspectives that you have to consider. And what struck me was what's important, what's a lot to one person is, really? That? On the other hand, what is, you really think it's just that? It's really this. And you have to weigh them. It's all a matter of perspective. I would like to thank you for keeping the perspective and to consider whether each perspective is valid in the context of our coast, which only you are going to protect. Thank you.
Hello. Good morning, Commissioners, and welcome to San Luis Obispo County. We appreciate your presence in our community and the important work that you do to protect California's beautiful coastline. My name is Susanna Brown, and I am the chairperson of the South County Chambers of Commerce, an honorary commander with Space Launch Delta 30 at Vandenberg Space Force Base, a business owner, a data scientist, and a mother of 2 small children being raised right here on the Central Coast, which I've called home my entire life. I want to express my strong support for Diablo Canyon's power plant's continued operation, not just as a clean, reliable energy source, but as a long-standing partner in environmental stewardship, scientific research, and economic stability for our region. I've visited the plant many times over the course of my life, first as a child on school field trips, where I learned about the incredible coastal ecosystems and the environmental research being conducted to protect our coastline. As an adult, I've continued to go to the plant with my own children. They've been in the training building and seen everything that is wonderful about our coast. They've explored learning about science of electricity generation, the safety protocols in place, and how the site reduces greenhouse gas emissions. I've shown them the sea otters, the sea lions, marine birds thriving offshore, and I hope that someday they might even work there themselves, helping to preserve both our coast and the energy of California. The NRC's final environmental impact statement confirms Diablo Canyon meets all environmental and safety standards for extended operation. This site is home to the longest running marine biology monitoring program in the country, and PG&E continues its strong partnership with the YTT tribe to protect sacred lands and cultural resources. The company's award-winning land stewardship efforts are visible every time you visit the site. From a data perspective, Diablo Canyon provides 17% of Californians' clean energy and powers 4 million homes. Thank you very much.
Dorothy Heiner, followed by Sylvia Todd, followed by Helen Finger, followed by Ron Walters, followed by Johnny Rodriguez McConnellville.
Obviously, I can't print well. My name is Dorothy Hines. And good morning, Commissioners. I'd like to make 3 points. The number one point is I use the expression kick the can down the road. It's often used when a good solution or win-win solution can't be found. In this case, I'd like to use that expression of kick the can down the road to the south entrance. This is not good for Oso Flaco, a beautiful environmentally sensitive habitat area. It's not good for the residents of Guadalupe, as the health hazard and the traffic directly impacts them. And it's not good for those of us who live on the mesa with the traffic noise, pollution, and the continued dirty air. Second point is I request that you ask the San Luis Obispo County to align the local coastal plan with the Coastal Act. It hasn't been updated in quite some time. And number 3, I'd like to also request that you consider reducing the number of vehicles allowed at any given time on the beach. It's well within your power to do so. And again, I'd like to thank you for fighting the good fight and for continuing with the lawsuits and everything that's happening.
Sylvia Todd, Helen Finger, Ron Walters, Johnny Rodriguez McConnellville.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Sylvia Dodd, D-O-D-D. I'm a resident of San Luis Obispo since 1990. I bought my home, and I've been a California native. I moved up here and made a big change in life. When I came up here, I researched for 7 years. Not the housing, but the safety of this community. And I knew Diablo Canyon was here. When I bought my home and my CCNRs, they talked about Diablo Canyon. Since that time, I've made myself a member of the community, also enough to go to meetings as this one, to hear your background and what you're doing for us to keep our safety. I do visit Diablo Canyon. I did take their tour along the coastline. I've never seen anything so pristine and clean. The grounds when you go up to the lighthouse. I've walked different areas. I'm a sailor. I've sailed the coastline and seen the beaches, pristine. You go further down in other areas, it's not as pristine. I talk to people that have jobs at Diablo, neighbors, and they comment about their efforts to keep things very safe. And they may not be the engineer, the top person at Diablo, but they're committed to their jobs, and I commend them for it. I've been here since 1990, and I'm continue to be here. I visit Diablo's information centers. I read their pamphlets. I look at their calendar every year. They update me. They extend invitations to come to these meetings. And all I say is I support Diablo for the next 20 years and further on. They do a lot for our community. They invest their employees in the community. They just don't go to work. They live here. They have families. They raise their children here. Support Diablo Canyon. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Welcome to our community, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Helene Finger, and I'm a lifelong California resident. I've been a faculty member here on the Central Coast in the Civil and Environmental Engineering Department at Cal Poly since 1997, but I'm here speaking on my own views and not those representing Cal Poly. I'm here to share my strong support of Diablo Canyon Power Plant. This carbon-free energy generation facility is needed now more than ever. Diablo Canyon has contributed safe, green energy for 40 years. And in California, we've been making good progress on developing solar and wind and other alternative energy sources. But I'm sure as most of you are aware, during peak demand times, those sources are not available. Diablo Canyon is essential for providing electricity during these times when the sun is not shining but demand is peaking. Because currently we have no other technology. We're working on it, but we are not there yet. The impact on our oceans as well as our air in continuing to burn fossil fuels is devastating. When San Onofre was shut down, much of that power was replaced with out-of-state power that was produced by burning fossil fuels, a fact that's often ignored. Please support continued operation of our carbon-free energy source, Diablo Canyon, to minimize burning of fossil fuels inside and outside our state. Thank you.
Ron Walters, Johnny Rodriguez McConville.
Good morning. Ron Walters, 30-year resident of Atascadero, and I'm here to show support for Diablo Canyon nuclear power plant. And I would ask you to think about the alternative if we don't have the power plant running. And obviously, as some of the speakers have said, we cannot rely totally on solar and wind. Although solar and wind can be part of the process, we can't rely on that. I would also ask you to consider to look at Europe. Germany has pretty much shut down their nuclear power plants, and they're having severe issues of people being able to heat their homes and being able to afford that to heat their homes. Additionally, in England, they have the same issue. The middle-class people can no longer afford to heat their homes because of the alternative energy costs, and so that needs to be kept in mind. I know there's always a concern about the nuclear waste, and I would again point you back to Europe. If you look at France, they recycle 90% of their nuclear waste. They're able to bring that back in to do, whether they put it back into the system to create power, or they use medical process for that and bring that forward. So again, I'm a supporter of PG&E in the power plant, and just thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Johnny Rodriguez McConville, followed by, after that, we'll go on Zoom. We have about 22 speakers, so I'll be moving on to panelists, which will be Heidi Harmon, Walter Lamb, Eileen Boken. We'll be moving you guys to panelists on Zoom.
Hi, my name is Johnny. I'm a director with CalPIRG, which represents over 25,000 dues-paying members across California and a longtime Santa Barbara resident. First, I would like to thank the Commission for your ongoing commitment to protecting our coast. Your hard work ensures that California's coastline remains a treasure for future generations. I also urge the Commission to require that all activities within the coastal zone undergo a new coastal development process. This must include any restart efforts by Sable Offshore, a company that has repeatedly demonstrated its irresponsibility, incompetence, and disregard for both the law and the well-being of our coast. Their track record makes clear they have little respect for the vital work this Commission does to protect our communities and environment. Speaking of which, I'd also like to say, where is Sable? Not a single representative from an almost $2.3 billion company could be bothered to show up for the single largest project in their company's history, which also happens to be one of the most destructive we've seen on this coast. Meanwhile, it's our local Santa Barbara community who made the almost 2-hour commute to be here today, because ultimately this is our coast, these are our beaches, and we're the ones who will bear the consequences of their recklessness. Anything less than requiring Sable to undergo the permit process would jeopardize both the legal integrity of this act and the safety of our coastline. Our coast cannot afford another spill, and the residents of Santa Barbara are firmly behind this. Thank you for your time and all you do.
All right, next to the Zoom, Heidi Harmon.
Hello, everyone. My name is Heidi Harmon. I'm a lifelong climate activist and the former mayor of San Luis Obispo, and I think most importantly, a mother who wants nothing more than for my children and yours and future generations to inherit a safe and thriving world. And I'm currently a senior organizer with Greenpeace. And I want to begin by warmly welcoming the new commissioner and congratulating Chair Megan Harmon, love the last name, on her leadership role. Your work is critical, and I deeply appreciate your ongoing dedication to protecting California's coast, one of our state's most precious and fragile assets. As someone who served in local office, I understand how challenging your job can be and how crucial it is to remain steadfast in the face of powerful opposition. And that's why I want to thank you, as so many others have done, sincerely, for enforcing the protections of the Coastal Act against Sable Offshore Corporation's illegal and reckless actions. Let's not forget, the pipeline Sable is trying to restart is the very same one that ruptured in 2015, devastating Refugio State Beach and killing hundreds of marine animals and birds. And I remember watching that unfold in horror, and I wondered what kind of world we're leaving our children when even our protected coastline wasn't safe from greed and negligence. It's unacceptable that this company has carried out work in the coastal zone without proper permits, defying both your authority and the rule of law. And these are not minor violations. It is a direct threat to our coastline, our communities, and our climate. And there must be no restart of this pipeline without a full and transparent coastal development permit process and robust environmental review. And anything less would be a betrayal of public trust. As someone who has led on climate, who has seen firsthand the consequences of the fossil fuel disasters, and who has lived a life in service to her community, I urge you to stay strong, vigilant, and rooted in the values that guide work. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Walter Lamb, followed by Eileen Boken, followed by Susan Simon and Ernie Simon. Walter Lamb.
Good morning, Commissioners. I believe there's one slide that I submitted. In response to last month's decision on the bio-wetlands, the abandonment in place of the drains, which we supported, we just want to note that one thing that we had asked for as part of that was an update on the bio-wetlands restoration project. The reason being was that it was 5 years ago, it was a timeline for that project that drove your policymaking, and so we thought it was appropriate for that timeline to be updated. And the staff report said, well, there was no need to update the timeline because the decision that was being made was now independent of the project. But then during the staff presentation, we heard the opposite. We heard Deputy Director Steve Hudson say that the final disposition of these pipes is that they're going to be removed as part of that project. And so we do think it's reasonable for you as a regulatory agency who's been making regulatory decisions about this very important ecosystem for 40 years now, over 40 years, to just help the public understand and help yourselves understand what is the timeline for even just getting the environmental impact statement, which is what was focused on in this staff report from 5 years ago. So when Mr. Hudson said at this point in time, there's no time frame on when the project might occur, hopefully you can understand why that's concerning to people who have been watching this unfold for 40 years in this current iteration of the project for the last 20 years, literally 20 years behind schedule. And we just think it's appropriate as a regulatory agency for you to help surface that information. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Eileen Boken, I'm going to allow you to talk. Go ahead and mute yourself, Eileen.
Eileen Boken, Coalition for San Francisco Neighborhoods, speaking on my own behalf. During the June Coastal Commission meeting, Under Agenda Item 8C, the Legislative Report, the Commission discussed AB 1007, Blanca Rubio, which would change staff review time from 90 days to 45 days. Together with staffing reductions in the May revision, this would place the Commission in a difficult position. This begs the question, is the Coastal Commission being set up for failure? Is this similar to how cities are being set up for failure by not being able to meet unrealistic housing goals set by the state? And when cities fail to meet these unrealistic goals, ministerial approvals kick in. New subject. The San Francisco Planning Director, who openly stated that Coastal Commission requirements were bureaucratic and a waste of time, has left. Regarding the closure of the Great Highway in San Francisco, a lawsuit has been filed, the district supervisor is being recalled, and the Board of Supervisors has instructed the Budget and Legislative Analyst to conduct a performance audit of the Recreation and Park Department. Advocates are urging that this audit include possible collusion between Rec and Park and local and state entities. New subject. Shame on San Francisco for not voting out Newsom and Weiner locally before they went to Sacramento and cynically took a chainsaw to Sequoia. And what's next? Is it F around and find out? Thank you.
Okay. Susan Simon and Ernie Simon, followed by Paul Schneider, followed by Bill Woodbridge. Susan Simon?
Yes. Good morning, Coastal Commissioners. My name is Susan Simon, co-chair of the Embarcadero Coalition. I would like to share concerns we have regarding the Port of San Diego's Port Master Plan update. Specifically, the myriad of ways the PMPU is inconsistent with the Coastal Act Chapter 3 codes. Regarding Article 2, Public Access, Section 30210, due to major omissions, the PMPU does not promote maximum access for Californians or protect natural resource areas from overuse. It also may not protect the rights of private property owners due to excessive noise, traffic, greenhouse gas emissions, etc. All due to excessive development inducing more out-of-state visitors to the water, per the San Diego Tourism Authority statistics. The lack of inclusion of planning districts such as Chula Vista, National City, and the Seaport project from the PMPU under-evaluates the impacts from these massive projects. Section 30212.5, public facilities such as parking areas and facilities are not distributed throughout the areas so as to mitigate against impacts of overcrowding or overuse by the public of any single area. Most development is planned but not included for the Embarcadero and not much or any in other included planning districts. Section 30214 Alpha, Section 2, due to large-scale project omissions, no proper evaluation of the capacity of the site to sustain use and at what level of intensity can be performed. Section 30214 Alpha, Section 4, without these large-scale project inclusion, there is no discussion on the obvious need they will present for management of access areas so as to protect the privacy of adjacent property owners and protect the aesthetic values of the area. I appreciate the opportunity to address you this morning and your follow-up on these important issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ernie Simon, followed by Paul Schneider, followed by Bill Woodbridge. Ernie Simon?
Thank you. Good morning, Coastal Commissioners. My name is Ernie Simon, and I am a member of the Embarcadero Coalition. I would like to share concerns we have regarding the Port of San Diego's Port Master Plan update. Specifically, the myriad of ways the PMPU is inconsistent with the Coastal Act Chapter 3 codes. Regarding Article 3, Recreation, 30221 states, quote, oceanfront land suitable for recreation use shall be protected for recreational use and development unless present and foreseeable future demand for public or commercial recreation activities that could be accommodated on the property is already adequately provided for the area, end quote. There has been no analysis identifying the need for the vast number of hotels and hotel rooms associated retail development identified that would be in addition to what exists today. Current hotel occupancy rates are below 70%. Also, the development of hotels restaurants, and associated retail decreases the amount of oceanfront recreational areas and doesn't distribute them in a balanced manner. Excluding National City, Chula Vista, and the Seaport project from the PMPU did not allow a complete analysis of these issues and their impact. Section 30224 states, limiting non-water dependent land uses that congest access corridors and preclude boating support activities. I must highlight that hotels, restaurants, and retail are not water-dependent uses. Regarding Article 5, land resources, 30240B, without the inclusion of mega developments such as Chula Vista, National City, and the Seaport project in the PMPU, the evaluation of this measure can't be evaluated. In the Embarcadero, certainly the Seaport project, if developed anything like the version ongoing CEQA, Parks and Recreation will be degraded due to large building. Thank you. I appreciate the ability to comment.
Next is Paul Schneider, followed by Bill Woodbridge, followed by Gary Kirkland. Paul is not responding, so we're going to move on to Bill. Oh.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Bill Woodbridge.
Hello?
Hello?
Oh.
Is that Paul?
Is that Paul? Paul, is that you?
That's me. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead and speak.
Thank you so much. I had some technical difficulties. So my name is Paul Schneider. I'm a longstanding citizen here and resident of Santa Monica. I'm a business owner as well. And I'd really like to deeply mention my concern regarding all the homeowners here strongly opposing the proposed artificial dunes installation on state-owned beaches. Let me be clear to you guys, this is very, very crucial to take into consideration. I've lived here full-time for 12 years. I've seen these beaches. I've seen how they're maintained. Adding artificial sand dunes poses a real issue. It's unjustified. It poses a major issue because there's basically no erosion happening to the beach. There's no environmental impact
Excuse
reports.
me, sir. This is an item on the agenda today, so we'll ask you to hold your comments till that time. Thank you.
Perfect. I will. Thank you.
Okay, so Bill Woodbridge.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Bill Woodbridge. I'm from Goleta. First of all, I would like to welcome the new commissioners and recognize Megan Harmon for her new role as chair. Thank you for your continuing hard work to protect the coast, especially in the fight against Sable and imposing an $18 million fine against them. Sable is just an illegal, radical, disrespectful company. We urge you to require all activities in the coastal zone to be subject to a new coastal development permit, including restart of the pipeline. I am a volunteer rescuer for seabird wildlife for the Santa Barbara Wildlife Care Network. I rescue birds from Montecito up to El Capitan on the beach, mostly pelicans, other seabirds, cormorants. I see more oil on more rocks than I ever want to see anybody have to see. It's just permanent. It's destroyed our environment. It's destroyed our beaches. We do not need another disaster like that to occur because of this incompetent company who doesn't care what you say and doesn't abide by all of the existing requirements. For the sake of our beautiful coast, please stay strong and vigilant. We cannot afford to have another devastating spill or allow the coast to be damaged any further. Thank you for your time and for the work you do. Once again, this is critical. The beaches have been destroyed. We don't need to have them destroyed any further. Thank you.
Next is Gary Kirkland, followed by Ruth Rodriguez, followed by Lynette Brooks, followed by Emily Engel. If we move you to panelists, that means you're going to be speaking soon. Please try not to decline. Gary, we're going to allow you to speak.
Hi, thank you. Gary Kirkland calling from Atascadero, California. I'm calling with two issues. I'll be very quick. One is Diablo Canyon should stay open for another 40 years or 20 years or however long it needs to be. It has been a great boon to our county both environmentally and commercially, and it's a boon to the state. And I understand why the governor changed his mind about it closing. He found out we don't have enough energy if we close down Diablo Canyon. It's got to stay open. The other is we need to stop the offshore wind and battery storage facilities. The Coastal Commission, in my opinion, did a terrible job in terms of the environmental impact of destroying beaches to make Avila and Morro Bay industrial like Long Beach to service the offshore wind and farms. And it'll kill animals out in the ocean, and we should stop this offshore wind farms and stick with nuclear. Thank you very much.
Okay, next is Ruth Rodriguez.
Morning, Commissioners. My name is Ruth Rodriguez, and I'm speaking today on behalf of CHISPA, an organization that provides affordable housing and community support services for working families in Monterey County. I want to talk about what equity and access truly means when it comes to our shared public lands, specifically Point Lobos. Thanks to a partnership with Point Lobos Foundation and California State Parks, we've been able to bring over 100 students to the reserve through education and outreach programs. These experiences are life-changing. For many kids, it's their first visit to the ocean. They touch the tide pools, see seals, and learn that these places are part of their birthright as Californians. Our kids are offered a program to be ambassadors to their families with gas cards and free entry to take them back. However, it's access that is sometimes prohibitive. They arrive midday, find the parking lot full, and discover their only option is to park on the side of the highway and walk in. For a multi-generational family with elders, infants, or with anyone with a disability, that's simply not possible or safe. So they turn around and a child's wonder becomes disappointment in the day in connection with nature and family in the system. That's why the Park It plan matters so much to us. A reservation system and shuttle service that would offer predictability, safety, and dignity. It ensures that underserved communities can not only experience Point Lobos, but return to it and be guaranteed access. Free admission is not enough if you can't get through the gate safely. Let's redefine access, not just by opening the door, but providing a path that everyone can walk through. Please support this plan. It matters more than you know. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Lynette Brooks. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi. This is Lynette Brooks, civil engineer, retired USGS hydrologist. I have previously sent you reports, letter, PowerPoint presentations detailing that Los Osos Basin is in critical overdraft.
Lynette, do you mind speaking a little bit more slowly and clearly for us? It sounds really buzzy, blurry on the phone, on the speakers for us.
Okay. My point in all these documents was that the Central Coast staff of the CCC was ignoring data and using only a metric based on sustainable yield as calculated by an old groundwater model. I warned the CCC that the model was wrong and was not matching major data, but I was criticized by the staff and apparently ignored by the commissioners. Now the new transient model has been completed, and as expected, it shows that current pumping is not sustainable. Spencer Harris, of Cleve Harris Geologist, wrote in a technical memorandum that a basin yield of 1,830 acre-feet per year, which is the current pumping, is not sustainable. Clearly, the old estimate of a sustainable yield of 2,380 acre-feet per year was wrong. The model has not yet been used to estimate what yield would be sustainable, but it would be less than the current use. So Los Obispo County promised the citizens of Los Osos that development would stop if pumping exceeded 80% of sustainable yield. Pumping is now exceeding 100% of sustainable yield, as shown by data and by the new model. It is up to the CCC to stop development and minimize further saltwater intrusion in Los Osos. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Emily Engel, followed by Molly Troop, followed by Bill Hickman, followed by Maggie Hall. Emily?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thanks for taking my comment. Thank you to the commission for all of your time and for your service. I really appreciate it. I'm the chair of the Santa Barbara Sierra Club group, and I'm a mother of 2 young children in Santa Barbara. I am here to urge you to continue your work supporting our local environment, protecting our local environment, and fighting climate change here on the Central Coast. As we all know, Sable Offshore Corporation is working to restart its oil operations on our coast, and we still need your support. We urge you to require all activities in the coastal zone to be subject to a new coastal development permit, including the restart of the pipeline. For the sake of our beautiful coast, we urge you to stay strong and vigilant. Our families and children are counting on you, and we cannot afford to have another devastating oil spill or to allow our coast to be damaged any further. I also urge you to hold a formal hearing on the Diablo Canyon issue. Review of operations proposed by PG&E are critical given the threats to local coastal resources such as marine life, marine resources, which are key to our families' livelihoods, safety, and protection, as well as our local economy and education. So I encourage you all to continue the work you're doing, and I really appreciate and applaud your efforts. Thank you for everything. Thanks for taking my comment.
Thank you. Next is Molly Troop, followed by Billy Hickman, followed by Maggie Hall, followed by David Revelle. Molly? There you are.
Good morning, Chair Harmon and members of the Commission. My name is Molly Troop, and I am the Science and Program Manager at Santa Barbara Channel Keeper. Our organization is located in Santa Barbara, and we work to protect and restore the Santa Barbara Channel and its watersheds from the Gaviota Coast down to the Ventura River. I spoke last month on the issue of Sable, and my comments today remain similar. Channel Keeper and our 3,500 supporters are grateful to the Commission for your continued work to protect our coast, including your incredible efforts to enforce the protections of the Coastal Act against Sable's egregious violations. I'm back today to again ask the Commission to determine that the restart of the pipeline be subject to a coastal development permit so that the environmental impacts of this project can be fully evaluated and the public can fully participate in a public process. Restarting the pipeline without the cathodic protection that was required in the original permit given to this project in the 80s is a significant departure and therefore should trigger a new permit to evaluate the potential impacts. We continue to ask the Commission to stand strong on this front and to require a full CDP before any potential restart of the project. Again, thank you for all of your great work to protect our coast.
Thank you. Next is Bill Hickman.
Thank you very much. My name is Bill Hickman with the Surfrider Foundation, and thank you all for your continuing hard work to protect the coast. I'm mainly going to echo the previous 2 speakers, so I'll be brief. And just want to thank you specifically for continuing to enforce the protection of the Coastal Act against Sable Offshore Oil Corporation, a Texas-based oil company, their illegal work on the oil pipeline that spilled in 2015 by Plains All-American in Santa Barbara County. Please require all activities in the coastal zone to be subject to a new coastal development permit, including the restart of the pipeline. For the sake of our beautiful coast, please stay strong and vigilant. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next is Maggie Hall, followed by David Revelle, followed by David Kay, followed by Jordana Drush, and Jake Tawami. Maggie, we're going to ask you to unmute yourself, please. Maggie, I see you're unmuted. Okay.
Chief Counsel of the Environmental Defense Center. We represent the Environmental Defense Center, Get Oil Out, Santa Barbara County Action Network, Sierra Club, and Santa Barbara Channel Keeper regarding the proposed restart of the Sable pipeline. As I testified last month, we would like to thank the Commission for its enforcement actions related to the unpermitted repairs, and we urge the Commission to similarly require a coastal development permit for restart of the pipeline. As noted in our prior testimony and letters, The 1987 permit for the pipeline relied on a cathodic protection system to prevent corrosion and reduce the risk of an oil spill. That system failed, causing one of the worst oil spills in the state's history. Sable now proposes to restart the pipeline without an effective cathodic protection system, requiring a waiver of this important safety requirement. This is a significant change to the project, which, according to the Commission's March staff report, was not, quote, considered, analyzed, described, or approved in the 1980s permits issued for the original construction of the pipeline. The removal of the pipeline's insulation and implementation of this new strategy, i.e. the waiver, for managing corrosion risk represents such a fundamental shift in the pipeline's design and operation that resuming operations under this new system would not be consistent with the existing permit and should necessitate an amendment to the original permit due to the significant deviation between what was analyzed, permitted, and constructed and what Sable has been actively trying to transform the pipeline and its operation into. Accordingly, the Commission must require a new or modified permit prior to restart and operation of the pipeline. Again, we thank the Commission for upholding the Coastal Act and protecting our coast. We urge the Commission to take action in a timely manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is David Revelle.
Morning, Commissioners and Commission staff. Thank you for the opportunity to engage the Commission. I want to commend the Commission on all the excellent work that it has done on sea level rise over the past many years. However, I want to bring up one case that has come up that sort of hit me upside the head a little bit last meeting. I think it was 12A. And it was at the mouth of the Carpinteria salt marsh at 501 Sand Point. I've been studying the coast of California for 20 plus years as a coastal geologist and geomorphologist. This place, proposed development, is one of the worst places in California to develop, and it received approvals to continue building a huge house that's already surrounded by water on 3 sides, and proposes to build an above ground pool as well. If they want water, they're going to get it whether they like it or not. There was a couple of procedural things. I know there were several public comments that did not get heard at the meeting last time. I wanted to raise a couple of issues. I thought the staff report was good, but there was definitely some issues around the public trust and the migration of in high water and the lack of analysis of coastal erosion. They considered a revetment that is unpermitted right now that this property would depend on. Without that revetment in place, mean high water would likely be where the parcel and the development is proposed. I think that is a huge misstep for the Commission to approve this very environmentally sensitive habitat area. At the very least, have that project bonded so that when it becomes a public nuisance, we have money to clean up their mess, because otherwise we're going to be dealing with this for the next 40 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is David K., followed by Jordana Jersh, followed by Jake Tawami, and Diana Sandoval. We have like 4 more speakers left after those 3.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. I'm David Kay, and I live in Playa Vista, next to the Biono wetlands. Your most senior staff know me as the Edison guy who managed the San Diego wetlands restoration long, long ago. Month after month, for decades now, the same half-dozen people, representing themselves as experts they are not, have come before you whining and complaining about the Biono wetlands and mischaracterizing Cal Fish and Wildlife's restoration plan as a capital crime. They complain of delays caused by their own litigation. I'm here to remind you that there are thousands of people in Los Angeles who quietly, patiently support the Fish and Wildlife Plan. And we don't appreciate those activists publicly berating your dedicated staff by name, simply because they let law and science's truths guide them. These activists will look you in the eyes with the sun in your face and tell you it's nighttime. And when you point out to them the sun up in the sky, they will insist there's something wrong with your vision. Hear their words with extreme skepticism. The fish and wildlife plans for the Ballona wetlands are elegant and extraordinary because they build on lessons learned from scores of restoration projects you have already approved and which are wildly successful. Ignore the noise and stay the course. My name is David Kay. Thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you, David. Next is Jordana. I'm going to go ahead and allow you to talk and unmute yourself.
Good morning, everyone. I'm here regarding Article 13, the sand dunes in Santa Monica, and I believe you guys are pushing that back for comments. Is that correct?
That's correct. We're likely going to need to postpone that item. We'll get to that later in the agenda. But since we're likely going to be postponing it, you can speak now, since it won't be on the regular agenda. So please go ahead with your comments if you'd like to proceed.
Okay, yeah. So I am here today as a homeowner on PCH in Santa Monica. And one, it's funny how this quietly got approved back in 2024. Our concerns as a community are the fact that the dunes would be a huge disruption to the vision in front of our properties. Not only that, but a high risk of fire. It will bring transient encampments back that are already a huge problem in the area. I don't know if you're aware, but several years ago on the Venice Boardwalk, due to the transients, a whole entire apartment building caught fire. Not only is it a huge fire risk, but the homeless population that we already have down there will increasingly probably increase the homeless encampments, as I stated. Also, it's funny how we've been told that these are going to go in front of our properties, but not in front of any of the beach clubs or the eateries, the restaurants. And it's going to have a huge impact on the events that we currently have and the access to the beach that we have for residents and guests that come to our city. We have Frisbee leagues, we have fitness classes, we have youth programs. And if these dunes are in place, then that's going to take away some of the availability of the land that we currently have to use in front of our homes. So again, it's just a huge concern, and I hope you guys take this into consideration moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jake Tuomi, followed by Diana Sandoval, followed by Jordan Plemons, followed by Paul Schneider. We're going to bring him back to be able to talk about 13A. Jake, if you can unmute yourself.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Jake. We hear you.
Congratulations, new commissioners and chair. My name is Jake Toomey. I'm a student at UCSB, and I'm the chair of Caltrans students, representing 25,000 UC students across the state. Sable has time and time again proven to be an untrustworthy, unlawful corporation, and they do not have the interests of the Californians and the California coast in mind. I'm keeping this comment short because many have said what I've been saying, but it's very essentially important that Sable is subject to coastal development permits in their journey to try and restart the pipeline. Thank you very much.
Next is Diana Sandoval. The only one I see I'm hoping is her is Santa Barbara County. So Diana, we're going to ask you to unmute yourself. I see you're unmuted.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Diana Sandoval, and this is my 8th time discussing the blocked public equestrian hiking trail at 3215 Foothill Road, Carpinteria. To recap, this public trail, which should be accessible to the public, has gone unrecorded and blocked for years. Despite this clear violation, Santa Barbara County has known about this for 14 months and the Commission has known for 13 months, but the issue remains. The public trail is unrecorded and blocked. The 15-foot wide public equestrian and hiking trail easement was required to be recorded prior to land use clearance, yet this condition was not met, but the permits were unlawfully issued, violating the Coastal Act and the permit conditions set forth in several CDPs. Slide, please. Since the trail has gone unrecorded, the Commission has the opportunity to require the county to immediately open a southern entrance via Cerro Polo Drive, a public street which we see here. This would allow immediate public-to-public access once recorded. Slide, please. Santa Barbara County is using a 1-foot buffer, again 1 foot, at Cerro Polo Drive, which the same property owner owns, as an excuse to deny the southern entrance. As we see in this grant deed, the 1-foot buffer is part of the same deed and should not be used as an excuse. I respectfully urge enforcement staff to ensure that the Polo Trail is promptly recorded and immediately open to the public. Santa Barbara County Planning and Development has a documented pattern of unlawfully exempting this property from permit requirements and the Coastal Act. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jordan Clemens. I muted you. Go ahead and talk.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jordan. I'm a longtime beach community resident, and I'm also here to voice my opposition to the Santa Monica Dune Restoration Project, not because I oppose environmental efforts, but because this plan introduces serious trade-offs that I believe are being overlooked. As the individuals before me have noted, the increase for fire risk by introducing dry vegetation into what is now clean, groomed, low-risk areas cannot be overstated, as we saw in the Palisades and Malibu fires earlier this year. Second, with the transient activities, before me, people have indicated risk of crime and other things, but I'd like to also add that adding fences and cover creates pockets that reduce visibility and could invite loitering or encampments that further increase the fire risk posed in these areas. Lastly, I would just like to touch that the cost and complexity of this project and the fact that we're already failing to maintain what we already have. The promenade is deteriorating, crime and safety is escalating along our beachfront, and residents here are asking for basic services, not more spending on aesthetic experiments. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Paul Schneider. Paul, if you can unmute yourself.
Hi. Hello, and thank you so much for coming back to me. I truly appreciate it. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, and no problem.
Thank you tremendously, and thank you guys for everything you do. As a resident here in Santa Monica for 12 years, I live here full-time, as not a lot of people do. I spent much of those 12 years doing everything in my power to make Santa Monica better, from working with the fire department to the police department. I have cameras all over the beach helping keep at least a minimum to the homeless encampments, the trash. I spend Saturdays and Sundays along with local homeowners cleaning everything up. And I'm here to urge you guys to put an end to these dunes. They're an insane fire hazard. As somebody who spent 2 weeks with all of my company trucks rescuing all my friends from fires down PCH and up in the Palisades, I can't tell you that I had 38 of my closest friends lose their homes and much of their livelihood because of the fires. Putting these dunes on the beach poses an incredible fire risk to not only the residents, but also people looking to flee to safety. I've discussed it numerous times with the Santa Monica Fire Department and other local fire departments. They're a hazard that simply can't be managed. With more than 40 acres being taken away in public spaces for dunes that will never be maintained, never be cleaned, we currently can't even keep the beaches that we have now clean. They're full of homeless encampments, dirt, trash, and debris. With over 10 million people visiting the Santa Monica Beach every single year, that's an insane amount of trash that'll be collected inside these dunes. The combination of the fact that we don't have the money, the management, or the weight or a maintenance plan to even control the vegetation and things that are planned, this is really a test we can't afford to do. As a resident and somebody that truly loves Santa Monica, and I hope you guys can see in my tone of my voice the passion I have for this place, we can't allow this progress to continue. It's horrible. It's a massive trash and homeless encampment issue. It's a fire issue. I'm not even going to mention the fact of lack of public process since nobody was even notified. It poses a legal and public safety liability and one that we can't really continue to do. This plan is unnecessary, unsafe, and completely disconnected. Thank you, guys. Please don't move forward with this plan. I urge you.
Thank you. We have two, Linda Kropp, followed by John DeRosa, but we do not see them online, so you're good to. Let me just see if they can raise their hands. Oh, I see. Wait a minute.
I do notice that we have Zoe Collins who intended to speak on item 13A. Should we allow her to speak now? Okay. Zoe Collins, you can unmute.
Hi, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. Good morning, my name is Zoe Collins, and I'm part of the Science and Policy team at Heal the Bay, an environmental nonprofit advocating for making the coastal waters and watersheds of Los Angeles safe, healthy, and clean, and we would like to express our support for this application. The combination of sea level rise stripping away sand, human activity obstructing natural sediment deposition, and coastal development hindering natural beach movement puts Southern California beaches at risk of shrinking and even disappearing. Recent research indicates that by 2100, as much as 75% of California's beaches may become completely eroded due to sea level rise. Heal the Bay advocates for nature-based multi-benefit solutions that promote an equitable and resilient future for Los Angeles, recognizing the many challenges that we face as we continue to bear the increased impacts of climate change. Dune restoration is a multi-benefit solution that not only helps protect our beaches from increased wave action and storm surge, but also provides important habitat for sandy beach organisms. Further, dune creation and restoration is a soft solution, which is a much better option than hard armoring, such as seawalls, as these solutions lead to increased beach loss over time and did not preserve biological integrity of the ecosystem and reduce coastal access for communities. As supporters of restoration projects across LA County as integral components of shoreline adaptation and resilience, we support this proposed project. Thank you so much for all the work that you guys do, and we urge you to support.
Thank you, Zoe. No other hands are raised. We're good to go.
Awesome. Thank you, Simone. Thank you, Chris. Before we take a break, I'm going to turn it to commissioners for questions pertaining to public comment. As a reminder, and for our new commissioners, just a heads up that this is an opportunity to ask staff questions about what we heard in public comment to determine whether a full hearing is appropriate, not to substantively discuss the matters that were brought up in public comment. So, Commissioner Escalante.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and congratulations. Sorry I missed the celebration last month, and Vice Chair Hart back at the helm. So nice to see you, and welcome to the new commissioners who look forward to getting to know and to meet. And thanks to the public for such thorough commentary. It was all very inspiring as always, very concerning in many ways. On Oceano, when will be the next sort of commission review? And I guess somebody mentioned the annual review was passed due, and I would also like to ask if we can organize a site visit for that next, whenever that happens. I think the new commissioners would benefit from that. I actually haven't gotten very deep in there, in part because I got stuck in the sand. So it would be great to hear about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Escalante. We don't have anything scheduled in front of the commission at this point. So there's nothing coming up on the agenda that I can tell you about. That said, I and staff have been working on, generally with parks and with the community members and things on these issues generally over the last few months. So I actually did get the chance to do a little bit of a site visit, which is really helpful. So I will, next time we're down here and we can arrange that, I think that would be something we could definitely do. So I don't have any specific updates yet. Only know that we are working on all kinds of, first for me, it's getting my hands wrapped around the entire situation and what potential next steps would be. We're working through that. And once we have any more information or clarity, we'll absolutely bring it to you, possibly as an informational update first, and then depending on whatever future decisions may come before this commission.
Just to follow up, Chair. So what were they talking about, the annual review that was passed due? What was that?
So the permit that the commission amended in March of 2021 required annual updates to be taken to the commission.
but that aspect of the permit was changed by the Commission's March 2021 action, and that's what has been litigated for the past several years. So that permit condition isn't currently in place.
Thank you, thank you. And I just have one question. This Carpinteria horse trail, I do appreciate the member of the public who's been sticking to the issue. Do we have any comments about that? Any response?
Don't think Lisa's. Oh, yes, we do. She's going to see if Lisa's available. So again, we're continuing to work on it. We've been in touch with the county, I believe it is. So I don't think we have an update on it. At least I'm not aware of one. And it's just we're continuing to work to try to get the issue resolved.
Thank you, Director Huckabridge. And I guess that's the answer to the member of the public and folks' concern is that our agency is looking at it. So, oh, there comes Ms. Hagee.
I'm sorry, I don't have a lot of substantive updates to do. We have received the complaints from Ms. Sandoval, and we've talked to the county about them, and we're continuing to try to coordinate. Some of them are in the county's jurisdiction, and they have the lead, and they haven't yet responded substantively. So we are going to keep monitoring and working with the county to try to address the issues and evaluate the extent to which they require future action.
Thank you, Ms. Hagee. Commissioner Wilson. Commissioner Preciado.
I was interested in the commentary that was made associated with providing access. And so when projects are approved or permits are issued and access is provided in the sense that there would be a road or a pathway or a trail, the discussion was from the speaker was that there needed to be further accommodations to support families or multi-generational families in attending. And I was just curious if in a future space of any kind we can discuss what constitutes access in reality for a community. Is access a simple pathway, or is access full accommodation? I think it would be interesting to understand what the implications of that is related to projects we approve, because, well, another speaker spoke about a one foot path. And so I don't think my cart would let me walk through there, but I am interested in understanding what that is, and as projects get approved, obviously each project has a context, each project has a community it serves, but I'm interested in understanding better what access means when it is a condition placed on a project. So I was just trying to understand that better, but I'm not expecting a substantive answer. I'm expecting to understand in the future how that works. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Preciado. An excellent question, and one that we grapple with constantly, because I do think I think access looks different in different places for different purposes, and that is an incredibly important question that we need to be asking ourselves every time we have a project in front of us that has an access component, and something that I think staff, we've become increasingly over the years focused on ensuring access for all, and what does that entail? And again, it's changed over the years, I think, in what's been acceptable. So I again won't respond substantively here, but it's an excellent question, and one that I think we absolutely are thinking about and engaging on, and will kind of be a topic that we're going to be covering constantly, and grappling with what does it look like, and how are we making sure that everyone can get to the beach and is welcomed at the beach.
I also have a follow-up. I'm interested in some of the issues of environmental justice that were discussed in the Oceano project. I know that's not on our agenda, but I was curious in terms of the local governments that run, and how we coordinate, or how they're responsible for that access. I know that we were not successful in litigation as the public shared with us, but it also seems that there are other governmental entities that could contribute to improving the situation. So I'm just interested in the future to see to what extent the mitigations the public is looking for could be addressed through another process. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Nada.
Thank you. A couple things. I did want to associate myself with some of the comments by Chispa in Monterey County about concern about safety in accessing Point Lobos. And there's a number of proposals that staff has been talking to the county about that I think, we're making some progress there. But I did want to just highlight the public safety problem that's now existing with the on-road parking there, and children and older people and others walking along Highway 1 while people are zooming by at 50 miles an hour. So I'm just wanted to encourage staff to continue to work with the county to come, and with state parks, to come up with a safer alternative there. And then the other question I had was regarding Oceano. It sounds like there's, it's kind of, the ball is in the county's court to amend their LCP, and wondered if we had any report on that.
I'm not aware of any discussion specifically about amending the LCP. You're right that we don't unilaterally choose, that they would need to come to us with an LCP amendment. It's not something that we can unilaterally decide to do. But as I was sort of trying to allude to before, I think we're in this position of right now of trying to figure out what the next best steps are. And that's for us and all the other entities that are involved, including local governments and state parks and others. So I don't have a clear answer for you because we're still working through that process of what are the next potential steps that we can take to, to continue to address the myriad of concerns that we've, that we're all very familiar with. So, but yes, I think we're, the local governments are absolutely part of that conversation on what potential next steps would be.
Okay, so while we're here in San Luis Obispo County, it's, really, I just want to make sure that they understand that we need the county to work with us to provide access and to protect the habitat there. So just want to encourage that collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much to the public for your comments. I think now we'll take a brief break. If the commissioners could please be back at 11:15 to resume the calendar. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Will do.
This guy. Kind of rock.
Can't tell exactly where.
Okay, thank you. We're ready to jump back in, and that will bring us to item 5, which is the chair's report. And I just have a brief comment. On June 26th, at staff's request, I authorized a support position on behalf of the Commission for Assembly Joint Resolution 16 by Assemblymember David Alvarez. This resolution would urge the President and Congress to fully fund the United States Environmental Protection Agency's comprehensive infrastructure solution for the Tijuana River, and to take immediate and sustained action to address the transboundary pollution crisis affecting the San Diego region. While ordinarily staff would bring any recommended positions on legislative items to our monthly meetings so that the full commission can take a vote, in this case, AJR 16 was introduced after the June Commission hearing on June 16th and was scheduled to be heard by the Assembly before this July meeting on July 1st. Given this narrow window of time that the Commission had to take a position, the fact that this Commission has supported a similar resolution by Mr. Alvarez last year, and that we've had consistent, strong support for all efforts to address the transboundary pollution crisis, I felt it appropriate to register the Commission's support for the resolution. The letter is up on our website, so I encourage everyone to please take a look at that, and I'll ask if there are any public comments on this item.
No, I don't believe there are.
Wonderful. Thank
Sorry,
you.
no speakers.
Thank you so much. Okay, with that, we will move on to item 6, the Executive Director's Report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. My published Executive Director Report can be found on the Commission's website, but as usual, I'll spend a few minutes going over several of the items. It'll be a relatively short report today. On June 11th, staff from the San Diego District and Federal Consistency Division participated in a site visit with staff from the San Diego Association of Governments, North County Transit District, and the City of Del Mar to see the progress and construction of the Del Mar Bluffs 5 project to stabilize the existing railroad right-of-way along the Del Mar Bluffs. And there's a picture of that site visit in the published DD report if you're interested. Next, the State Coastal Conservancy hosted a webinar with state and federal agency partners to provide information on grant funding, opportunities for local governments, and other stakeholders to support resilience planning efforts. Commission staff provided an overview of the new sea level rise planning requirements associated with SB 272, as well as the Commission's LCP Grant Program and the role it has played in helping local governments prepare for sea level rise. Other agencies, including the OPC, the Conservancy, Department of Water Resources, and the Wildlife Conservation Board, and federal agencies, Army Corps, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, spoke about their own grant opportunities and for supporting both adaptation planning work and project implementation. A recording of that webinar is available on the Coastal Conservancy's YouTube channel, and there is a link in the published ED report. Next, wanted to let you all know we were already gearing up for Coastal Cleanup Day in this fall. And so from mid-May to early June, public ed staff held a series of in-person and remote workshops for California Coastal Cleanup Day and for the regional coordinators for that event. The workshops were designed to kickstart planning for this year's cleanup, which will take place on Saturday, September 20th. So please put that date in your calendar. Coordinators shared ideas, challenges, and successes they've experienced during past cleanups and brainstormed ideas about how to make this year's event even better. The workshops also gave staff the opportunity to reveal this year's theme, which is the Trasher Hunt. This year's Coastal Cleanup Day will be the world's largest scavenger hunt. Volunteers all around the state will have the opportunity to find special items hidden at cleanup sites that can be redeemed for valuable prizes, such as passes to California theme parks, stays at luxury hotels, and even an e-bike. So details can be found at coastalcleanupday.org, and I'm sure we'll be sharing more as it comes available. Finally, the Commission is excited to welcome our new Peter Douglas intern, Hallie Bolig. The internship is a part-time paid opportunity for undergrads funded by a memorial fund for the late visionary leader of our agency. The internship is administered in partnership with the California Marine Sanctuaries Foundation and drew in over 100 applicants. This showcases the interests of the next generation of environmental advocates. So Hallie Bolig will be working with the Central Coast District staff, as well as supporting environmental justice and housing initiatives for the Coastal Commission. And Madam Chair, that concludes my Executive Director's report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director Huckelbridge. Are there any public comments?
None.
None. Thank you. And any questions or comments from commissioners on the ED report? Okay. Commissioner Escalante.
All very exciting news and events, and wish I could participate in that scavenger's hunt and win a prize, but I know I can't. And would love to just at some point get to see the intern, at least through Zoom. It would be great to meet them and hear about their background and kind of what they want to gain from this experience. Thanks.
Thank you. I will try to make that happen.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to the legislative report.
Chair Harmon and Commissioners, this is the legislative report for July. Staff is bringing one bill analysis to you today, but first let me begin with an update on the legislative session. At this point in the session, most bills that are still moving are being heard in policy committees in their second house. These committee hearings have led to a number of the Commission's priority bills being amended in the past month, and those amendments are summarized in staff's written report. We want to draw your attention to a few recently amended bills in particular. First, AB 357 by Assemblymember David Alvarez, which deals with university housing projects in the coastal zone, was amended twice in the past month. You'll recall that that bill requires the Commission to act on CDPs for university housing projects within 90 days. On June 30th, the author amended the bill to add language that would exempt certain types of housing-related amendments to a university's long-range development plan, or LRDP, from Coastal Commission review. The bill amendments also direct the Commission to prioritize active transportation and public transit over private parking when it's evaluating proposed LRDP amendments, and also to defer to universities in determining parking requirements in their LRDPs. Following these amendments to the bill, staff met with the author's office and sponsor of the bill to affirm the Commission's commitment to facilitating university housing projects and also to flag potential unintended consequences to housing and to coastal resources that could result from exempting certain LRDP amendments from the Coastal Act. The bill was heard in the Senate Natural Resources and Water Committee yesterday, and during the hearing, the author agreed to further amendments to the bill that removed the proposed exemption language and instead would establish an expedited process for the Commission to quickly approve university LRDP amendments that raise no coastal resource concerns. This new process is analogous to the existing processes that the Commission uses to quickly approve de minimis amendments to an LCP or to a port master plan. Once these committee amendments go into print, that will resolve the Commission's concerns with the previous amendments to the bill. It'll be heard next in the Senate Housing Committee on July 15th. Next, AB 462 by Assemblymember Lowenthal and Assembly Speaker Rivas was also heard in the Senate Natural Resources and Water Committee yesterday. That bill would have exempted ADUs from the Coastal Act on a gradual county-by-county basis. In yesterday's committee hearing, Assemblymember Lowenthal accepted amendments that will remove the proposed exemption language and instead require coastal local governments and the Commission to act on CDP applications for ADUs within 60 days, which is the length of time that local governments currently have to act on other local permits for ADUs. The amendments specify that if a local government or the Commission misses the 60-day deadline, then the CDP is automatically deemed approved by operation of law. The amendments also prohibit local CDPs for ADUs from being appealed to the Commission. Overall, these amendments make significant progress toward addressing the Commission's previously identified concern with exempting ADUs from the Coastal Act and the potential to lead to unintended consequences to coastal resources, public access, and sea level rise adaptation. Staff do have some concern with prohibiting appeals of local CDPs for ADUs altogether, because although it's historically rare for the Commission to accept an appeal of a local CDP for an ADU, we're talking about 1% of local ADU CDPs. The permits the Commission does take jurisdiction over are the cases that do present potentially significant issues. Staff are continuing to have conversations with the author's office about this policy concern as the bill continues moving forward. That bill will also be heard in the Senate Housing Committee on July 15th. Next, AB 770 by Assemblymember Mark Gonzalez was substantially amended in the Senate Transportation Committee last month. That's the bill that would have exempted from state and local environmental review projects that structurally fortify old billboards. The recent amendments shrank the scope of the bill considerably to focus just on billboards located at convention centers in the city of Los Angeles. These amendments resolve the Commission's previous concerns about exempting billboard projects in sensitive areas of the coastal zone. One last priority bill update, SB 484 by Senator Laird, which the Commission supports, was also amended in June. That bill would direct the Commission to establish categorical exclusions for 100% affordable housing projects in the infill areas of 3 or more uncertified local jurisdictions. The recent amendments make several clarifying revisions to the language of the bill and require the Commission to post the adopted CADXs on its website. Staff has no concerns with these changes. There are 2 new bills that have been added to the written legislative report this month. The first is AB 130, which is one of a suite of budget trailer bills that were introduced the week of June 23rd, passed by the legislature and signed by the governor June 30th, along with the primary state budget bill, and then took effect on July 1st. Traditionally, budget trailer bills make any statutory tweaks that are needed to implement line items in that year's state budget. Some of the budget trailer bills that were introduced and enacted in the past month contain more substantive changes to a number of statutes. Among these, AB 130 made several direct amendments to the Coastal Act, and it also amended relevant provisions of the Permit Streamlining Act. Within the Coastal Act, AB 130 narrowed the legal grounds upon which local CDPs for certain multifamily housing projects can be appealed to the Commission. Specifically, the bill excludes residential projects of 4 or more units from being appealed on the basis that the project is in a sensitive coastal resource area or is not the principally permitted use of the parcel as designated in the LCP. The bill also added language to the Coastal Act requiring the Commission to submit an annual report to the legislature with data on appeals of multifamily housing projects. AB 130 also amended the Permit Streamlining Act in 2 ways that affect the Commission's permitting process. First, the bill decreased the time in which the Commission must act on CDP applications for most housing projects from the current deadline of 180 days after receiving a complete application to 90 days after receiving a complete application. Second, the bill established that if any state or local agency, including the Commission, doesn't act on a permit for any type of project by the Permit Streamlining Act deadline, then that permit is deemed approved automatically. Given that AB 130 was a budget trailer bill, its provisions took effect immediately and are now the law. Some of these statutory changes may sound familiar, and that's because they were originally introduced this year as a part of SB 681, which is the Senate's housing omnibus bill. AB 130 essentially took these and other provisions out of SB 681 along with several other bills and passed them all together as a budget trailer bill. Staff certainly support the overall goal of these provisions to facilitate the construction of new dense housing in the coastal zone. As staff noted when we previously briefed the Commission on SB 681, careful implementation will be key for avoiding unintended resource impacts that could result from limiting the appealability of development in sensitive coastal resource areas, and from allowing permits that aren't acted on in time to be deemed approved automatically. Additional staffing resources may be necessary to meet the new Permit Streamlining Act deadline for housing projects. In the meantime, staff are making the necessary adjustments to the agency's permitting workflow to meet the reduced permit timeline for housing permits. Staff will also be notifying local governments in the coastal zone of the permitting and appeals changes made by AB 130 to make sure there's smooth implementation throughout the coastal zone. The other new bill on the legislative report this month is AB 1470 by Assemblymember Matt Haney from Eastern San Francisco. The bill previously dealt with student housing, but was rewritten by the author at the end of June to instead make a number of statutory changes aimed at simplifying the construction of restaurants. Relevant to the Commission, the bill would exempt the construction of restaurant patios from the Coastal Act. Staff met with the author's office last week to discuss the potential unintended consequences of exempting restaurant patios from the Coastal Act, particularly in sensitive areas like along state tidelands or adjacent to public access ways. Staff also provided information about existing processes under the Coastal Act that already allow for expedited permitting of restaurant patios and other development in appropriate locations. It is our understanding that the author's office is now pursuing amendments to remove the proposed Coastal Act exemption from the bill and to press on with the remaining provisions that are unrelated to the Coastal Act. This will resolve staff's policy concerns. Looking ahead, July 18th is the last day for policy committees to hold hearings on bills. At that point, the legislature will begin its summer recess for about a month. When it reconvenes, there will be another month that's left for the legislature to pass bills before the session ends on September 12th. With that, Chair Harmon, I'll pause in case there are any questions about the legislative report before I turn it over to Legislative Director Sarah Christie to present the analysis staff is bringing to you today.
Thank you, Mr. Drake. Any questions at this time? Vice Chair Hart.
Thank you. I guess this is to you, Director Huckelbridge, with these more and more we're seeing these accelerated timelines. How do you anticipate dealing with those? Will there be budget requests for additional staff, or can you just sort of outline whatever your concerns are with regard to this?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Hart. We do have concerns about our ability to carry out the more accelerated timelines with the current staff we have, and given recent budget cuts that you're all aware of, you know, we're kind of in a phase of shrinking staff as our staff numbers as opposed to growing them. At the same time, we're being asked to do things faster, and so that is a challenge. And we've been very upfront about that with the legislature and administration about the challenges associated with that, and we'll continue to advocate for appropriate resources to be able to meet those deadlines. Because in principle, I don't think we have, there are some concerns, but it's a more of a staffing issue, frankly. So we're going to continue to advocate for additional staff resources so that we can meet those deadlines, and we will let you know how that shakes out in the end. But again, as you all are aware, it's not a good, we have a really difficult budget situation this year for the state. So I'm also not anticipating being able to get a bunch of additional resources to address these additional requirements. So we're going to have to figure that out.
Commissioner Preciado.
I think the Vice Chair brings up an important topic. It has been, as it was explained to me at the last meeting, the Commission's policy not to use developer fees or developer staff or a combination of all of that to get involved. But in our local government, when we see increased activity, we put it upon the developers to fund processing their activities. And so I just want to put it out there for the consideration of the Commission and staff that we may have to find a way in the near future, given that everything is getting accelerated, that we need to find ways to staff through fees or use fees, staff and consultants to carry out the important work of the Commission, so that as the language specifies in many of the legislation, things become approved if we don't get to them. And so I just want to encourage the Commission to work with staff to create scenarios and potentially develop policy that will allow us to follow what counties and cities are doing throughout the state as these development projects come around, that we charge enough fees to have the staff to carry out our regulatory or legally required review, and so that may cause some tension with the legislature that we're creating new burdens, but something's got to give. And tough budgets come around in California every 2 or 3 years, so we have to figure out a way to sustain ourselves and be able to carry out our function. So I'm editorializing a little bit, but Vice Chair, I think it's an important work that we need to figure out as we move forward as an agency, commission. It costs money to do these processes. It costs human capital to do these processes. And as an example, the last report that the executive director provided, well, eyeballing it from far away, we're getting a cut of about $4 million, if I remember correctly. I don't know how we continue to accelerate, continue to meet everything we do, leap over high, tall buildings and other things if we don't create the infrastructure necessary to carry out our purpose. And so I just want to appreciate that you the Vice Chair rose the issue up, and that hopefully in the near future we can have a policy discussion about how to turn this into action.
Thank you. We will return to Mr. Drake. Ms. Christie.
I would turn my camera on, but my camera is disabled by the post. So
We're having a little trouble hearing you, Ms. Christie.
there we go. Sorry about that. I was saying I couldn't turn my camera on, but staff took care of that, so thank you very much. Good morning, commissioners, and thank you, Sean, for outlining the very busy month that we've had in Sacramento since we last spoke with you. Staff has prepared an updated analysis of SB 675 for you. It reflects the recent amendments which went into print in the bill on Monday. That analysis can be found on page 20 of the legislative report if you haven't reviewed it yet. We've been getting monthly updates for you on this bill through the Ledge report, but just as a refresher and for members of the public, SB 675 addresses the proposed Seaport San Diego redevelopment at the Port of San Diego, which will be reflected in an upcoming Port Master Plan amendment before this commission. SB 675 would establish a series of separate specific deadlines by which the commission must respond to the port and the project proponent during all three phases of that process: preparation of the EIR, Coastal Commission review of the Port Master Plan amendment, and any subsequent appeals of coastal development permits issued by the port. The recent amendments would also limit the circumstances under which appeals of Seaport San Diego projects may be appealed to or considered by the commission to objective standards only. And while objective standards are an important tool that planners use to ensure certain policy goals and provide certainty for applicants, objective standards can't fully capture the myriad nuances and complexities that are inherent in coastal resource protection. To Commissioner Preciado's earlier inquiry this morning, the question of what constitutes public access is a perennial question that the Commission addresses in myriad ways under various circumstances. It is this change to the legal standard for appeals for this one specific project that has informed staff's opposed recommendation to you today. However, it's worth noting that throughout the last few weeks, Commission staff has been working very closely with Seaport San Diego development team on an MOU that would flesh out a mutually agreeable timeline and associated protocol for the review and processing of the Seaport San Diego project. This type of approach isn't unusual for large, complex coastal developments, and the Commission has participated in numerous MOUs over the years to good effect. We're happy to report that our conversations with the development team and the port have been fruitful, and we'd like to take a moment to thank the entire team for their willingness to roll up their sleeves and work through these issues with us. We've taken this approach because we believe an MOU will have greater utility for both parties. MOUs allow for additional, sometimes granular detail that's not well suited to statutory language, while still remaining nimble enough to account for contingencies that may arise without having to go back to the legislature. We're hopeful that a signed MOU would also alleviate the need for a bill on this subject. We've reached out to the author's office to keep him abreast of our efforts, and we hope that given the progress over the recent days and weeks and how close we now are to reaching an agreement, we can work with the author to resolve any remaining issues by early August, at which point we hope the bill will take a different trajectory. However, in order to be fully transparent with our legislative partners and the public and our commissioners, we felt it was important to bring you this updated analysis for your consideration. And so with that, I'm available for any questions unless Director Huckelbridge has anything to add.
Yes, thank you. If, through the chair, I'd love to add a few additional comments, just a little bit of additional context, because I've been personally very engaged in discussions around this bill and with the project. And so, want to put a finer point on the issue that Sarah mentioned, that our recommendation today really stems from the components of this bill that would create a separate standard of review for appeals for one individual project. And, for obvious reasons, if this becomes a trend, you can imagine a scenario where we quickly have several different types of reviews for different projects all up and down the coast. And that very quickly becomes untenable for the commission to manage, let alone creating uneven playing fields across the state. That said, we have been hearing about concerns related to our appeals process. And that includes, that was some of the subject of the author's recent amendments to this bill. And in fact, I actually was able to speak to the author just this morning, and we talked through some of these issues. And, want to appreciate the author's willingness to engage with us, and as well as the development team, as Sarah said. It's been a really fruitful process. So the author is appreciative of the work that we've been doing to clarify some of the process and timing issues, and is interested in engaging with us on in a broader conversation about some of the issues that were raised. And so I think, again, as I said, we're appreciative of that approach. We're hopeful that this bill will take a different trajectory, and appreciate everybody's willingness to kind of think through how that might work, and are really committed and interested in engaging in these broader conversations, and anticipate that will be a longer conversation and a broader conversation over the next year or so. So just wanted to provide that additional context. Again, thank the author, thank the development team for all their work with us, and kind of, as Sarah said, rolling up our sleeves and digging in, because I find that often we can work out many of the issues that are raised in, if we all have that kind of an attitude, and here everybody has. And so I'm appreciative of that, and hopeful, again, that we can work through the author's remaining concerns specific to the project, and then, again, engage in these broader conversations.
Wonderful, thank you. I'll ask if there are any public comments on the legislative report.
None.
None? Okay, thank you. We'll turn it back to the commission for questions and comments. Vice Chair Hart.
Thank you so much, Chair. I just want to make some comments with regard to the opposed recommendation on SB 675 on Seaport San Diego. I want to start out by saying I personally, and several of us on this commission, have longstanding, close and very respectful relationship and admiration for Senator Padilla. As we all know, he was chair of this commission and served on this commission, I believe, in two separate times. And I believe that he has great respect and is an ally, given what he knows about the work of the commission and its mission. However, in this instance, as our staff has said, the impacts and the precedent that this bill sets could significantly impact coastal natural resources and access. because the Coastal Commission does provide a critical step in the process of approval to ensure that the mission of the Coastal Act isn't impaired. And I know that Senator Padilla shares these goals, and that's why I am very glad to hear about the conversation that you had with him this morning, Dr. Huckelbridge. And I just feel very strongly at this time that while the commission, and I would ask my colleagues, I certainly agree with the recommendation to oppose the legislation. I think the most important thing is that the author know that it's the pursuit of the MOU and what that, the opportunity that that provides to resolve his concerns that could provide an outcome that really demonstrates his legislative prowess in getting us to this point, and at the same time resolves the difficult issue that and potential that this Seaport San Diego project, that the legislation would result in if it were to move forward. So saying that, I'm asking my colleagues to join in supporting the recommendation for opposition on SB 675.
Commissioner Wilson.
Sorry, but I didn't jump in soon enough to comment on the ones before, but I'll get to it later because I'll stick on this subject. So, let's see, I want to say that I absolutely appreciate the drive to want to have more efficient and effective policies to make projects happen and make them happen better. And so I want to say, to Senator Padilla that, and our good friend, my good friend Senator Padilla, that I think that there's a lot of good effort in that trajectory. My main concern is with this is specifically around the objective, requirements or the inability to appeal on anything but the objective things. And the reason for that is because one of the main jobs of the Coastal Act and why the public, why the voters of California was enacted this was around public access and maintaining public access. And not just maintaining it, it's very specific. It's to maximize access for all the people. So that's what the job is. And it doesn't give objective criteria for that. It just says maximize. Now it gives there's section 30210, there's sections 3001.5, there's section 30212.5, there's section 30252, and many others that really talk about those very, I guess you would say, subjective duties and roles that this commission plays in protecting and enhancing public access. And in sort of the gestalt of talking about streamlining at the state level, most of that has been around housing and about affordable housing, and this is not that, right? This discussion isn't. This is a different kind of project. And so for me also to kind of break the seal for this type of project on sort of the public access and the objectivity subjectivity argument is maybe not the place that I'm quite comfortable doing that yet. This is, again, as far as I understand, it's not a housing project. That being said, I've seen some pictures of this. I have not analyzed the project. I don't have a positive or a negative about what this project is. This isn't about that at all. My concern really is around whether or not this is the place where we remove public access analysis from a statewide perspective, protecting public access for people in Modesto, from Sacramento, from Yolo County, from all in this project area. Where do we go from there? And so that's kind of where I'm at on this, and why I support the recommendation for opposition. And I would say, I think it can be amended to get to a place. But just the public access part alone is the part I have the most concern about. I'm very heartened by the work that the staff has been doing with the developer. I'm hopeful, and I'm actually confident that will be fruitful, and that that will get there. And I think that the senator has been a positive element in that, and can get and help us all get there together. That's where I'm at. And so I just want to, and that's all I got in my analysis for that. Let me know when I can talk about the other stuff we talked about before, but right now? Okay. Sorry to confuse things. All right. I want to say thank everybody for their efforts on pushing back on AB 770, which was the billboard bill, which was terrible for those of us who live in these rural communities where they're erected all over the place and unregulated. It would have been a nightmare to deal with that. So I'm happy that that's happened. I want to say it's an interesting turn of events that now it looks like the sponsor of that bill is now an opponent of the current language, which is ironic. But be it as it may, it will probably, other attempts will be made to, and we'll have to deal with that in the future. One last thing is on I think it's AB 462, which is the accessory dwelling units, and I'm not sure about the status of it currently, but I think if there is an inability to appeal on ADUs still there, I know that one local tribe in my county, the Bear River Band, is concerned that there's not an appeal process. I think for them, because you can have in more rural settings, you can have an ADU that can be in a space where, unless you have the ability to analyze both the archaeological, cultural, and even access issues from a tribal perspective, they're not confident that can be completely mitigated or dealt with completely by the local jurisdiction, or especially if there's no jurisdiction. And so there are still concerns with them. So I just want to, I talked to them yesterday about that, and so there you go. Those are my concerns. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Preciado.
I wanted to join both Vice Chair Hart and Commissioner Wilson's comments regarding the legislation. I guess I've missed out since I don't have as close a working relationship with my former councilman, my former mayor, my former port commissioner, my former everything. But I will share with you that I think the opportunity that this legislation is allowing us to think about is the productivity of the MOU that the developer and the staff are able to work out. And so from that perspective, we will appreciate the senator's legislative energy. On the other hand, I think the commission would benefit greatly from taking a principled position against this legislation for the purposes that have been outlined already by my colleagues. And I'm confident that good, thoughtful people will come together from the staff perspective and from the development perspective and agree to a process of review and a process of analysis that will allow what I'm really committed to. I'm interested in seeing development along with the goals that we have laid out for us in our legal framework. But I am interested in seeing things get developed and built, and what would be helpful, not today but in the future, is to lay out some of the complexities of setting up such an MOU, and because it might be a bit more beneficial for people who are trying to build on the coastal zone to understand that it's better to come and meet with the staff, prepare to work with the staff, and be engaged in a process with the staff than to seek legislative relief, shall we say. And so in that context, I join my colleagues in encouraging an opposition positionality against this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Escalante.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll align myself with the previous commissioners who spoke. Just wanted to add, well, first, of course, declare my enormous respect and affection for previous chair and Senator Padilla. Of course, he's near and dear, and in modern pop terms, I keep having sort of this thing in my head that don't make me do it. I don't want to do it. I want to vote against a friend, but I think I'm gonna have to in this case. And I'm quoting Love Island for those of you who know, who are in the inn, you know. So for me, I mean, aside from public access, of course, and we're all very familiar with the San Diego Bay. It's so industrialized, I mean, I think especially the further south you go, the harder it gets. But I think thoughtful planning for this master plan is definitely in order. And aside from the public access aspect of it, to me, the natural resource impacts, the filters of that, and our standards of review, and also environmental justice policy. I mean, some of the most impactful projects to public health are ports. Of course, they're necessary to our local economies, but all the regions that have ports across the state have been very detrimentally impacted by this development. So I do think that I look forward to hearing more about this process, MOU process, and I encourage that avenue, and I will definitely stand with my fellow commissioners on opposing this particular bill, with all due respect to Senator Padilla. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was not going to say anything, but I was inspired by the Love Island comment, because I don't think anybody had that on their bingo card. I just want to say I appreciate the Commission's never-ending, ongoing commitment to collaboration and trying to get to yes. This is just another prime example of how you work hand in glove with developers and community members in seeking yes whenever possible. So I just want to applaud you on that. And, as my fellow commissioners have said, MOU is far better than legislation any day of the week. So thank you. And thank you for the Love Island bingo.
Thank you. And I will just associate myself with the comments of everyone who's spoken thus far, particularly Vice Chair Hart. I agree that it's appropriate for us to take an opposed position here. I will be voting to do so, but also agree that continued conversation around this is necessary, and I look forward to that ongoing. So with that, if anyone would like to make a motion, now would be the time.
No, please, Commissioner.
Wait, for legislation reports, you can just do it as you're doing it informally.
Okay, well, and I'll start with Love Island, so sorry. I move that the Commission take a position opposing SB 675, sponsored by State Senator Padilla, in the interest of justice. There we go.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Preciado, a second from Commissioner Escalante. Would either like to speak to the motion?
I think I've already said thank you.
Great. Okay, and unless there are any objections, we could approve this motion by unanimous consent. Seeing none, we have approved opposition to this bill. Thank you. Now we will move on to the fee increases. Director Huckelbridge.
And I would like to turn it over to Claire Wilkins, who I believe is online for this item.
Is everybody?
Yes. Hi, Chair Harmon and Commissioners. I'm Claire Wilkins, a staff attorney. Regarding item 6D, fee increases, every year the Commission adjusts permit and other application fees for inflation. Regulation Section 13055 contains the schedule of fees. As the regulation describes, fees are increased each year according to the California Consumer Price Index. This fiscal year, the year-to-year increase is about 2.7%. The new fees are published in application forms by July 1st, when the fees take effect. In the same rulemaking, the figure for what defines a major public works project or major energy facility is also adjusted for inflation. That change takes effect on approval. Staff submits the proposed amendments to the Office of Administrative Law, which for the past several years has accepted these changes as non-substantive. No commission action is required, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilkins. Are there any public comments on this item? None? Okay. This is informational as was stated, but are there any questions or comments? Commissioner Nara?
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight how the commission's fee structure incentivizes construction of multi-unit housing in the coastal zone. And I think that's consistent with both our infill focus, affordability focus, workforce housing focus, and I'm glad to see that that's carried through and to our fee structure as well.
Thank you. Okay, now we will move on to our LCP Grants Program.
We actually need a vote on that one. I'm sorry.
I move to approve the recommended fee increases.
Second.
Okay. Then we've moved to approve. Is there any opposition to unanimous consent? None? Okay, the fee increases are so approved. Thank you. Now we will move on to the LCP Grants Program.
And here I'll turn it over to Carrie Batha, who's also online.
All right, good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm here to present an LCP grant application from the City of Pismo Beach for your consideration. Staff is recommending approval. Next slide, please. As a reminder, the LCP grant program supports LCP development or updates with a special emphasis on addressing impacts from climate change and sea level rise. The program has been running for just over 10 years and has awarded $27.6 million to 47 jurisdictions for 94 different projects. Most recently, the Budget Act of 2021 appropriated $31 million to the Coastal Commission, both to award to local governments as grants and to support Coastal Commission staff administering the program and working with those local governments. If this grant is awarded today, we will have about $3 million left to award between now and June of 2026. We have several pending applications in the pipeline, so we fully expect to disperse the funds within the next few months. Next slide, please. Over time, the Commission has updated its program priorities and evaluation criteria to better reflect the current state of coastal resiliency planning and to ensure efficient use of funds. Eligible grantees include local governments responsible for developing and amending LCPs, and eligible projects are those that assess, plan for, and adapt to the impacts of climate change and sea level rise, and which contain an LCP planning component. The program prioritizes technical studies and outreach, environmental justice, adaptation planning at various scales, and work on LCPs. The Commission has also streamlined the application process to make it more accessible to local governments. Currently, all grant applications can be submitted and awarded on a rolling basis. The Executive Director can approve awards up to $500,000, and grants for more than $500,000 require approval from the Commission. To date, the Executive Director has approved 17 grants totaling $5.3 million. These grants are described in Section E of the staff report. The grant application in front of you today falls into the latter category of proposals over $500,000 that require commission approval. Next slide, please. The City of Pismo Beach is seeking $900,000 to update two portions of its land use plan, the safety element and the parks, recreation, and access element, and the corresponding sections of its implementation plan, primarily to address sea level rise resilience. The city also proposes to update its sea level rise vulnerability assessment, perform an economic analysis of sea level rise impacts and adaptation strategy options, and update its adaptation plan with detailed neighborhood scale adaptation pathways for the various segments of the city shoreline. This technical work would reflect the most recent statewide sea level rise guidance and ensure compliance with SB 272. The project would include close coordination with Commission staff, and the major deliverables would incorporate comments from Commission staff, stakeholders, and the public. The project would conclude with local public meetings, including public study sessions with decision makers, Planning Commission hearings, and City Council hearings, followed by submittal of the proposed LCP amendment to the Coastal Commission. Next slide, please. Staff believes the proposed project is consistent with the LCP Grant Program priorities and evaluation criteria adopted by the Commission. Pismo's LCP was certified in 1984, and the last comprehensive update to the land use plan was in 1993. So bringing it up to date would provide significant public benefit and enable it to address the effects of climate change, including sea level rise, in a way that's informed by the latest, best available science. The proposed project also leverages ongoing work and capitalizes on current momentum to update the LCP, giving the project a high likelihood of success. The city is currently in the process of updating several other elements of its land use plan, which contain baseline policies on sea level rise adaptation. The proposed project would build upon that work by updating the remaining elements of the land use plan with detailed sea level rise policies tailored to the neighborhood scale. In the proposed project, the city would first update its 2019 sea level rise vulnerability assessment using the most recent best available science and state guidance. It would then perform an economic analysis that evaluates the costs of sea level rise impacts, including infrastructure replacement costs, property impacts, and recreational value losses. And then adaptation alternatives would be assessed via a cost-benefit analysis. The city's adaptation plan would be updated to include near, medium, and long-term adaptation strategies for each segment of the city shoreline. This technical work would then inform updates to the safety element of the LUP, including maps, policies, and action items for each neighborhood planning area. The parks, recreation, and coastal access element of the LUP would be updated to protect and enhance the coast's natural and cultural resources and expand coastal access for the future. Corresponding updates to the implementation plan would also be developed. The city also proposes to employ various outreach strategies to engage the community with an emphasis on reaching underserved and underrepresented populations. These project elements align with the LCP Grant Program evaluation criteria and would also enable the city to fulfill several requirements of SB 272. Next slide, please. In conclusion, the proposed project would lead to the update of the city's LCP to reflect advanced neighborhood scale adaptation planning. Commission staff recommends awarding an LCP local assistance grant to the City of Pismo Beach in the amount of $900,000. The motion and resolution are on page 3 of the staff report, and staff are recommending a yes vote. Commission staff and Pismo staff are available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone who wishes to make public comment on this item?
Yes, we have Cindy Jansen from City of Pismo Beach.
Good afternoon, Commission staff. It's great to be here. My name is Cindy Jason, Planning Manager for City of Pismo Beach. And let me just say, welcome to our beautiful city. There's a great weather forecast this week, so it'll be a great time to enjoy the beach. Naturally, we support the staff recommendation. We're excited to be here with this grant application. We want to thank your Central Coast District staff and your grant staff for really the strong collaborative working relationship they've had with city staff. It's been much appreciated. It really kind of helps us as we proceed with our LCP update. The grant application, if funded, as stated in the staff presentation, would allow the city to develop and complete a long overdue update to its safety element and parks, recreation, and access element. And also do that employing a neighborhood-based adaptation planning approach. And then also fund critical needed technical study updates. We look forward to working with your commission staff on completing the LUP update and the corresponding zoning code coastal implementation plan updates. It is long overdue, and so we're really excited for this opportunity for grant funding. And I just want to say thank you for your time.
No other speakers.
Great, thank you. And I will turn it back to the commission for any comments, questions, or a motion. Commissioner Kelly.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a brief comment that as a member of a small local jurisdiction on this body, that providing this type of funding to cities like this, where it is very difficult to identify funding to support and prioritize solid land use planning and proactive planning. And so for us to be able to provide these funds and to do it in a way in concert with existing funds or other sources, I think will really help to advance our common goals. And so I just wanted to support this grant, and also to say that I think it's really critical, the work that we're doing, and while I know we've had a number of conversations about the lack of ongoing funding from the state to continue to replenish these funds within our coffers, I know that it is really critically important to continue to advance these grants and to help to promote solid proactive land use planning with our local jurisdictions. So thank you.
Commissioner Eckerly.
Okay, Commissioner Kelly and I did not plan this, but you really teed me up perfectly for my comments. I just want to acknowledge the comment that Carrie made about the commission itself only having $3 million left for this funding, and then highlight that the Ocean Protection Council has a sea level rise adaptation planning grant program. We have about $14 million left right now to fund these types of planning and implementation projects. We also have an additional $75 million through the climate bond for this purpose, and we will continue to work very closely with Coastal Commission staff to make sure that we're helping invest in the high priority projects that need these planning dollars. Oh, and one other note, we have a rolling application deadline for this grant program. The next deadline for submission for these projects is on September 12th. You can find more information on the Ocean Protection Council's website. And I am happy to share also at our last council meeting in June, our council approved funding specifically under this umbrella program, but adjacent specifically for tribes to support tribal cultural resources, evaluation, sea level rise vulnerability assessment on ancestral lands and cultural resources. So again, more information about that on our website. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Any other comments or a motion? Commissioner Wilson?
I'll make a motion. I move that the commission award LCP local assistant grant funding of $900,000 to the city of Pismo Beach and authorize the executive director or their designee to enter into a grant agreement with the guarantee for allocation of these funds and to make any amendments thereto subject to the requirements and conditions set forth in the staff recommendation. And recommend a yes vote.
Second.
It's a motion by Commissioner Wilson, a second by Commissioner Kelly. Do any commissioners object to unanimous consent for this item? Seeing no objections, the grant funding is approved, and congratulations to the city of Pismo. Okay, so now we will move on to the consent calendar, please.
All right, and thank you, Chair Harmon. Before we move into item 8, I would just note that for the audience and commissioners, staff would like to note that item 13A, the City of Santa Monica and Bay Foundation item, will be postponed due to a noticing issue. So that's a change since we went over the agenda changes this morning. Next, moving on to item 8. Note item 8 is for applications being moved from regular to the consent calendar today for all districts on the agenda. As mentioned during our agenda changes this morning, there are 3 items that staff is recommending be moved to consent. Those are item 10.1A, the Ventura County Harbor Department's Channel Island Harbor Public Works Plan Amendment for the Carl Village project, and that is a time extension only. Next, item 11B, the City of Carpinteria's Winter Berm CDP application is moved to consent. And item 13B, the Caltrans San Gabriel River Highway 1 Bridge CDP application is also recommended to be moved to consent. In closing, staff is not aware of any opposition to these items, and the applicants are in agreement with the staff recommendations, and we're recommending the commission vote and approve this item. I am available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hudson. Are there any commissioners who have any ex partes on these items? Seeing none, are there any members of the public who wish to speak on any item that's been moved to consent?
Nope, only available to, for questions.
Great, thank you very much. Do any commissioners wish to remove an item from the consent calendar? Seeing none, okay, then I will ask for a motion to approve consent.
Move consent.
Moved by Wilson.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Nodoff. Are there any objections to unanimous consent? Seeing none, the consent calendar is so adopted. Thank you. And I'd like to ask Director Huckelbridge. Yes. Thank you. Apologies. Sorry. Just a time check.
Yes.
Does it make sense for us to begin the next item?
I think we could break for lunch.
Break for
and
lunch.
then come
Okay.
back after lunch and do the enforcement items.
Perfect. Then we will return at 1:30. Thank you. Okay, thank you, everyone. Sorry that lunch went a little longer than we planned. So now we're going to consider agenda item numbers 9.1, 9.2, and 9.3 as described in the agenda, all regarding a public access easement at 6437 Meadows Court, in Malibu, California.
I'm sorry, Chair. We have an enforcement report briefly to present before that item.
Okay.
Item 9. Okay. And we have a PowerPoint for this? Okay.
Let's try this again. We'll go to item 9, please, the enforcement report.
Thank you very much, Chair and Commissioners. Good morning. Afternoon. Today we have 2 enforcement items, which hopefully is clear. We're going to do a short report on some local district cases, and then we're going to present a set of proposed consent orders regarding a trail arising in Malibu. And first, we're going to present a few success stories from our Central Coast District. And as you may know, this district covers Santa Cruz, Monterey, and San Luis Obispo County, so we wanted to report on some cases that were relatively local to our hearing today. The cases that we're going to report on today involve both environmentally sensitive habitat areas, or ESHA, and public access. As you may know, our enforcement program is divided into district work and headquarters work. Most of the cases begin at the district level, where our district staff investigate reports of alleged violations and work with the property owners or other responsible parties to try to resolve the case. In situations where the responsible party is responsive and cooperative, as you will see, the situation can quickly be resolved and easily resolved. When the responsible party is not cooperative, or the resource impacts are great, or authorization is needed from the commission, the case can be elevated to our headquarters team to be brought before the commission as a proposed order. The vast majority of our cases never come before you. They are instead resolved at the district level without any formal commission action, and periodically we do these reports to let you know what's going on and get a full picture of the work that we're doing up and down the state. And it gives you a window into some of the other work that happens. So today we're going to do an example of both of those types of work, and we're going to start with the Northern California Enforcement Supervisor, Ellie Oliver, is going to give a presentation on district cases.
Thank you,
Ellie?
Lisa. Can I get the next slide, please? Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. The first 2 cases that I'm reporting on today involve the restoration of environmentally sensitive habitat on 2 different residential sites within the Asilomar Dunes complex in Monterey County. Here you can see an aerial overview of the Monterey Peninsula with stars marking the 2 properties in question. We'll discuss the northern property first, located in Pacific Grove, but first a little bit about the dunes. Next slide, please. The historic Asilomar Dunes complex, where the first 2 cases arise, used to cover many hundreds of acres before unregulated development, including golf courses, roads, and homes, all but wiped it out. Here you can see a photo of a restored section of dunes owned by state parks. Next slide, please. This is a unique ecosystem supporting a diverse range of native plants and animals, including several endangered species, such as the Menzies wallflower and Tydstrom's lupin, both pictured here, and the endangered black legless lizard. These dunes are therefore considered environmentally sensitive habitat area, or ESHA, which is protected under the Coastal Act. Next slide, please. The dunes are also home to seacliff buckwheat, the host plant for the endangered Smith's blue butterfly, which is only found along the coast in Monterey and SLO counties. In addition to providing habitat for these rare species, intact sand dunes also provide a buffer from waves and storm surge, protecting inland development from coastal hazards. This function is even more important as sea levels rise. Since the passage of the Coastal Act, the Commission has routinely required that homes built within the dune ESHA are sited within a building envelope, and that the area outside the building envelopes are restored to native dune habitat to balance the right of private development and ensure that it's done in a manner that is as protective of coastal resources as possible. In this way, the Commission has protected this unique habitat and the habitat functions while still allowing for residential development consistent with the Coastal Act and Takings Law. Next slide, please. Here's an aerial overview of our first case, a residential site in Pacific Grove, with the property roughly outlined in yellow. You can also see Sunset Drive running north to south, and to the left of that, you can see sections of the California Coastal Trail. This land on the seaward side of the road here is owned by state parks. Next slide. Here's a more zoomed in look at the parcel as it appeared in 2007. The house here was originally developed in 1979, and the coastal development permit for that house was conditioned to require the permittee to restore the remaining area on the lot with native dune plants and maintain them in perpetuity. Unfortunately, the permittee at the time apparently never complied with that condition, and by 2007, you can see that almost the entire lot is covered in invasive ice plant, which appears orange and green in this image. Next slide, please. In 2007, the new owners of the property applied for a remodel and expansion of the house. The remaining lot was again required to be restored with native plants and maintained. Here you can see an image of the property from 2013, and you can see that significant restoration has been undertaken. The orange-colored ice plant has been removed, and native plants have been planted, and you can see patches of sand in between the newly planted natives. At least 10 different native plant species were planted here, replacing the monoculture of ice plant. Next slide. So that is some of the site history, but before we get to recent developments at the site, let's just take a moment to understand why ice plant is bad for this ecosystem and for California's coast. In this image of a nearby residential lot, you can see a deep mat of ice plant that completely covers the lot. This is typical of ice plant, which is non-native and highly invasive in California. Because of its creeping growth pattern, ice plant can spread vegetatively and grow into mats which easily outcompete the native plants for water, space, and light. This reduces native plant diversity, destroying habitat for native wildlife and replacing it with the plants that do not support wildlife. Essentially, we have a monoculture instead of a thriving ecosystem. Next slide, please. It's also commonly thought that ice plant prevents erosion, and it was actually introduced in California in the early 1900s for this purpose, as that dense mat does prevent some topsoil and sand from moving. However, on coastal bluffs, the very place that erosion is the biggest threat, ice plant actually can exacerbate the problem. Here you can see a team removing ice plant from bluff tops in Slow County. Ice plant actually has very shallow roots, and as a succulent, it absorbs and stores water and nutrients from the soil, which makes it very heavy, and that weight causes increased erosion on coastal bluffs. Native plants, on the other hand, tend to have deep roots that actually hold the soil together and can help stabilize bluffs. Since it spreads so easily, removing ice plant anywhere is good not just for dune habitat, but for bluff stability in the region. Next slide. So back to our story. Here you can see two images of the house. In the top image from 2017, there is a diverse plant community immediately in front of the residence in the area marked with a yellow rectangle. In the lower image from 2019, you can see that many native plants have been removed and an ornamental variety of ice plant was planted. Not only did this take out native habitat, we were particularly concerned that the ice plant would spread to the state parks property across the street. Next slide, please. And here it is after those ice plant plugs have taken hold. The ice plant species spread quickly, and you can see that by 2024, when commission staff received a complaint about the landscaping here, the new plantings immediately in front of the house had taken hold, and the area in the box is now all ice plant, whereas it used to be predominantly native plants. Next slide. Additionally, ice plant from nearby parcels had begun to recolonize the site in other areas, choking out the native plants. In this image, you can see a different view of the property with the house in the background and the ocean behind us, and that reddish mat of ice plant in the foreground, demonstrating that creeping growth pattern. Next slide, please. Fortunately, upon receiving a notice of violation from commission enforcement staff, the property owner here immediately acted to remove the invasive and non-native plants. This photo taken this month shows the area in front of the house that had been planted with the ornamental ice plant. Now you can see seaside daisy, lupins, buckwheat, and many other native plants growing on the lot on top of a restored dune, which both protects the house from future sea level rise and coastal hazards and provides critical habitat. Next slide. Here's another view, and you can see a sprinkling of baby plants across the sandy areas, those little dark spots. In this case, under the ice plant was a seed bank of native plants, which began to sprout as soon as the ice plant was removed. This is ideal as it maintains the unique genetic stock of the native plants in this area. The property owner will continue to remove any non-natives that appear on the site in compliance with their CDP. Next slide, please. So this next case in the Pebble Beach area of Monterey County has an even longer history with the commission. The basic violation was the same, failure to maintain native dune vegetation as required by a CDP. The story of this site is a great example of the two different paths a violation can take depending on property owner response and cooperation. As you can see in this image, instead of restoring the site with native vegetation as required by the 1983 CDP for the house, the property owner instead installed a 3-hole golf course. When commission staff learned of this violation in 2002, enforcement staff contacted the owners, the Fiduniaks, explained the requirements of the CDP, and asked them to restore the lot to native habitat to comply with the permit. Next slide. They did not comply with the requests or the permit, and eventually in 2003, the matter was brought to the commission for formal action, and the commission voted to issue a cease and desist order and a restoration order. The Fiduniaks challenged the commission's actions, claiming, among other things, that commission staff who drove by the golf course or visited the beach across the street in the years prior should have known that this property was in violation and addressed it at that time. This implies that all commission staff should have an encyclopedic knowledge of all conditions on all permits that have ever been issued, and that they can and must apply that knowledge to every property they pass by in the course of their work. The commission prevailed, and the published Court of Appeals decision continues to be important case law, upholding the commission's ability to address violations after we become aware of them, regardless of when the violation occurred. Next slide. After the litigation was concluded in 2011, the golf course was finally removed and the site restored before the Fiduniaks sold the property. Here you can see young native plants planted in compliance with the restoration order. Next slide, please. Fast forwarding to last year, the commission staff became aware of large quantities of ice plant that had taken over the lot. You can see both varieties of ice plant in this photo, the yellowish one with pink flowers and the darker green one with white flowers, and notably not much else. Enforcement staff sent a notice of violation to the current property owner. Next slide, please. Here you can see another view of the ice plant taken looking towards the ocean from the house. You can also see a few native plants are still alive, interspersed with the ice plant in this area. This also shows the proximity to the additional dunes across the street in the background. Next slide. And here's that same view with the restoration underway after the ice plant has been hand-pulled, leaving only the few native plants. While this may look barren since the restoration hasn't been completed yet, the earthen areas in this photo have also been planted with native plant seedlings. In contrast with the prior owners who spent many years and unknown amounts of money pursuing litigation to avoid complying with their CDP, the current owner immediately began working to rectify this issue and comply with the permit conditions that were designed to protect dune habitat. Next slide, please. In this photo, you can see a massive pile of ice plant being removed from the site. This is just a small portion of the plant matter that was removed. Ice plant sprouts very easily from cuttings, so it was important to appropriately contain and dispose of it once removed. Next slide, please. Here's another photo before restoration. Note the lack of diversity of plants. Everything you see here is just the 2 species of ice plant. Note also the house under construction in the background. We'll come back to that in a moment. Next slide, please. Here's that same view after, and you can see the little divots where new plants went in. In this case, due to the quick action of the current property owner, the invasive ice plant has been removed, preventing it from spreading to nearby sites, and the restoration has begun. Next slide. And here's that area several months later with the new plants beginning to take hold. I also want to highlight now how planning and enforcement staff often work hand in hand to protect coastal resources. The property immediately next door, to the left in this image, recently received a permit for a demo rebuild from the county that did not have that crucial condition requiring the remainder of the lot to be restored. This was out of conformance with the LCP. Central Coast Commission planning staff flagged the issue, and 2 commissioners appealed the project. Rather than go through the costs of an appeal hearing in front of the commission, the county and applicant worked to amend the county's approval and require that restoration, consistent with the LCP, and in order to protect and enhance dune habitat. So here you can see that all ice plant has been removed from that parcel as well, and that area is also being restored. While this parcel by parcel approach can take a long time, you can see that the result of these efforts is the preservation of a unique and special ecosystem that would otherwise be lost, protecting both the species that rely on this habitat and the dune formations that ultimately protect development from the hazards of sea level rise. Next slide, please. The last case I will present is out of northern Santa Cruz County. Here's an aerial image with the arrow at the top showing Highway 1 and the arrow at the bottom showing 5 Mile Beach or Piggy Beach. The star marks the location of the violation, and you can see some agricultural and residential development just next to that star. Next slide, please. On this image, we can see in red the approximate parcel line separating the private property to the north with the parcel owned by state parks to the south. The state parks parcel has not only a trail to the beach, but also a series of lovely blufftop trails. The yellow line marks the approximate location of a 50-foot wide public access easement held by state parks, which was designed to cross the private parcel and allow the public to access the state parks property, including the trails and the beach. Next slide, please. Here you can see the private development that had been placed across and adjacent to the easement, including an imposing chain link fence with barbed wire, a chain across the path, and signage falsely claiming that the area is private. Our partners at State Parks informed us of this unpermitted development, impeding public access and blocking their easement, and staff prioritized this case, as this easement provides the only access to 5 Mile Beach and the State Parks trails. Next slide, please. Here's another photo from further down the path. This is actually State Parks gate that prevents vehicular use of the easement, but is designed to allow the public to have pedestrian access. You can see there's a small brown sign that says trail on the wooden post. The property owners had also installed private property signs on State Parks gate, as you can see. State Parks asked them to remove the obstructions, but that request didn't result in a resolution of the violation, and so Commission staff sent a notice of violation to the property owner, informing them of all of the unpermitted development on the site and requesting that it immediately be removed. Next slide, please. The owners promptly complied, and here you can see an after photo showing that the access has been restored. I've marked the easement here in yellow, and you can see that vehicular gate in the background. Staff met with the agents for the owners and State Parks on site and discussed the owners' desires for a fence along the easement, and Commission staff is supportive of such a fence, as long as it's designed to be accurate, welcoming, not impact coastal views, and allow free access to the trail. We are also supportive of signage that welcomes the public and directs them to the trail. The owners will be working with the county to get a CDP for such development, and Commission staff will monitor and comment on that CDP as it makes its way through the county process. Next slide. While staff was researching this case, we discovered that the popular website All Trails, which comes up prominently when you Google search 5 Mile Beach, erroneously stated that the trail was private. All Trails is a widely used site and app that allows people to easily locate and use hiking trails. We were unable to determine when the false information was posted, but staff contacted All Trails and the listing was promptly corrected. Next slide. And here's a picture of the beautiful beach that the public can once again access. This is another example of a cooperative property owner who acted quickly to address the issue once Commission staff informed them of the violation. While staff would prefer that Coastal Act violations never occur in the first place, the next best option is that property owners respond quickly and cooperatively to restore impacted coastal resources. This saves staff time and resources for both the state and the property owners, and more importantly, it limits the impacts of the violations on the coast. Next slide. In this photo, you can see a member of the public enjoying that beach. Finally, I want to give a shout out to our Central Coast planner, Nolan Clark, who stepped in to help on this case. Unfortunately, due to our budgetary constraints, one of the vacant positions that remains unfilled at this time is the Central Coast Enforcement Officer position. And this creates challenges addressing the many hundreds of violations in the Central Coast. Thankfully, Commission staff is both dedicated and flexible, and we are therefore still able to address and resolve some cases such as these. That concludes my portion of the report, and I'll note that we received 2 comment letters of support, one from the California Native Plant Society that discussed the importance of the dune restoration, and one from the Santa Cruz chapter of Surfrider in support of all 3 of these cases. The letters are posted on our website. And with that, I'll turn it back to Lisa for some closing thoughts.
Thank you, Ellie. So I just wanted to note that these cases demonstrate several issues. First, as you can see from that first example, it shows how hard it is to preserve habitat via permit conditions and the need to be constantly vigilant to ensure that the habitat is not lost over time or even lost again after having been restored. Sometimes it feels like it's whack-a-mole here because we kept trying and trying to restore this dune, but it's paid off in habitat protection and the dunes that also protect the homes behind them. These cases also show the value of collaborating with other state agencies like state parks, who often request our assistance, and how we often get good results when we can work together with our partners to address the violations. And finally, all 3 cases demonstrate the value in complying right away with notices of violations and permit conditions. I'll note that in all 3 cases, the property owners took immediate action after being contacted by staff. And by doing so, they avoided the cost of formal enforcement actions, avoided any monetary penalties being sought by staff or imposed by the Commission, and the coastal resources were restored more quickly than if they were contested. So that includes the enforcement report, and we'd like to turn it back to the Commission for any public or Commissioner comments before we go into the next item.
Thank you, Ms. Hagee. Thank you, Ms. Oliver. I'll start by asking if there are any members of the public who wish to speak on the report.
We have a total of 3, Susan Jordan, Jennifer Savage. They should be here in person, and Zach Plopper Plooper is on Zoom.
Thank you.
So Susan Jordan.
Good. Is this on? Okay. Susan Jordan, I'm the director of the California Coastal Protection Network. And once again, I want to thank enforcement staff for the excellent work that they do. And it's so relevant because, as you know, I've appeared before this commission for many years, and I'm never short of being astonished by the lengths that some people will go to block public access to the beach. And without the commission here, I can't tell you what the conditions would be present day. That's a good example. I'm glad that we had some willing owners to step up, but for every willing owner, I can tell you there are 10 that are not, and will take it to litigation, fight as hard as they can. I mean, I've seen fake garages, painted sidewalks, huge signs. I mean, I don't know what it is about people thinking sometimes that the beach is their private backyard. But I'm glad that you're here doing this work, and hopefully we can get that position filled. Thank you. Oh, and one more thing. Even though public access cannot be considered an objective standard, we know when it's blocked. We know what it should be, and we know when it's blocked.
Thank you. Next is Jennifer Savage.
Ooh, sorry. Just making a bunch of noise up here. All right. Good afternoon, Chair Harmon, Commissioners, Jennifer Savage, Surfrider Foundation. As always, we appreciate your enforcement team's efforts. And regarding the benefits of coastal dune restoration, you're about to hear a more comprehensive overview from my colleague, Zach. But I wanted to share one little example of how dunes can look really robust, but actually be causing, invasive species can be causing a significant problem. So the photos in this slide were taken at the beach near my house in Humboldt County. The dunes between our neighborhood where I live and the ocean are covered in invasive species. There's some really nice restored dunes in either direction, but by my house, it's a mess. And you can see in the left photo the European beach grass and the ice plant everywhere. On the right side, you can see me for scale, but you can see how the European beach grass holds the dunes in place. So instead of having the ability to shift and absorb and adapt to the high tides and the powerful waves, they get really scoured out. Like, so during the winter months in particular, it's like 10, 15 feet high, and people, you can't even get down to the beach. Like this whole trail for the last 6 months, like people couldn't even go down to the beach. And that's a bummer. But also, people sometimes do scramble down, and then the tide is coming in and they can't get back up. And this is just one little example, but it has this huge impact on access, and we see this repeated in different forms up and down the coast, and adjacent to public property, adjacent to private property. And this just is one of the many examples of how having restored dunes is so helpful, and it's safer. And the more that we can prevent this harm from happening in the first place, the better. The more that we can restore already impacted dunes, the better. And so we just wanted to thank your enforcement staff for recognizing how important this is, and encourage you to continue leveraging opportunities for dune restoration as appropriate in the permitting process. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Zach.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chair Harmon and Commissioners. I'm Zach Plopper, the Senior Environmental Director at the Surfrider Foundation, and want to thank you for the attention to enforcing violations in our coastal dunes and the conservation of those sites. Core to our mission at Surfrider is the protection of our coasts in the face of climate change and coastal erosion. Last year, we launched our Climate Action Program to help our coasts adapt to these changes through nature-based solutions, and that's using the power of nature to protect our coastal communities, infrastructure, businesses, and ecosystems. And this includes the restoration of our coastal dunes. Why is that important? Because they buffer against storms and sea level rise. They capture carbon. And nothing else really does that better than our coastal dunes. And part of this work is removal of invasive plants, giving space for the native vegetation to thrive. Invasives crowd out the local plants that anchor the dunes, that capture carbon, that provide habitat, and that actually allow these ecosystems to move and adapt as nature intends. Ice plant, arundo, sea rocket, and other species can't do that. So even though these plants might look nice, they're anything but. And when they cover enough ground, they become exponentially harder to remove. By removing these species, we actually enhance these dunes, and the native plants take really quickly, and we're seeing that at a number of our restoration sites, at Surfers Point in Ventura, at Trestles down in San Clemente, at Port Hueneme. These are all sites that Surfrider has active Climate Action Program projects where our volunteers are out every single weekend removing invasive plants and restoring those sites. So I want to thank the Commission and enforcement staff for your efforts in working with partner property owners to make sure that they're making the best decisions for our coasts. And anytime you'd like to take a site visit to see some of this work in action, please reach out. Thank you for your time.
That concludes our public speaking.
Thank you very much. Any comments from staff? Thank you. Okay, I'll bring it back to the commission. Commissioner, was Turnbull Sanders, did you have your hand up? I think you were first. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Chair. Excuse me. I'd like to really thank the commission staff and the public. I'm not sure what's a little feedback there. For contributing to that last report. Ms. Oliver, I really appreciated hearing your enthusiasm for the work. It's really wonderful to see how dedicated our staff are to public access and the ability to resolve these without taking further action or penalties. One question I had on the ice plant removal, a lot of folks in the public might be interested in how you remove ice plant. I know you referenced also the California Native Plant Society as a reference for native plants, but are there any, for folks who may be listening in, are there any is there any guidance that you may be able to provide for, again, fostering the use of native plants and getting rid of ice plants? Because on one of the cases, I think you mentioned there was a native seed bed that bank that renewed itself after the ice plant was removed. So I assume there weren't any kind of pesticides or herbicides used to remove the ice plant.
Yeah, thank you for that question. So I think there are different tools in the toolkit, and sometimes various restoration plans might include, with ecologists, sign off, some limited use of pesticides when the problem is particularly pervasive. In the two cases I presented, there were still some native plants, and so pesticide was completely avoided, and all of the removal was done by hand pulling it, which is much more labor intensive, but also protected and preserved the native seed bank like you were talking about, and all the existing native plants that were still clinging on in those sites. As far as resources, I spent a good amount of time on California Native Plant Society website recently, actually, and it's pretty robust. And there's a lot of other resources depending on where exactly you are that recommend plants to plant in your yard that are native and that support our native habitat, native pollinators. So I do recommend them as a resource. And I think I can't remember if that was all your questions, but thank you. Yeah, thanks.
Can I ask?
Yeah.
I'd love to add too, because I'm hearing our ecology team offline being like, wait, we have lots of thoughts. We have an entire ecology team that spends a lot of time on these kinds of questions. And I think to Ellie's point exactly, it is somewhat case specific, depending on is there a native seed bed in a dune situation, for example, or a whole bunch of other factors. What's the coverage? What does it look like? How, what the resources available? And so that is one of the things that our staff, along with our ecology team, would be looking at to determine what the right work with an applicant, for example, to figure out what the right set of things to do for any particular place is. And the Native Plant Society is a fantastic resource. So is our ecology team. They're very knowledgeable. We have some dune experts on staff that love to dig into the various dune native species and what the best plan is. So if you're interested, I'm sure they would be willing to give an update at some future time.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, thank you. I missed the Love Island conversation earlier, but to sort of bring it back, I'll just share. This is pillow talk for me. So you guys can learn a little bit about me. I'm going to share my wife is a California master gardener. So these are the things we discuss at night: arundo, invasive species, seed banks, and so appreciated the update. It was a little too close to home. That yesterday we spent about 4 hours dealing with another remodel of a home right next door to the second home that you shared in that intersection. So we've got another one coming. But just want to appreciate all the effort that went in understanding the importance of native plants and the removal of the invasives and what they do for the environment and the way that pollinators come back, the way that we know the Pacific monarch and its trail through this particular area is so dependent on our native plants. So just a deep appreciation for staff for seeing this one through. It meant a lot to me, and I was very excited about that update, and it did not disappoint. Thank you.
We've spent a lot of time internally talking about arundo removal and how to do that. Believe me, we're with you.
Yeah. Thank you. Commissioner Wilson.
Thanks. Done a lot of removal of ice plant near Jennifer Savage's house. Myself, which is near mine. And also, it's not just, locally in our area, there's been these debates about the value of the invasive species versus the native species. And I think Jen really did a good job of explaining why those non-native species actually create more hazards than one might imagine. The other part of this is that when it creates this what they call the foredune, which is the dune right in front of the beach, too high, too steep, then the migrating sand can actually build the dunes bigger behind that for actually further protection. So it actually it has multiple layers negative impacts. I just wanted to point out, there has been discussion around the ability for appeals on various levels, and I think there was a good illustration here of the ability to appeal a local decision that maybe staff wasn't fully, sometimes staff at that level hasn't been there a long time, or maybe doesn't fully understand the values or the structures of the public trust resources. In this case, the public trust resource is the ecological value of those dune areas. And so the ability to appeal that to the commission actually is what helped not just save that public trust resource, but it probably saved that homeowner a big hassle in the future, because they might have gotten a permit that was not actually well vetted, and then there could have been conflicts in the future. So from this perspective, I just wanted to point out that there is value to having that backstop of being able to, if the local jurisdiction hasn't quite got it right, there's a way to get to that place. And I just wanted to point out that this was a good example of how that was done, and never even got to the appeal process. Like, there was a way to just say, hey, and they dealt with it. So I just want to thank you guys for working with both the local staff and the homeowner to get to that place without even having to bring it to this board. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Preciado.
I wanted to see if there was any update to a matter that was brought to the attention of the commission at our last meeting. This was an invasive gate. I'm trying to bring levity. This gate was connected to the Buena Vista Lagoon, so it's at the mouth of the Buena Vista Lagoon in the city of Carlsbad. And so I think many of the community organizations brought pictures. The gate is really robust and nice. I think the UT covered that challenge in Carlsbad widely and talked about a property owner who's in New Zealand, who's back from New Zealand and is very excited to be there and has all these plans. But there seemed to be a lack of compliance with the CDP permit that allowed the development to occur and then required a trail or free access into that area. It's a little challenging because I see there's another development next to it, but that particular property abuts the lagoon on the south side, I guess it would be the south side of the lagoon. And so I'm just wondering if there's an update, and my hope is that I can keep bringing attention to it and the enforcement part, not by simply just bringing it up, but that we're interested in the San Diego coast to address these. I know it's not on the agenda, but I've just seen if there was any action since our last meeting.
To the commissioner through the chair, this matter will be, we're very active on this matter. We're very aware of it, and I know exactly what site you're talking about, and it is very likely that you will see it on an agenda in the very near future.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Escalante.
To the chair, I guess maybe a question for Dr. Huckabridge first. We organize, one way to educate the public about the coast, about the Coastal Act. It's hard to love something that you don't know, so this is a way sort of to socialize all of these values. And we do that with beach cleanups, right? Sort of annual beach cleanups that seem to be popular. I volunteer with an organization up north that does this type of invasive removals. Obviously, they get some funding for it. It is volunteer based. Are there any kind of broader programs statewide that sort of harness people power to get out there without, I know it's not as simple as getting out and picking trash, because you're kind of stepping on habitat too. But is there any efforts statewide for maybe doing a little more?
I think there are likely a lot of efforts, and I'm not sure I could encapsulate all of them, but I'll just say that one of the focuses of our Whaletail Grant Program, for example, is programs some of them are restoration focused, but a lot of it is education, getting people to the coast, and teaching about how the coastal processes and why it's important and why cleanup is important and invasive species and all that. there are programs that we fund that is a focus of. Not all of them, but some of them do. And I think we're not the only agency that funds programs like that. I think Conservancy will fund programs like that. I bet OPC probably has funded programs similar to that. I'm not sure that there's an umbrella effort that connects all those necessarily, but that has been a huge focus of the work that we have done through the Whaletail Grant Program, because I think part of the goal is it's bringing people to the coast that don't necessarily get the opportunity to do that, but then it's getting them excited and joyful and making new coastal stewards, right? So to that point, so that's been a focus of our programs. We could always do more. In other words, as a state, it would, the more coastal stewards and folks that we get to the beach, the better, as far as I'm concerned. So I don't think it's, we've like achieved the goal, but we're definitely working in that direction.
No, and definitely the need sort of overwhelms the capacity of, state and public to deal with it. I guess a question for maybe the colleges. What would they advise to the public if we come across some of this invasives in public lands? Would they recommend sort of somebody just grab a bunch of ice plant, or this is something that we really need to just leave it up to the biologists and the...
I think it's probably best in any given circumstance to look to the people that manage that space, and that if we're talking about somewhere in our jurisdiction where we're likely involved, and our ecology team is a great resource. If people have questions, they're more than welcome to reach out to local staff and we can get them in touch. But again, there are some site-specific issues in different, that are different to every region, and not that ice plant is ever good, but there may be plans to do particular things that people would be unaware of. So I guess I would say for folks that if you live near a region or your favorite beach has invasive ice plant, talk to whoever manages that beach. If it's the local government, if it's state parks, and my guess is there are already programs and plans in place that at least address it. And if not, maybe that's something that if there's public interest in, it could move the public entity, whoever it is that manages that space, to address it. So that would be my advice, as opposed to just going and picking out ice plant, because I don't want to get people into trouble if it's not on property that they can do that, and it might not be the right solution in any given moment.
And many areas do have organized efforts. I know in the Bay Area, there are groups that routinely go out and you just sign up and you go out and do invasive removal. And they are very careful about, they know which areas and what plants should be removed. So, and it's kind of backbreaking work, but it's fabulous. And a lot of people, I have many friends who volunteer to do invasive removal, and it's a really great thing. And there are a lot of organizations that do it in conjunction with the local governments. And in fact, as Elliot mentioned, the case here was reported to us by state parks because they didn't have the resources. And so we worked with them to get the property owner to do the work. So it was a good collaboration.
That's super helpful. Thank you. I think that's good education for the public, and I guess to encourage more of these organizations to kind of coordinate with local governments and the agencies. Sometimes I know that up north it's Fish and Wildlife, they coordinate very carefully. But the times that I've gone, these are places that are not accessible to the public, really. They're kind of, some of the areas are kind of far out there. And the only way to see that those natural resources is to volunteer to go, some sweat equity to put in there and go pull some grass. But I have to say that I've seen some of the most magical species and sunsets when I've been deep in the bushes and the dunes up there, and it's been glorious. So anybody who has time and some energy, and I don't have a lot of muscle in my arms, but I still did pretty well. So I encourage folks. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else comments or questions? Seeing none, I think that moves us on to 9.1, 9.2, and 9.3. Okay, perfect. So we are now going to move to agenda item numbers 9.1, 9.2, and 9.3 as described in the agenda, all of which are regarding a public access easement at 6437 Meadows Court in Malibu, California. Would the alleged violators and/or their representatives please come forward and identify themselves for the record?
You can move
Hi, I'm Steve Weaver here on behalf of LMD International Inc. Oh, rather than.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Weaver. Staff, can you?
And I believe, Chris, we have other party, their counsel is on Zoom.
Yes, we have Alan Block on Zoom as well as Kirk Ayzenberg.
Alan, do you want to identify yourself for the record?
This is Kirk Ayzenberg.
Thank you. I believe your counsel is also online. Is that right?
Yeah, he's on the line. He and I are not together, so I'm not sure if he's having issues unmuting himself.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Yes, hi. Alan Block, representing Villa Anastasia, and here to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. To our staff, can you please identify what items are already part of the record and how much time you'd like for your presentation and rebuttal?
Yes, thank you, Chair. The record consists of the contents of the staff report and supporting documents, the public documents and the violation file in today's hearing, and we would like 30 minutes for our presentation, please.
Thank you. And there shouldn't have been any ex parte communications on this matter, but do any commissioners have an ex parte to report? Okay, seeing none, thank you. I'm now going to review the rules for this proceeding. As you've heard, our staff's asked for 30 minutes for its presentation, so I will give the alleged violators the same amount of time, 30 minutes total. And they may also request to reserve some of that time for any final statements or responses to public comments. We will allow 3 minutes for any other party who'd like to speak as an interested member of the public. Anyone who speaks at this hearing may propose questions, either orally or in writing, that they would like commissioners to ask of any other party, but it's not appropriate to suggest that questions be asked to yourself. Commissioners may, but are not required to ask the proposed questions. So now we're going to begin the public hearing with our staff presentation. Thank you, Ms. Hagee.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can we get up the PowerPoint for this item, 9.1? Thank you. Staff is pleased to announce that both parties, Villa Anastasia LLC and LMD International, who are the current and former owners of the property, have each worked with staff to reach an amicable resolution of this case by entering into separate proposed consent cease and desist order and administrative penalty orders, which will be collectively referred to today as the consent orders. In our presentation, we're doing a unified presentation for both parties since they share many facts. This matter involves the failure to comply with the coastal development permit condition that required construction of a hiking and equestrian trail within a public access easement. As you will hear, the trail was never constructed, and public access was always also obstructed by placing unpermitted development within the area of the public access easement. This trail runs through a subdivision known as the Meadows Court subdivision in Malibu, and our district enforcement staff were able to reach a resolution with all the other property owners in the subdivision to construct and fund the required trail. This trail also connects to Escondido Canyon Park, which leads to Escondido Falls, which is shown on this slide, and is a popular scenic waterfall and makes the trail here even more important. When completed, the trail will provide a low-cost, valuable public recreation opportunity in Malibu by finishing construction on this new trail that will connect to the other already very popular trails in the area. The trails are so popular, in fact, that they become very crowded. Staff worked together closely and collaboratively with both respondents and greatly appreciates their cooperation and participation in crafting the proposed resolution. We are now pleased to detail the proposed agreement for your consideration and note that it would provide public benefits to the entire trail beyond this specific parcel. Staff recommends that the Commission issue the proposed consent orders to resolve the violations on the property, which will require the construction of a new trail, installation of public amenities throughout the entire trail, and payments to ensure its upkeep and long-term viability. Today's presentation will be given by Shelby Wayman, an attorney in our headquarters enforcement unit, and I also note that Deputy Chief Counsel Alex Halpern is also available for questions. Ellie? I'm sorry.
Thanks, Lisa. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Commission. On this slide, you can see the next slide, please. On this slide, you can see the general Malibu area. The property at issue here is marked by the yellow star. The property is located inland from Escondido Beach and is directly inland from Pacific Coast Highway. The property is also down coast of Point Dume and north of Santa Monica and the Pacific Palisades. Next slide, please. This next slide depicts where the public access trail will be completed and how it will connect to the Izumi Coastal Trail and Escondido Canyon Park, which leads to Escondido Falls, a very popular waterfall hike in Malibu, as shown on the slide. The red line depicts where the easement in the Meadows Court subdivision is and where the trail will be constructed on this property, directly off of PCH. The blue line depicts how this trail connects to the existing Izumi Trail, which connects to the rest of Escondido Canyon Park and other existing hiking trails. The green trail depicts a popular existing hiking trail in Malibu to the falls called the Winding Way Trail. As noted, once completed, this hike will provide a valuable low-cost recreational opportunity in Malibu. Next slide, please. This slide shows the many existing trails, including through Escondido Canyon Park. The yellow star depicts where the trail on this property will be constructed, which connects to the rest of the trail in the Meadows Court subdivision and the Izumi Trail. You'll notice two small yellow stars at the bottom of the screen that depict two coastal access points. As you can see, there are several public hiking trails to Escondido Falls, and this trail will provide a valuable alternate route, which is extremely beneficial given how popular the other trails already are. Next slide, please. I'm now going to cover the permit history of the property, followed by the enforcement history with both owners of the property during their respective periods of ownership. This slide shows the already constructed trail on a neighboring parcel, which will connect to the trail on this property, which is located across the street and shown by the red arrow. The red arrow depicts the beginning of the easement on this property, where the trail will eventually be constructed. The trail on the neighboring parcel already has directional signage installed, as you can see, including directions to the beach and Escondido Park. In September 1981, the Commission approved a CDP which allowed the division of 2 parcels into 8 parcels, one of which is the property at issue. The prior to issuance conditions were eventually met, and the permit was issued in August 1990. Next slide, please. This photo shows a picture of the easement on the north side of the property. Once built, the trail will be 8 feet wide and provide for both hiking and equestrian access. As you can see, the trail has not yet been constructed on the property. The Commission approved the First Amendment to the CDP in 1990, which authorized building pads, driveways, and an access road in the subdivision. An additional amendment was issued in July 1990 for additional cubic yards of cut, and this amendment contains special condition number 5, which is the CDP condition at issue here. This condition requires that the applicant improve the trail within the approved easement to the satisfaction of the County Department of Parks and Recreation. Next slide, please. This slide shows the track map to the subdivision, which includes an 8-foot wide easement for hiking and equestrian purposes, and the location of the easement is highlighted here in yellow. The easement was dedicated to the County of Los Angeles, and the county accepted the easement in March of 1990. In 2021, the county transferred its interest in the easement to MRCA, the Mountains Recreation and Conservation Authority, to take ownership. MRCA continues to hold the easement today. The Commission approved other amendments to the original CDP, which included reminders that all of the original permit conditions are still in effect, which included the requirement to build the trail. In May 1991, the Commission approved a CDP for the development of a 2-story single-family residence on the property. This CDP contains special condition number 4, which states that the applicant shall comply with all special conditions attached to the underlying subdivision, which included the requirement to construct the trail. Next slide, please. However, historical photographs indicate that neither the permittee or their successors in interest, including both owners of the property involved in these consent orders, ever constructed the trail as required by the CDP. This photo was taken in 2015, and the red arrow shows where the public access trail should be located on the north side of the property, but as you can see, there is no trail here, and there is vegetation that would block any access throughout the easement. The orange arrow here also depicts where the easement should be located on the west side of the property, and Commission staff also determined from these photos that a fence, garden wall, and ornamental vegetation had been placed within the public access easement, rendering it impassable. Next slide, please. I'm now going to cover the enforcement history of the property, beginning with LMD International, the former owner of the property and which owned the property from August 1995 to October of 2021. This slide shows the public access easement, which is located to the left of the fence, and what should be the public access trail. This photo was taken during a commission staff site visit in October of 2019. As you can see, no such trail exists on the property. Commission staff first wrote to all Meadows Court property owners, including the former owner, in August of 2018, informing all property owners of the requirement to construct the trail as required by the CDP condition. Commission staff sent an additional letter to all property owners in July 2019, reiterating their requirement to comply with the CDP condition and asking for a plan to construct the trail. Commission staff reached an agreement with every other property owner to construct the trail or pay ongoing maintenance and operation costs. Due to the delay in opening this portion of the trail, which is directly off of PCH and can be used as a trailhead to access the rest of the trail, the entire trail in Meadows Court has been blocked for many years. Next slide, please. Commission staff first heard from the former owner in September 2019 when they claimed that the trail had been constructed as required. While this photo on the slide shows that some vegetation had been cleared, the hiking trail needed to be the entire 8-foot width of the easement. In addition, the easement needs to be safely passable for members of the public for hiking and equestrian use. As you can see from the slide, there's a steep slope and lateral tilt, making this unsafe for members of the public and for horses to use. Further, this so-called trail would not have met the standards of the County Department of Parks and Recreation, who is the entity responsible for determining the trail standards here. Next slide, please. Commission staff informed the former owner that the trail did not meet the county standards for trail design and was not safely passable for members of the public for hiking or equestrian use. Further, Commission staff informed the former owner that there were encroachments in the easement, including the ornamental vegetation and garden wall depicted in the earlier slides. In December of 2020, Stephen Weaver, who represented the former owner in this matter, informed staff that the fence, wall, and vegetation within the easement had been removed. However, the trail had still not been constructed, did not satisfy the trail guidelines of the County Departments of Parks and Recreation, and was not the full width of the easement. Commission staff continued to negotiate with the former owner to develop a resolution to construct the trail. Next slide, please. In October of 2021, the property was sold to the current owner, Villa Anastasia, LLC, who asserts that they were unaware of any prior negotiations with Commission staff and the ongoing enforcement case and the violations on the property. This slide shows the condition of the easement in 2023 after the purchase and where the trail should have been constructed. As you can see, it is blocked by vegetation and not passable. Commission staff first informed the current owner of the requirement to construct the trail within the easement in January of 2022. Commission staff began to negotiate with the current owner to develop a plan to construct the trail, which would finally open the entirety of the trail within the subdivision for public access. Throughout this time, Commission staff also continued to negotiate with the former owner to resolve the violations and penalties that had accrued during their period of ownership. Next slide, please. Throughout the time period of the current owner's ownership, the trail continued to be blocked by overgrown vegetation and was never constructed for public access, as shown by these photos taken in 2023. These photos show some of the overgrown vegetation throughout the trail that made it difficult, if not impossible, to pass through for our Commission staff during site visits in 2022, 2023, and 2024. Next slide, please. This photo shows the most recent condition of the so-called trail from a site visit last week. Commission staff are pleased that we were able to work with both parties on these proposed amicable resolutions. I also want to note that Commission staff have closely coordinated with MRCA, who holds the easement and will manage the trail. Although resolution of this matter took time, both parties reached a separate proposed agreement that would ensure the long-term viability of the trail and provide additional public benefits and amenities throughout the entire trail. Next slide, please. This slide also shows the current condition of the trail, and you can see the steep lateral tilt that makes it unsafe for members of the public and horses to currently access. Additionally, there's vegetation within the easement that continues to obstruct public access. Next slide, please. This slide shows Escondido Falls, which you'll be able to access from this property once this trail is constructed. Now, I'll turn to the proposed actions before you today, which, if approved, would provide full resolution of this matter. Both the former and current owner reached separate agreements to resolve their liabilities. First, I will summarize the proposed consent cease and desist order for the current owner. This slide shows the statutory authority for the issuance of the consent cease and desist order. As described more fully in pages 16 through 18 of the staff report, the jurisdictional elements for the Commission to issue this order have been met. The respondent undertook development as defined in the Coastal Act and also undertook actions inconsistent with the underlying CDPs by failing to ever construct the required trail. If left unaddressed, this trail will continue to be blocked by the unpermitted development, preventing all access to the rest of the trail. Next slide, please. This slide shows the beautiful coastal views from the property, which members of the public will be able to see at the beginning and end of their hike. Next, I'm going to address the administrative penalty actions. You likely noticed that these consent orders include the imposition of 2 sets of administrative penalties, one to the current owner and one to the former owner of the property, both issued under Section 30821. I want to emphasize that these are 2 separate proposed consent agreements with each respective party. Section 30821 gives the Commission the authority to impose penalties when someone is in violation of the public access provisions of the Coastal Act. Here, the violations blocked public access across the easement for many years during each party's period of ownership of the property, which prevented access to the rest of the trail. Therefore, the Commission may impose administrative civil penalties for the public access violations. Next slide, please. Section 30821 incorporates the 5 factors from Section 30820 as the bases for determining the amount of civil liability to impose, which we have covered extensively in the staff report at pages 18 through 28. While there were many delays in reaching this agreement to construct the trail, due in part to the property changing ownership in 2021, this proposed agreement would ensure the long-term viability of the trail and provide additional public benefits and amenities throughout the entire trail. Once built, this trail will provide a valuable recreational opportunity in Malibu and an additional trail to Escondido Falls and Escondido Canyon Park, where other nearby trails are reported as very crowded. As the area and other nearby trails are already very popular, constructing additional trails here is clearly very valuable. Aggregating all of these factors, Commission staff concluded that a low to moderate penalty is justified here for each respective party. Staff recommends that the Commission adopt staff's recommendation for the imposition of a monetary penalty to each party, as I will describe in detail in a few slides. Next slide, please. Now, moving to the proposed resolution for the former owner, sorry, my pages are out of order here. As mentioned in the staff report, staff also recommends a low to moderate penalty due to the former owner's cooperation even after selling the property. Their proposed consent orders would resolve Coastal Act liabilities by requiring a payment of $400,000, of which staff proposes that $150,000 be paid to MRCA to provide for trail maintenance and operation costs for the entire trail, which will ensure the long-term viability of the entire trail. Next slide, please. Could you go back 2 slides? Sorry. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm not. I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on with our slides, but that's my fault. But now we're going to move to the proposed resolution for the current owner, which would require compliance with the CDP and construction of the trail. First, the current owner must submit and implement a trail improvement plan to construct a trail within the existing public access easement. The trail must be monitored for any erosion, drainage, or other maintenance problems and must be maintained for a period of at least 5 years to ensure the long-term success of the trail. Further, the proposed consent orders would resolve Coastal Act liabilities by providing a payment of $350,000, of which staff proposes that $100,000 be paid to MRCA to provide for trail maintenance and operation costs for the entire trail. And in addition to the $350,000 cash payment, the consent orders require additional public amenities on portions of the trail not directly affected by these Coastal Act violations. The current owner will provide additional public amenities throughout the entirety of the trail, including installation of 2 benches, directional signage, and striping of a crosswalk at Meadows Court Drive. These signs and benches will be placed at locations to be determined by MRCA. Further, the consent orders would require ongoing maintenance and monitoring for a period of at least 5 years. While it is difficult to estimate the monetary value of these additional public amenities, these improvements will create a better hiking and equestrian experience for members of the public and make the trail more welcoming and inviting. And last slide, please. Oh, and sorry, you can go back to slide 20. This photo shows the beautiful mountain views throughout the rest of the trail, as well as directional signage that shows how to access Escondido Canyon Falls. The trail on this property in the Meadows Court subdivision is critical to the overall trail, as the failure to comply with the permit condition blocked access to the remainder of the trail for many years. However, this proposed resolution will not only provide full resolution of the CDP noncompliance, but provide valuable public amenities along the entire trail and ensure the long-term viability of the trail. We are very excited that both parties have agreed to a resolution of this matter. In closing, I want to thank both parties for working so cooperatively with us to provide this agreement for the public, as well as both of their attorneys, Alan Block and Stephen Weaver, who made sure this great outcome was reached. I also want to thank Andrew Willis, our South Coast District Enforcement Counsel, and Cameron Lee, our South Coast Enforcement Officer, for all of their hard work, not only on this site and moving us towards this resolution, but also resolution with all of the other Meadows Court subdivision owners to construct the trail on their properties, which this trail will connect to once it is constructed. I also want to especially thank them for hiking this easement throughout the many site visits, including over the last week to take some of the photos you saw today. Finally, I want to thank MRCA, who will continue to manage this easement and the rest of the trail. We recommend that the Commission approve the proposed consent cease and desist order and consent administrative penalties set forth in the staff report. There are 3 motions for this matter, and they can be found on pages 8 and 9 of the staff report. This concludes my presentation, and we are available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Wayman. Ms. Hagee?
No, I just wanted to say that I think there may be public comment. I'm not sure.
Yes. Now, though, I think we're going to go to the alleged violators or their representatives. They may address the commission. Mr. Weaver? Mr. Block?
Okay, thank you. This is Steve Weaver. I just want to thank the staff for working so hard and so patiently with us. Countless phone calls, countless emails exchanged, and I'm just really happy we were able to find our way to agreement on this. I'd like to reserve a minute of time to respond to any public comment.
Thank you. Mr. Block? Mr. Ayzenberg? Would you like to add any comments?
Mr. Block, if you can unmute yourself.
Hi, this is Kirk Ayzenberg. I just want to say thank you to the commission for also being patient with me and for coming to a resolution that works for both parties.
Yes, this is Alan Block. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, we also, as Kirk stated, we want to thank commission staff for working with us. I just want to state that my client was a good faith purchaser of this property that had no information regarding the violations until contacted by staff. And when they were contacted by staff via a letter 3 months after the close of escrow, they were advised in the letter that LMD had agreed to build the trail and to pay the civil penalties. So any delay was based on, we really thought that LMD was going to take care of this at that time. But we want to thank staff. We've reached an agreement and we're happy to proceed. We have filed our separate arbitration proceeding against LMD and we'll proceed with them as well. Thank you.
Okay, we'll now take any public comment on this issue.
None.
No public comments. No. Okay, so there is. I think Ms. Savage has a public comment.
No, you are not on this list. Come on up. Go
Please
for
come
it.
forward. Neither am I.
Okay, this is it. Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to really take a moment to celebrate the enforcement staff because this is such an important resolution to this case. Jennifer Savage, California Policy Associate Director for the Surfrider Foundation. As you may know, the Surfrider Foundation is dedicated to the protection and enjoyment of the world's ocean, waves, and beaches for all people. Therefore, we strongly support the consent cease and desist order and the administrative penalties. And I was thinking about how the conditions on the CDP requiring the trail were actually from the early 1990s. And to put that into perspective, I had 3 babies in the early 1990s, and they had been full-grown adults for a long time. So that the public could be denied access for 3 decades is really stunning. And cases such as these illustrate how important dedicated enforcement staff is to protecting the rights of all Californians to go to the beach. And again, wanted to just really celebrate that and support this action today that will restore the public's rights and result in this long overdue trail being constructed and opened for the public at last. Thank you again to enforcement staff for their constant work on behalf of the public, and thank you for supporting this as well.
Thank you, and sorry for the confusion. We had you sign up for item 9, which was separate from the 9.1 to 9.3, but that's where the confusion came from. But we have no more speakers.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Savage. Okay, I'll ask if Mr. Weaver, Mr. Block, or Mr. Ayzenberg would like to use any of their reserved time to respond to public comment.
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
I have to ask. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Any closing comments from our staff?
No, I think that's it. If you have any questions for us, we'd be happy to answer them. Also, I understand that the representative from MRCA is available for questions if anybody had questions about that as well.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Hagee. So with that, I'll now close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission for deliberations and questions. Commissioner Escalante, thank you.
Well, I was their former representative to Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy as an ex officio, so been hearing about this for a while. This is a very exciting outcome, and I've actually never been to those waterfalls, even though I lived in LA for almost 40 years. So I look forward next month to go and checking it out. Mike Wilson has promised me that we're going to do this, so we're going. Looking forward to it, and super grateful that this is the outcome, and all peace and kumbaya, and looking forward to checking it out. Thanks.
Commissioner, Vice Chair Hart.
Thanks so much. I just want to say, having read this item, also, I don't know why the feedback is happening. Also, not having been to this area, but now seeing that this is, the future. We were just talking about it. We're going to be in LA in this area next month, and maybe we could arrange a time to at least see this. I'm just getting the sense there's a lot of interest in that. But the main thing I wanted to express to you, Lisa, and to your absolutely mind-blowingly wonderful enforcement staff, is how you take such difficult and very contentious situations and somehow reach this kind of positive outcome. And I want to thank, of course, you all. The idea that a person could purchase property not knowing about this, for those of us that are lawyers, hard to believe. Yeah. But we're grateful, of course, to you, and I just want to express my deep gratitude for this wonderful outcome, and I'm happy to make the motion if no one else wants to. Motions.
Commissioner Kelly.
I just wanted to briefly align myself with the comments of my fellow commissioners and Commissioner Escalante. While I normally don't go chasing waterfalls, I stick to the rivers and lakes that I'm used to. But I do want to mention that I think a key component and an interesting feature of this area is the equestrian component and all of the different farms and ranches that are within this area in the Malibu region, which is, it's unusual that they've been able to preserve and restore a lot of these equestrian properties, and to have the coastal access with the equestrian trails, I think makes it unique and incredibly important to ensure that we maintain those trails and keep them open and accessible. I mean, obviously, as evidenced by the photos, those were not, you couldn't navigate those paths by foot. You certainly couldn't on horseback either. And so I just want to make that comment that I think that this is critically important for access for a lot of different trail users, and to continue to push forward after so many years of working on this project. I just want to commend staff, and I'll yield. Thank you.
Commissioner Wilson.
I'm just trying to go from my memory. Was this initiated by a public person running into conflict with the property owners? Is that where what was the point at which this kind of started?
It began when we got complaints about the fact that the trail wasn't constructed. It's true, and we've spent, as you heard, the district staff spent years trying to get the rest of the trail, get this piece to hook up to the rest of the trail. So,
right. And then there was like some nearby access too. Wasn't there a road nearby? There were people having some access issues, or no?
There are a number of access issues in this area, and I believe you're thinking of a different one, but we're on that also.
I was looking at Google Earth. I'm like, oh, that looks like that one. Okay,
yeah,
I got it. Well, I also want to thank I want to thank the public for being vigilant and knowing that, and researching and making sure that these things and pushing the envelope on what this access really is, and if it's not the public that we serve doing that, I think we would have a much harder time to make this all work. So I just want to thank and encourage the public to, if they see something where they feel like they were having access before and somehow it's been blocked off, don't just assume that sign is correct. Because oftentimes people just see a sign that says no trespassing in a place that they were using for a long, long time, and they just assume that since the sign's there that it's right. I'm not saying trespass.
What are you saying?
What I'm saying is question. Bring it to your local land use authority and ask the question. So,
it's certainly worth it to make an inquiry. And here, MRCA did something very clever, which is they put up the sign where the trail was supposed to be, so that there was awareness that there was supposed to be a trail there far in advance of when the trail was actually there. So that helped us a lot. And I have to say that our district staff was diligent and tracked the fact that this trail was in the permit and picked it up as soon as they could. While I have the mic, if I could just respond to a couple, I think it would be fabulous for people to go out there, and what we could do is we could do a map showing some of the more recent openings and access ways. This one isn't constructed yet, so you'd have to go up that very steep slope, and our intrepid district staffer said he has to hang on to the fence to be able to get down the trail to be able to take the pictures. So it's not a completed trail yet, although, you might want to look at a different trail in Malibu next month.
You got a month.
Yeah.
Or I'm hanging on a fence. It's going to be.
Well, and also, I wanted to respond as to Commissioner Preciado's point earlier today that it's supposed to be a 10-foot wide trail, and it's a 10-foot wide easement, and so there can be a trail that's wide enough for a whole variety of users and horses. And so we're hoping that, and as you could see in the photos, you can't do that now, but it will be a fairly accessible trail when it's constructed. So. And the last thing I wanted to say is that this case, we weren't planning on bringing this to you today. We had some late-breaking ability to settle it, and I just wanted to thank Shelby, who I called Ellie earlier in an error, but she had to do this over her honeymoon to settle this, so that we could get it on for today's hearing. But we're very happy, and we're very glad that it worked out. That's dedication.
It truly is. Commissioner Preciado.
I just wanted to know if we are able to, or if we have an understanding of how long it'll take to open the trail, given construction and all of those things. So is it 2-3 years out, or?
Hopefully much more quickly than that. Under the orders, they have 30 days after the order to submit, 60 days to do the removal work, and then they're submitting a plan for construction. And this is one of the things that's great about the original permit, even though it's been sort of a delayed gratification, but it had the construction by the private party. And it's much faster to have the private party construct than if the state has to do it. It has to find funding and get permits and go through all the DGS requirements. And so we're very excited about the fact that the rest of the trail was constructed relatively quickly, and this piece could be done quickly as well.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, so I just, again, want to express appreciation and recognizing I was listening earlier when I heard Commissioner Preciado talk about how do we define access, and want to just tag onto those comments and look forward to having that bigger conversation, understanding that it's different based on the community and what that access point may look like. I think this was a great example of 8 feet wide for folks on horses makes more sense. But I guess to Commissioner Kelly, I just want to share, I'm going to offer to go on a hike with you up there someday when there's no scrubs. Thank you.
You guys. Okay.
That's good.
Any further?
You guys are on your A
comments?
game today.
Yeah. It's like millennial bingo. Any further comments? None? Okay, please.
He ain't too proud to beg, I'd imagine. He ain't too proud to beg.
Yes. Okay, I think we are truly ready for motions, Vice Chair Hart, and there's 3. Thank you.
Okay, we're ready for motions? I could say so many things, and I'm not going to. No, but I was thinking we would just go see, obviously, where the trailhead is, some of the signage. That would be awesome if we could do that. All right, so let's move to the business of the day. I move the commission issue consent cease and desist order number CCC-25-CD-02 to Villa Anastasia LLC pursuant to the staff recommendation, asking for a yes vote.
Second.
It's moved by Vice Chair Hart, seconded by Commissioner Escalante. Are there any objections to unanimous consent? Seeing none, the order is...
Can you do that on cease and desist? Okay, just checked.
Thank you.
Sorry,
Seeing none,
Chair.
the order is so adopted. Now moving on to the next motion,
Thank
please.
you. I move the commission issue consent administrative penalty number CCC-25-AP-02 pursuant to section 30821 of the Coastal Act to Villa Anastasia LLC pursuant to the staff recommendation. Ask for yes vote.
Second. Sorry.
It's moved by Vice Chair Hart, seconded by Commissioner Lowenberg. Any objections to unanimous consent? Seeing none, the penalty is so issued.
All right, I move that the commission issue consent administrative penalty number CCC-25-AP-03 pursuant to section 30821 of the Coastal Act to LMD International, Inc. pursuant to the staff recommendation, asking for a yes vote.
Second.
Moved by Vice Chair Hart, seconded by Commissioner Wilson. Any objections to a unanimous consent? Seeing none, the other penalty is so issued. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Now we'll move on to item 10, South Central Coast District Deputy Director's Report.
All right, and thank you. Item 10 is the Deputy Director's Report for the South Central Coast District. It includes 1 permit waiver and 1 immaterial amendment this month. We're not aware of any opposition to these items being reported, and we're asking whether 3 or more commissioners object to any of the items in the Deputy Director's Report. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hudson. Are there any ex partes on any of the items in the DDR? Okay. And are there any public speakers who wish to address us on these items?
No.
Thank you. Okay. Are there 3 or more commissioners who object to any item on the Deputy Director's Report? Okay. Okay, seeing no objection, the commission concurs. And that brings us down to item 11A, I believe.
Thank you. And item 11A will be presented by Tyler Liddell, a coastal program analyst via Zoom. He's located in our South Central Coast District. We could pull up the PowerPoint, please, and Tyler, please take it away.
When I joined my
Tyler, you want to fix your mic real quick?
So
it might be your connection. No, you're really choppy right now. Let's try you as just audio. Oh, okay. You want to try again?
hear me now? Sorry about that. Good afternoon, commissioners. The present item is 11A, in which applicant Director Marine Holdings is requesting.
No, Tyler, they're giving us a nodding head. They're not hearing you that clearly. Let's try you. You want to just try? Okay, just try again, just slowly, as clearly as possible, I guess.
Yeah. Good afternoon, commissioners. The present item is 11A, in which applicant Director Marine Holdings is requesting a coastal development permit for improvements to and reconfiguration of an existing private marina located within Ventura Harbor in the county of Ventura. Next slide, please. This slide shows an aerial view of the existing marina. The marina is located in the northeast portion of the harbor, adjacent to the harbor's public launch ramp and across the channel from the portside marina. Next slide, please. Through this application, Director Marine Holdings is proposing to expand and reconfigure the existing marina. The applicant proposes to replace the existing wooden docks and piles with new precast concrete docks and piles. This will result in a net increase of roughly 10,000 square feet of dock area and approximately 24 piles within the marina. The proposed project also includes the installation of ADA-compliant gangways and updated security gates, a marina-wide fire suppression system, upgraded fuel pumps, a sewage pump-out station, an electric boat charging station, a publicly accessible water taxi stop and personal craft launching dock, and rentable storage spaces for kayaks and stand-up paddleboards. Next slide, please. In past decisions regarding Ventura Harbor, the Commission has sought to preserve the availability of small slips, those at or under 36 feet in length, in order to promote a range of recreational boating access and protect lower-cost recreational opportunities. The proposed project would substantially increase the number of both small and large slips in the marina. The number of small recreational slips in the marina would increase from around 9 to 35, and the number of large recreational slips in the marina would increase from around 7 to 49. This represents a nearly fourfold increase to the number of small slips and a sevenfold increase in the number of large slips. Next slide, please. In addition to increasing the number of small slips, the project includes rentable kayak and paddleboard storage facilities, a free, publicly accessible dock to serve as a water taxi stop, an area for launching small craft, and 4 slips designated for commercial recreation vessels. These components provide additional opportunities for lower-cost recreational boating, and Special Condition 8 stipulates certain requirements, such as a public access signage plan, which ensures these benefits are fully realized. Several members of the public have written letters in opposition to the project. Many are concerned that the expansion of the docks and consequential narrowing of the navigable channels will negatively impact boater safety in the area. They argue that the reduction... Oh, sorry. Next slide, please. They argue that the reduction in space will make tacking more difficult for sailboats leaving the public launch ramp, reduce the maneuverability of large vessels using the proposed fuel dock, and force kayakers and paddleboarders into closer proximity with larger craft. These concerns have been addressed in the staff report and an addendum to the staff report. The Ventura Port District's general manager and the Ventura Harbor's harbor master both signed a letter included as Exhibit 5 to the staff report, attesting to the safety of the proposed project. This conclusion is based on an analysis from the Port District's consultant, which found that the project meets or exceeds all minimum design standards from the California Division of Boating and Waterways and the American Society of Civil Engineers. Members of the public have also expressed concern that the existing containers which hold live bait for sale to sport fishers at the fuel docks are not proposed as part of the new marina. According to the applicant, these were excluded to make space for the small boat slips and commercial sport fishing slips, which they believe provide greater recreational boating benefits to the public. This issue is further addressed in an addendum to the staff report. Next slide, please. In conclusion, staff believes the proposed project, as conditioned, is consistent with the Chapter 3 policies of the Coastal Act. We recommend that the Commission approve the permit subject to the 10 special conditions listed on pages 5 through 11 of the staff report. The motion to approve the coastal development permit can be found on page 4 of the staff report. This concludes the staff's presentation, and staff is available for questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any ex partes that commissioners would like to report on this matter? Okay, seeing none, we will open the public hearing. And we'll start with the applicant.
Yes, we have in person Leonora Volvo and Tom Derecktor.
And how much time would you like, ma'am?
We didn't actually specifically put in for speaking, more
Available
to
for
answer some questions.
Awesome.
So if we can have just maybe less than a minute to just talk a little bit about the project, that'd be great. So we've been in this process for about 4 years now, 4.5 years. And one of the things I'd like to say, and Tyler, thanking Tyler and the local coastal group, I mean, they've been working really diligently with us, so we're really appreciative that we're here today. It started to look like that would never happen, so we were pretty excited that this was going to happen. I also just want to quickly say, I didn't have enough respect for how much you guys take on. So when you're us and you feel like it's really slow, and then you hear all of this stuff that's going on, you kind of go, yeah, maybe our little project isn't actually that big a deal. So thank you for that. I just want to say part of our condition for getting the lease is the development of that property. It's about 50 years old. Nothing's ever been done to fix it in 50 years. Not having people like us who are willing to come in and step up and take it over would have meant potentially losing the whole value of that marina to the community. So yes, it is. We are developing it, and we did propose it, but that is a condition for the Port District for anybody who has that property, and I just thought that was worth mentioning.
Again, I just want to thank all of you for your time and efforts in putting this together, especially Tyler, who really burned a lot of midnight oil making this happen. Did want to just add that the current marina docks are barely holding together, and it is important that we get this done and replace them with some modern, solid concrete docks. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Are there any members of the public signed up to speak?
Yes, we have 4 members of the public signed up. We had 3 in person, 1 on Zoom. We'll start with Dan Hansbrook, followed by Alicia Stratton, and then Graham Dawson.
Hello. A little bit higher.
And then, Chair, how much time were we giving?
2.
Okay, I'll make it quick then. My name's Dan Hasbrook. I actually own and operate the fuel dock that they're talking about in the marina called Mavco Market Fuel and Bait. The biggest push today is the removal of the live bait will be a detriment to the entire Ventura Harbor. It represents local fishing, sport fishing. One of my other businesses, Freedom Boat Club, all of their fishermen. If you take live bait out of the harbor, the fishing community will basically die, and they'll go to Channel Islands. So I collected 40 signatures over the weekend at my fuel dock, just over 3 days, as a point to this being a major part of Ventura Harbor. I would like to state, too, that the new plans were pushing 4 commercial vessels, 4 sport fishing vessels. Those sport fishing vessels are currently in Ventura Harbor, and they need the live bait to actually function. So by removing the live bait, we can't actually have those boats there and function as businesses. Those sport fishing vessels also got roughly 7,000 people out fishing last year, out to the Channel Islands, experiencing the coast and things like that. My current business that's around the corner was also planning on moving into the new marina that I was going to manage myself within Mavco, Freedom Boat Club. We were going to bring in over 10 to 20 boats. This is a business that could be well reflected by Section 30213. The low cost of boating. We offer membership boating, which drastically removes the boating cost 3 to 4x down. So one of our major concerns is definitely the live bait well being removed. It's a massive part of my business. It'll remove revenue for myself, but more importantly, it'll take away a massive part of the community in Ventura Harbor, which would no doubt be a detriment to the fishing community for sure in all of Ventura Harbor. One of the other concerns too is the location of the fuel dock. It's now on the southern side or the outer side of the marina, very easy to access by boats, very safe to access. Multiple ways in, multiple ways out. Multiple boats can park at the same time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 boats. Right now, the new version of that would be one way in and one way out. Thank you very much for my time. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Alicia Stratton.
Thank you. I do have a PowerPoint.
Give us a second to bring it up.
All set?
There it is.
Thank you. Hello, Commissioners. My name is Alicia Stratton, and I've been boating out of the Ventura Harbor since 1969. I have worked on fishing boats, government boats, the National Sanctuary and National Park Service, charter sailboats, research boats, and island packers, the ferry service to the Channel Islands. I'm on my 8th issue of my Coast Guard captain's license, and I also worked as a planner for Ventura County Resource Management Agency for 25 years, and I helped develop the Blue Skies, Blue Whales Vessel Speed Reduction Program. And I also was on the committee that created the Channel Islands Marine Reserves. I've welcomed a lot of changes in the Ventura Harbor, and I've never opposed a development project until now. This slide you see shows the Ventura Public Launch Ramp back in the day, 1965. It had 5 docks then, and it provided much more public access than we have today. Next slide, please. This is the existing environment again that Tyler showed. On the right is the same public launch ramp, but now with only 2 docks. Next to that is the dredge barge and the fuel dock. To their left is the marina, home of several sport fishing boats, and this entire area is used by boaters using the launch ramp, the fuel dock, the bait dock, as well as sailboats that need to raise and lower their mainsails, the sailing schools, and outrigger canoes. The existing fuel dock and bait docks are shown. Please notice how its location allows for a circular flow pattern for queuing and docking. Next slide, please. Another view of the existing environment with the proposed project footprint outlined in yellow. The charter sport fishing boats, the fuel dock, the pump out station, and several 78-foot recreational boat slips will be moved next to the launch ramp. May I go on?
Please go ahead and finish your thought.
Thank you. I'll be really fast. All this activity must pass through the blue circle, which is a new choke point, in addition to the public launch ramp. Next slide. This photo is taken looking west from the public launch ramp, showing the area used by sailing schools, outrigger canoes, and sailboats. That space that they're sailing will be full of docks. Next slide, and I'm almost done. The blue circle you can see shows where boats currently access the public launch ramp, the fuel dock, the bait dock, portside docks, and maneuvering space for sailboats. The yellow circle shows the future water available to these boaters, which Tyler showed you in Exhibit 4. That yellow dot is what we'll have. The choke point is shown as having a navigable waterway of 220 feet. This is a misrepresentation because with boats at the dock on each side, boats that can easily be 30 feet beam, that will add a 10-foot buffer space as well. You're left with a usable channel less than 150 feet. Next and last slide, my closing comment. The staff report states that the quality of navigable water in the channel for sailboat access to and from the launch ramp should be taken into account, but has been intentionally included from its technical review. Instead, it directs the reader to documents that still don't fully address the problem. The California Department of Boating and Waterways guidelines does have ideal widths, which are in your staff report, but the guidelines stipulate that design widths of water areas within a recreational boat marina must take into consideration sizes and types of boats and levels of traffic, and that unique site conditions and circumstances may require special analysis and design considerations. This stipulation is important to your commission because it was developed for conditions such as this. We encourage design alternatives that will allow the boating public to have navigable water while allowing the applicant to improve this portion of the harbor. Thank you.
Thank you. Graham Dawson, and then our Zoom speaker will be Hall Stratton. Give us a moment to bring it down. They have to switch it up.
Graham Dawson, sailor and professional land surveyor. I have 5 points to make. This exhibit number 4, submitted by the applicant and included in your package, violates state law. As Commissioner Wilson well knows, preliminary or not, there is no licensed civil engineer identified and required, as indicated in Business and Professionals Code 6735A. Therefore, this application must be deemed incomplete. Second, I'm opposed to this lot line adjustment. Exhibit 4 shows the proposed boundaries going through vessels on Dock A and B, around the outermost beam of vessels on Dock C, along the dock faces of Dock D. It is not apparent what controls the limits of construction. Can the applicant rent out areas outside of their lease? Can catamarans and wider vessels, without beam restrictions, berth on the end ties? Next slide, please. Third, since 2015, at every opportunity for public comment, the public has expressed concerns about the narrowed main channel width, specifically the elimination of an area required by larger sailboats to raise and, much more importantly, lower and flake mainsails. This staff report does not even mention this, let alone address the issue. The reviewing engineer states navigability has been intentionally excluded from this technical review. This report deflects focus to the boat ramp, does not note that the main channel here is in the most congested and bottlenecked area of the harbour already, and does not address Ventura Harbour's orientation relative to typical weather conditions. Fourth, the Port District has a vested interest in developing this last remaining space. Where are the safeguards of the existing user or the general public, given there has been no public engagement? No one knows about this. And lastly, this plan does not take into account the unique characteristics created by the use, orientation, and location of Ventura's harbour. Thank you.
Thank you. And our one Zoom speaker, Hall Stratton. Hall Stratton, you may unmute and begin.
Okay, I think I'm unmuted there. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear and see you. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, my name is Hall Stratton. I've been using the Ventura Harbor public launch ramp for over 50 years now. Derecktor and the Port District are about to take away from the public a very large part of a navigable waterway and create a private marina that is 4 times the size of the existing marina. I was surprised when the Coastal Commission staff told me a couple of weeks ago there was very little opposition to this project and it was a consent item. Surely people would not want to see access to this waterway eliminated. I thought somebody would object. Then I realized the Derecktor and the Port District have kept this project off the radar intentionally. And yes, I'm sure they posted it in the back of a newspaper somewhere that nobody ever reads, but there are no signs up. There's no media releases. There's nothing that would indicate this great addition to our beloved Ventura Marina, or Ventura Harbor, I should say. I attended a Port District public workshop a few months ago where presentations about the future changes in the harbor were given and workshopped. Many projects were discussed. We spent over an hour workshopping a proposal to institute paid parking in some of the harbor's parking lots. A proposal that can be instituted, then adjusted, or even turned off with the push of a button. There was not a single word spoken about the Derecktor project at this workshop, a project that impacts all boaters in Ventura Harbor in one way or another, a project that will remove access forever. I figured the project had suffered an economic death, and that was it. Here's another example of not communicating to the public. I know several people that rent spaces at the Derecktor yard there for their boats, and they are the first ones that will be impacted by some of these changes at the launch ramp. They had not heard anything from their own landlord that this was coming. Can I just finish up? I've just got this last little bit.
Please go ahead.
Hello? Thank you very much. I just want to say that this is equivalent to somebody coming into a small town and very quietly and putting condominiums on the only Little League baseball field in town and then telling the people, hey, it's okay, you still have half a baseball field you can play baseball on. This isn't right. You're taking away public waterway and giving it to a private interest to make money off of it. I would like to help in this development. I think that area needs to be redeveloped. It's in bad shape, like the directors say, but let's collaborate. I'll buy the first beer. I'll buy beer for everybody. That's it. Thank you for the extra time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. We have no more speakers. Madam Chair.
Oh, my mic wasn't on. The applicant can come forward to respond. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, to quote Commissioner Preciado, we have also tried to leap tall buildings, trying to get this project put together. Although I have full respect for everybody in the community who has opinions, ideas, and objections to the project, I do resent being accused of coming from out of town and trying to sneak it in. I think that that's objectionable and also not true. So I just want to talk a little bit about that fuel dock area. First of all, in front of our marina is not the navigable waterway. It's also not a turning basin. The sailors who are coming in and turning there, maybe they're not experienced enough to drop their sails outside the harbor, which is very common practice in many harbors. Also, the area in front of the Port District office is what is meant to be the turning basin in the harbor. Granted, while this marina has been neglected for 50 years, people have had a lot of free space to do what they wanted in there, but it isn't navigable waterway. It is a pathway to the public launch ramp, which launches small boats who can very easily pass from there through out to the mouth of the harbor or wherever they're going. So that has not been without consideration, and in fact, when we came in, we scaled the project down considerably from what the previous owner had been proposing for their marina development. The reason for the bait, and we can talk about the bait, so we did talk with the owner of Ventura Harbor Sport Fishing, who is one of our tenants, and a few things for color. Our marina is the only private marina in Ventura Harbor that accommodates commercial boaters. So if you talk to some of the big marina operators, they don't want commercial boats. They don't want fishing boats in their marinas. We accommodate that. Our design accommodates sport fishing. Towboat is our tenant, MSRC. So we have a number of commercial customers, not just Ventura Harbor Sport Fishing, and we are committed to them. We have a good relationship with the owner of that business, who has said, I don't even like the bait where it is. Half of it dies before we can even pump it out. So the problem is that it's very close to the shore, and it's inland, way inside the inlet there to the harbor, from the harbor, and the bait dies. It can't survive and thrive in that environment. So we've talked with him about helping him and working with him and the owner of the live bait company, Bait All, about helping them try to find another place in the harbor for their live bait. That said, we can't have one small marina that is burdened with keeping commercial sport fishing in the harbor, keeping live bait in the harbor, keeping, all of those other things in the harbor, because we are one small marina, and we cannot be burdened with that responsibility when none of the other marinas in the harbor offer any of those things. So that's one thing about that. The other thing that I wanted to just make sure we made a point about is, sorry, just bear with me a sec. So the reality is Anchor QEA Engineering Company that we hired, Noble Engineering Company, the port hired. Both of those engineering companies looked at that area between us and Portside. We also don't know that Portside legitimately can have catamarans hanging off their docks over there. So, there are lots of questions about what waterway people should be in. But we did expand. So in our effort to increase the number of small boats in our final discussions with local coastal, we did have to sacrifice something. Bait was the thing that we could no longer fit there. Fortunately, we also then discovered from the owner of the sport fishing business that isn't a good place for bait anyway. So that was one consideration. But we also had to look at, how else can we get that space and also help out the people who have objections and concerns. So we increased 20 additional feet in that area that was at 200 feet. So I will leave it at that, but we haven't not considered the constituents, and there are many of them, and many stakeholders, and we've done our best to consider all of them.
Thank you very much. And you may have questions from commissioners when the time is right, but for the moment, I'll turn it back to staff if they have any comments or responses.
Turn it over to Tyler.
Yes. Oh, sorry. Thank you so much. On the issue of channel navigability, as the applicant mentioned, the original proposal we received was for a channel width of 200 feet dock to dock, and that was the width under which all of the port district's analysis and their consultants' analysis took place. I did want to flag that the analysis that the port district commissioned was not just for the guidelines, not just to ensure compliance with the guidelines, but also actually included, there's two separate letters as part of this analysis, and that second one found that the reduction in the channel width would not impact tacking maneuvers. And so I bring this up because I want to clarify that these reports were done with the 200-foot channel width, and the current proposal is for 220 feet of channel width. And then I will direct it to Mr. Hudson if he has any additional comments.
All right, thank you. Just to add to that issue, so as Tyler had mentioned, we did look closely at the safety of the redesigned channel, so as it would be reduced from that 330 to 220 feet in width, and confirmed with the Harbor Department that that is in compliance with the State Division of Boating and Water Safety, and that's the typical standard applied within these harbors. Now, the harbor master and the Harbor Department have also confirmed that their belief is that this provides for a safe width for that channel. So we believe that this would be an adequately designed project to ensure that stability. And in regard to the bait box issue, or the bait well, We also looked at would it be possible to preserve the existing bait boxes. There's several changes that would occur to this marina because it's being expanded and it will provide additional boats or additional slips for boats, and that is an amenity that will improve public recreation and public access, and so that is a benefit, but there are trade-offs, and the applicant has indicated that the issue with the bait box was that they're constrained by the width of that channel. The bait boxes are located in the water at the ends of the ties, and that it wouldn't be possible to locate those boxes in the water due to the width of the channel without reducing the number of slips. And that was something that they weren't willing to propose, was a reduction in the number of slips. So with that, we didn't believe that we had the clear ability to require retention of those boxes at the expense of reducing the number of slips. So I just want to provide that background, and that concludes our staff comments, but we are available for questions.
Sorry, Steve. I also would just like to add that because the Port District parcel was being expanded for this project in a lot line adjustment, the State Lands Commission also has reviewed the project and made sure it poses no issue to public access and recreation. And then there was also, I believe, a comment about perhaps lack of noticing. We coordinated with the applicant to make sure all of the letters to owners and occupants within 100 feet were sent out, and we also have a signed declaration of posting from the applicant. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now I'll bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Lowenberg. Oh, unanswered. Okay. Any comments, questions? Commissioner Wilson.
I got a couple of questions. There was, there is an expansion of the space to be used for this dock facility, and I want to see an expansion of dock use. I think that's a good idea. I will say that, when I looked at the numbers, I don't know how to speak to this, but understanding that the majority of it was for slips like 70 feet or more. Is that right? Do I have that correct? I was looking for the table. I saw the applicant put the table up on the thing, but then I didn't really see it in. Oh, there it is. Yes. So I have it here in front of me. So I'm just saying, that trend we just keep seeing, that the use of these public trust areas, when you have them, these slips being larger than 36 feet, meaning you have to be able to own a vessel that's that big in order to access this public resource, right? So it reserves more and more of our public space for people who only can afford these things that are of very, very high value, and to the exclusion of people who can't afford or don't have access to those things. To some certain, now there's commercial activities around that, and I will say, commercial fishing vessels are a great way to provide access to a lot of people. There's a lot of commercial activities like that, but then there's just a lot of the privatization, and then we're seeing more of the mega yachts and stuff like that. Although this isn't that, but still, they're good sized vessels, and I'm just saying, that's the trend, right? That seems to be the increase. It goes from 9 things that are smaller than 36 to 35, and 7 that are larger to 49. So again, that's just saying, it just seems to be it's a graphic demonstration of some of the, I would say, some of the inequalities we have and the pressures that it has on our public spaces. That's one issue, and I don't have an answer for that here today. But the other one is, we have had projects come to us that are marine oriented, that have had conditions of approval around lighting and making sure, because again, light pollution, and especially in our coastal zones, is growing at 10% a year. It's becoming more and more of an impact, and we know our marine resources are impacted by those, whether they're migrating birds or other things, and this thin zone that is the coast is a very unique ecosystem around the planet, and we need to do what we can to lessen those impacts. And in places like Florida and other places, they have like special lighting so that the sea turtles don't get confused and those sorts of things. And what we do know about lighting is that it's actually very inexpensive, if not costs less, to be over when you're controlling where the light goes and where and even the hue of the light as well. So I'm just saying, I didn't see anything in here that addresses that, and this is the time when we would do that. And so those are the first one, I don't have an answer to. The second one, I think we have had stipulations and conditions that address light pollution, and I'm just wondering if that is something that, if we're too far down the road for that on this project. Thanks.
Thanks, Commissioner Wilson. So I think maybe I'll take your second question first and then come back to the first, or the point you made. And agree that I think if we're going to look at lighting, and we should be looking at lighting in everything where it's relevant, especially right on the coastline, this is the time to do it. I don't think there's a history of doing much lighting conditions in Ventura Harbor, so it's maybe a new concept for this part of the coast. But I am aware of a couple of other harbor type projects that are similar where we have required a lighting plan. And so generally, I think I would, ask the applicant if they'd be willing, but I think we would expand our staff recommendation to include a condition that would require the applicant to submit for review by me a final lighting plan, and that would include shielding, including shielding light, directing it downward, not directing light onto the water, minimum light for safety and for purposes of operating the marina. I did find a previous condition for marina that had some other specific requirements around temperature that I would want to look into to see if that's something we want to include. But the idea being, whenever possible, use cover material composed of dark and non-reflective materials so that you're minimizing contribution to sky glow. So I think that's, if that's sort of what you are thinking about would be appropriate here, I think that is something that we could include.
I'm saying in new facilities right now, the way LED lights have been expanding right now, they're just going bonkers. And you can see the big difference between a project that takes these into consideration and ones that don't. And especially in areas that have fog or those other kinds of things, man, you can really, it makes a big impact in a community in the night sky. And night skies are really valuable, not just because for the non-human things, people, non-human critters. It's actually a very, when people want to maintain sort of rural night skies or even just be able to see the stars, we're becoming less and less able to do that. And that's a value that people might want from the coast and their communities. So it's, again, it doesn't cost very much. And oftentimes it saves you money in electricity. So I'm hoping that we can move more into this arena. And we're seeing, all I'm saying is we're applying this unevenly across our projects, and I would hope that we could do something about that. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Preciado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a brief question. I wonder if staff or the applicant can describe the location of the fuel station. And it looks like it's in one place right now because of its current development format, and it looks like it's tucked into one row. And if you could just comment on how safe that is, or if it's compliant with state regulations so that it is safe. So I don't know if the applicant or staff can comment on that. And then I
Yes.
have a follow-up comment.
Yes, through the chair. So staff has confirmed with the harbor master and the applicant that this project as designed does conform with boating and safety waterway standards, and the harbor master has determined it to be safe. But we would recommend that question be directed toward the applicant for those sorts of details.
Yeah, Yeah, I think, so and you can talk more to this, but the design for that was done by Bellingham. So Bellingham is, I'm sure you know, one of the major construction companies for marinas. And so they put their engineers on looking at where that fuel could be. So a little bit about the fuel dock on that side. We ourselves owned it for a year before Mavco bought it. The big vessels fuel up at the other fuel dock in the harbor. It's because of a number of reasons, including things like they can get oil changes and whatever. So that's where all the big fishing boats tend to fuel up. So it really is the smaller boats that fuel at that fuel dock, primarily for gas, because it's the only fuel dock with gas, and can accommodate the boats that are using gas typically to power their boats. So that's how that design came about. That was also in consideration of trying to keep too much from happening in that circle that everybody's been talking about, right? So if you put fuel at the end, then you've got boats lining up and coming in to get fuel, and so now you've got congestion at the end there instead of them just, making their way inside. So that's a little bit about kind of why that was, where that came from. And I just address the question from Commissioner Wilson. So again, one of the things that's unique about our property, first of all, even in our small marina, our small slips are empty. People don't want them. We have a day sail lot. We have 80 boats in our day sail lot. Those are boats on trailers who go down to the launch ramp and launch. They occasionally do call and say, can I get a slip? And we tell them the price for the slip, and they say, no, thank you, I'll leave my boat on a trailer. So it is a tension, I understand. We feel that we accommodate getting everybody on the water through the 7,000 tickets that Sport Fishing sells, through the 80 boats that we keep in day sail, plus the number of slips that we have in our marina plan. But there's also a cost of development equation here. I mean, I know it's crass to talk about money, but to get funding to build a marina, there is a tension. You need to make sure that marina is going to throw off enough revenue to justify the kind of debt that you have to take, particularly in today's economy and what's happening with interest rates. So we are walking a very delicate line there.
And that was my next comment, and I appreciate your last comment as well. I have a friendly little neighbor who I get to see his boat every day. Makes me happy. But I do ask, why isn't it in our marina? And he says, that's not how I can afford. I take my boat and slip it in. And so I think we need to look at the whole economics of these projects to see who has a need for these locations and who's willing to stay. So it's probably infeasible to say we need to have like a low cost rate to store your boat in a marina where you're investing significant amounts of money to create the infrastructure to support all your customers. And so we have a small component of the San Diego Port of San Diego. We have a couple marinas. They've integrated into one, and yeah, we experience a lot of our community that use boats, that we get to see them in their yards or in the extra driveway they put in because they're not willing to put them there. And when they're really sizable vessels, it's probably more reasonable to have them instead of taking them out and in all the time. So I just wanted to comment on that. And the other thing, and I don't know if staff is willing to comment, but I know we're looking at this project particularly, but it seems like the whole ecosystem there of marina and users, and that when the port approved, it's contextualized to the whole system that's there, and not that the individual project has to meet everyone's needs. So I'm kind of balanced. When I hear testimony from the public, particularly when it doesn't feel like they've been engaged with you over years, I have that concern. But at the other side, it's not possible that you've been through this 4-year process and nobody knows. And so I just wanted to make those comments to add to our discussion today. But I am hopeful that projects can work. There is an operator right now in our marina that hopefully will have a pathway to get a long lease, but it'll require that we update. And so I'm just, on one side, I'm interested in the access. I think the lighting idea is a good idea, but I'm also interested in the economics and what will make it work for everyone. And so I appreciated that the fuel station seems to be compatible, even though it's different from the old way. And so with that, I just, I appreciate getting more information about this because it was interesting to read it. It looked like it was just growing, but in context, you see that there are multiple stakeholders with different perspectives on how this should go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Commissioner Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, staff, for the briefing. Thank you, applicants. I happen to live by a marina in my neck of the woods in Los Angeles, and I can tell you it's in sore need, desperate actually, for an investor to come in and to make some changes. So the fact that you're willing to come in and make some improvements is certainly appreciated, even by the folks who may not necessarily agree with your scope of the project. I also appreciate the locals who've been there using it for years. You know, this is one of those things where, you know, it's tough because you've got competing interests and there's never an easy answer. And we talk, you know, all day about collaboration and, you know, compromise and then hopefully some sort of consensus. And it's unfortunate that we don't have that here. And it's tough because I see the value in the Freedom Boat Club, where I've seen that work where, you know, my neighbor, for example, says, you know, I don't want to own a boat, but man, it's nice to go out there on a Saturday, jump on it for 2 hours, bring it back, just fill it up and be done with it. So I happen to be a boat owner, so I appreciate his perspective considerably because there are days I wish I could just get on the boat, turn it in and be done with it as I pay my slip fees and maintenance fees and everything else. But I appreciate the fact that I can do that. So, you know, I certainly understand the importance of the boat, the live bait well as well. That's important to a certain segment of the community there, and it's unfortunate that we can't figure out how to make that work as well. So, in Ray's world, it'd be great if the competing interest here, even at the end of this discussion, at the end of this hearing, regardless of which way it goes, can sit down and have some discussions and possibly say, hey, let's, you know, if we tweak this or tweak that, maybe we can make this work. Because everybody appreciates the need for improvements of this marina, without a doubt. It sounds like it's a dump. And concrete is always appreciated. And one question I had about the boats that my colleague mentioned, my understanding was that those 4 slips for the large boats were for the recreation opportunities for the public. I think those were for the tour boats, or was that correct?
We currently have, I thought so. Oh, you're hearing me. We currently have 4 Ventura sport fishing boats, but we have additional commercial vessels, not just those 4. One of the conditions we agreed to with Coastal was that we would agree to committing to keeping 4 slips minimum for
those recreational
either sport fishing or another charter kind of island packers type thing, or, you know, people who were taking a number of people out on the water, and we agreed to that condition. Lighting, we're happy to look at the lighting. We're a pretty small marina. I mean, if you look at the size of marinas in our harbor alone, we're pretty small compared to those marinas. So putting in lighting that doesn't affect, you know, pollution is great. We don't have any problem with that.
One issue I wanted to add about the bait, to have a bait well that's in clear, deep water with good flow ensures the life of the bait.
Right.
And that comes from the sport fisherman who uses the bait. I'm not a bait expert, but he is. Having it located elsewhere in the harbor in collaboration with the sport fishing and with the Port of Ventura, the Port District would make a lot of sense. It's just a question of not trying to integrate it in the chokehold between getting small boats in, having the turning circle. We're just jammed in that corner, and it's like the last place where you'd want to put more traffic to pick up bait in conjunction with all the other vessels there. Elsewhere in the harbor where there's deeper water and better flow would make a lot of sense for a standalone bait well. And there's a lot of harbors that have standalone, you know, Santa Barbara, Channel Islands, there's a lot of other harbors that have floating bait barges, and the boats can come up to that floating bait barge and pick up their bait in clear water. And it's much healthier for the bait. So I just wanted to add that. Thanks very much.
Appreciate that. And like I said, it'd be great if at the end of this hearing, as we move on, those discussions can be had about how to accommodate some of those other amenities that may not be practical for this particular project.
Absolutely. And the sport fishermen, we need to keep those folks happy. And again, there's 7,000 very inexpensive access to the waters. It's the sport fishing guys. And they want their live bait. The question is, where in the harbor can we put that? Thank you.
Thank you. And just a last plug for the Freedom Boat Club. I'm a fan, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any other comments or questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Before we get to the motion, I'm wondering if we might take a quick break. I've been working on language for a lighting condition. I want to run it by the applicant before we do that. So if we might take a just 5 or 10 minute break.
Come back at 4:15, please.
That sounds great.
Thank you.
And remember, please, commissioners, don't speak about the item. We're in the middle of the hearing, so please keep that in mind.
Commissioner Escalante, before we break.
I'm sorry, just a quick question. Is for the live bait thing, I mean, is there anything else that we can say to kind of advance and make sure that this conversation doesn't drop off, the table, and then they end up with no live bait thing? It would be years and years. So is there anything that we
Let
can
me
do?
think about that over the break and come back with an answer.
Appreciate that.
Okay, 4:15, please. Okay. Come back in session, please. Thank you. All right. Dr. Hucklebridge, do you have
Yes.
language for us to consider?
I do. Thank you, Chair. And I will be amending the staff's recommendation to include two different new conditions for this permit. The first is on project lighting, and I'm just going to read the condition into the record. It says, prior to the issuance of this coastal development permit, the applicant shall submit for the review and written approval of the executive director a final lighting plan, which specifies that A, all permanent lighting associated with the harbor shall be shielded and directed downward. No light shall be directed onto the water. And bright upward shining lights shall not be used during construction. B, specifications for all lighting, including those used for the operation of construction equipment, if performed at night, shall be included with light temperatures maintained at 2700 Kelvin. In no case shall exceed 3000 Kelvin, and a foot candle value of no higher than 0.01 FC, incident along the property edge. Whenever possible, the applicant shall use cover material composed of dark, non-reflective material demonstrated to minimize the contribution to sky glow. And D, no changes to the approved development shall occur without a commission amendment to this coastal development permit or a new coastal development permit unless the executive director determines that no amendment or new permit is required. That's one condition on lighting. And then I'm going to turn it over to Steve Hudson to describe another condition that deals with coordination on the bait issue.
All right, thank you. And this second condition that we would be adding would require the applicant to coordinate with the Port District, the current bait operator, and commission staff to pursue development of an alternative location within the harbor, which may or may not include within this marina itself.
So with that, that will conclude our staff remarks, and just wanted to again clarify that we've amended the staff recommendation to include those two conditions.
Thank you, Director. Commissioner Preciado.
I think the first condition seems extraordinarily reasonable for a new development project, but I'm concerned about the second condition. So I'm just wondering, can the project proceed without meeting the obligation of the bait, or is it just requiring that there be some conversation and coordination? Because we've heard testimony today that the bait location is not in the right place, that other things could be happening, and I just don't think it's fair to the applicant to assign them the responsibility of finding where to locate the bait. But I think it's fair to ask them to, an existing amenity, somehow be coordinated into a future space. But so enough. That's what my concern is associated with tying the project down to you will find. And if that's not the case, if the condition is just to require engagement, then that I can support. But I just think it's challenging to force an issue when half the bait dies apparently from where it is, or all the other requirements that the applicant is trying to meet and deal with that public amenity. Is it a public amenity or is it a commercial amenity that helps? So anyways, that's my feedback.
Through the chair, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that there is no timing requirement on that conditions. It does require coordination, but it doesn't tie, it's not a prior to issuance condition or anything along those lines. So it does just require coordination and wouldn't tie the timing of the development itself to that, just to an outcome of that coordination process.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hart.
Thank you. I was wondering if, through the chair, it would be possible just to have the applicants come up and tell us. I mean, I personally, with deference to my fellow commissioner, I do think that the live bait part of the improvements is important. And was wondering if you could respond to Dr. Hucklebridge, given that it's not a prior to issuance requirement? Is it something that you will be working with the live bait operator or someone?
He's not the live bait operator. Yes, we would work with the live bait
He's not.
operator. It's a company called Baitall.
Oh, okay.
So Baitall has committed to paying for a live bait receiver somewhere else, other than the back end of our marina. We are signing off on a condition with Coastal saying that we will keep sport fishing boats there. So yes, we're committed to working with Tucker, who's the owner of the sport fishing business, Baitall, who owns the actual bait company, and the Port District, who has a commercial marina that could well put a bait well there to find an alternative to our marina being the only solution for bait in the harbor. So yes, we are committed to that because it is in the best interest of our marina and the conditions we're signing up for, which is to keep the sport fishing boats there.
And if I could, through the chair, I just want to say I used to operate a marina as part of being a parks director, and I know how challenging it is. And I just want to express, for me anyway, gratitude for you all for doing what you're doing. It's really important.
And it's really hard.
It is really hard.
I used to start and sell software companies, and this is so much harder.
Well, hopefully it'll be really enjoyable, assuming that we move forward.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Just project sponsor, you may want to look at some of the lighting stuff that they do in Hawaii, because everything has to be downlit. There's all these new criteria that have come out over the last few years to ambient lighting and all that stuff. So you may just, as a resource, look at what they've required and what they're doing there, because they've done great work on that to keep the lighting. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, but it's just as a resource. Yeah, just as a resource.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. Commissioner Escalante.
I just want to say thanks to our staff to turn that around so quickly, and for the applicant to be willing to continue to have this coordination. I think it'll be helpful just as we move forward in this process with the community around you, just to continue having that, setting a table. Obviously, nobody's going to force you to put that thing in there, but I think it'll be a great signal of collaboration with everybody around you. It will be helpful. So we really appreciate your willingness to participate in that. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Wilson, I believe, is going to make the motion.
Thank you, staff, and thank you to the applicant. And I just want to say that if anyone needs good standards, Dark Sky International is a great organization. They will help. And you're right, I'm sure Bellingham can do the job. This requirement is not unusual these days. So again, I move that the Commission approve Coastal Development Permit number 4-24-0422 pursuant to staff recommendation. I recommend a yes vote.
Second.
Thank you. That's a motion by Commissioner Wilson, a second by Commissioner Preciado. Are there any objections to a unanimous yes vote? Seeing none, the permit is so approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. Okay, now that moves us on to item 12, the South Coast District Deputy Director's Report.
All right, thank you. Item 12, the Deputy Director's Report for South Coast District. This month includes 6 waivers and 3 permit extensions. In addition, the report also includes a memorandum responding to objections received to 2 separate but related immaterial permit extensions that are being reported this month. 4 letters were received from members of the public who are listed in the memo for this item, and they're objecting to the 1-year time extension of 2 coastal permits by Ocean Avenue, LLC, and Community Corporation of Santa Monica to redevelop the Miramar Hotel in Santa Monica with 312 hotel rooms and 60 market rate condo units in conjunction with a new 5-story multifamily residential building with 42 affordable rental units for low-income households. As explained in detail in the memorandum, the primary contentions raised by the opponents is that the project would exacerbate traffic, that the previously approved structures are too large and not conforming to community character, that the loading dock operations for the hotel will result in noise pollution, building vibrations, that the projects result in traffic congestion, air quality degradation from truck exhaust, and also because the project has not yet commenced, that the applicant should not be allowed to do so now. Now, staff would note that the standard of review for the original coastal permits is consistency with Chapter 3 policies of the Coastal Act. And the potential effects of the approved development on traffic, community character, views, access, and other coastal resources, those were fully evaluated by the Commission in its approval of the underlying project. And the Commission found the project would result in no significant impacts as conditioned. Pursuant to Section 13169 of the Commission's regulations, in order to deny a permit extension request, objections must identify changed circumstances that affect the consistency of the development with the Coastal Act or certified LCP. It does not provide an opportunity to rehear the merits of the project. In this case, none of the objections raised by the opponents assert changed circumstances, and thus the executive director has determined that there are no changed circumstances here affecting the previously approved development's consistency with the Coastal Act, and we are recommending that the 2 immaterial time extensions be approved. We're not aware of any opposition to any of the other items being reported today, and we are asking whether 3 or more commissioners object to any of the items for which action is needed today in the Deputy Director's report. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hudson. Are there any ex partes on any matter in the Deputy Director's report? Seeing none, are there any speakers signed up to speak on any of these items?
We only had one who wished to speak, Armin Nasseri. We aren't seeing them in the Zoom meeting. Armin, if you are there, can you please raise your hand? And then we had 4 others available for questions. Just giving it a second. I'm seeing no hands raised, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, are there 3 or more commissioners who object to any item on the DD report? Seeing no objections, the commission concurs. And with that, I believe we are now adjourning to closed session. Oh, statewide items. That's actually what we're doing. Please, go ahead.
I don't believe we have any minutes to approve today. And then next would be commissioner reports, and then any subcommittee reports, conservancy report, if there are any today.
I don't think we have any today. Is there any report from the AG's office? Mr. Tuck?
Yes, hi. So I'm Patrick Tuck from the AG's office. Just quickly, I wanted to highlight 2 demurs that we were successful with on May 28th and May 30th in Sandoval and Morro Bay. We successfully demurred and got the commission out of those 2 cases, and just wanted to highlight that. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, and now we will adjourn to closed session. Thank you all.